era of football. Est video is purement para intratnamiento y no infringe derechos de autor. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 176. It's the president. Qi didn't know how many attribute points the opponent had, but the equipment on the opponent was all purple equipment. From this aspect, we can know that the opponent's attribute points, that is, each attribute point can reach 60 points at most. This is the upper limit of the attribute points that purple equipment can bring. The upper limit of the player's own attribute points is 20 points, and the white equipment on the body brings 10 points. For each level of equipment upgrade, the upper limit of attribute points can exceed 10 points. White equipment is 30, green equipment is 40, blue equipment is 50, purple equipment is 60, orange equipment is 70, gold equipment is 80, red equipment is 90, and legendary equipment has no upper limit. The 20 players on Qintianya's side are all equipped with orange equipment, which means that with their 600 attribute points, they can reach 70 points for all attributes. Although the remaining attribute points are a bit wasted, they can still slowly bring out the attribute points as the equipment is upgraded. Qintianya's men were all old players, but they can only get a set of orange equipment. It is indeed very difficult for ordinary players in the football era to get all the equipment materials. This situation also caused many ordinary players to look at other people's equipment before PK. If they are all orange equipment, then they can PK. If the opponent has gold and red equipment, then they will consciously give way. Although the opponent may not have enough attribute points to fill the attribute points required for gold and red equipment, at least the power they can use is much better than their own. Although skills are more important in PK, the level of attribute points is also very important in the final analysis. After all, for most players, the difference in their skills often cannot determine the final victory or defeat. Sometimes it still depends on the difference in attribute points. This is also the reason why Qintianya has absolute confidence in this PK. Even if the opponent has excellent skills and good cooperation with the opponent's attribute points, even if the 3 people on his side are backstabbed, they will not be taken away in one wave. But now, the fact that appeared in front of him was that the lethality brought by the opponent's attack exceeded his estimation. How is this possible? Qintianya couldn't believe his eyes, but before he could figure out the reason, the 3 teammates who were attacked screamed at the same time and flew away. While turning into light, materials also fell to the ground. PK def does not drop equipment, but experience will be deducted. At the same time, if the equipment is damaged during the attack, the durability of the equipment will also be lost, and the materials will be displayed on the ground. After killing the 3 opponents, he did not delay at all, quickly cleared all the materials on the ground, and then fled to both sides. Deng Ai's sneaking in Tumping skill can cause huge damage, but it can also bring a lot of troubles. The skills in the football era, which can instantly cause huge damage, often exchange blood for blood, using a small amount of their own physical value to exchange for a large amount of the opponent's physical value. The more physical value you lose, the more physical value the opponent can lose. Take away the opponent's 700 points of physical value, they only have 600 points of physical value, and now there is only about half of it. Players are actually very vulnerable. After all, in terms of physical value, even if you whack 100 points, the physical value is only 1000 points, and it is easy to be swept away by the opponent. At this time, the others had also reacted. Of course, they couldn't just watch these 3 guys kill and run away immediately, otherwise when they recovered, the 3 people on their side would have died in vain. So, the other 7 people turned around at the same time and chased after the 3 people who were fleeing quickly. Qintianya hadn't stepped forward yet, but when he saw his teammates chasing after them, he was immediately shot again. Others didn't notice, but he reacted now. The opponent had 6 invisible people, and now only 3 came out. Although there was also that factor that Yuojia's second skill could only teleport 3 teammates at a time, the remaining 3 were still in the invisible state. Unfortunately, his reaction was still a step slow. Before he could shout out the reminder, Zheng Qi Bang Fei's figure appeared in the air, just cutting the 7 people chasing into 2 people on one side and 5 people on the other. It was not easy for one person to stop 5 people, but at this time, Zheng Qi Bang Fei had already roared at the 5 people in front of him. When he was invisible just now, Zheng Qi Bang Fei used Zheng Fei's first skill, which was rough but delicate, and now he used Zheng Fei's second skill, which was to cut off the rear alone. Riding alone and leaving behind, he roared in a certain direction, blowing away the opponent directly. This skill is the strongest among the skills that can repel opponents. Although it has no lethality, it can definitely repel the opponent. Of course, with the gap in attributes and levels, Yuxin Xiang Fei's roar only pushed back the 5 opponents by 2 steps. The opponent quickly got out of the stiffness and rushed towards Yuxin Xiang Fei. Zheng Fei's third skill. 10,000 enemies. The power is greatly enhanced, and the range attack is strong. The lethality is not particularly large, but he is extremely good at group battles, and at the same time brings a hegemonic effect. As long as he fights to the death, he will not be able to pass his interception before killing him. The 2 people in front were about to turn around and kill Yuxin Xiang Fei. At this time, Zheng Qi and Dynamic Light Wave appeared at the same time. With forbearance and offering pictures, Zheng Qi quietly got behind an opponent, and then he used the ultimate move to assassinate Qin. Jin's 3 skills added damage at the same time, plus the bonus damage brought by the backstab. The opponent had almost no reaction and was killed by him in 1 blow. After delivering this blow, Zheng Qi turned and left. The lethality brought by the assassination of Qin was the most incomparable among all the skills in the football era. It could bring an absolute lore effect, but it would put him in a very dangerous situation. Dynamic Light Wave did not use such an extreme method. When his figure appeared, he turned into an Eagle Wolf, which was Simi's ultimate move, Eagle Vision and Wolf Guarding. A set of combos were played, each of which accurately hit the opponent's equipment that was not well protected, and each of which could accurately take away a large amount of the opponent's blood. After a set of combos was played, this brother fell to the ground helplessly. After killing the opponent, Dynamic Light Wave did not retreat, but joined forces with other people who came up to respond, and wanted to fly together, blocking the opponent's pursuit. Almost in the blink of an eye, in less than a minute, Qtianya's men shrank by a quarter. Now it's 9 against 15. Zheng Qi hid at the back waiting for his condition to recover, and then said with a smile, "You guys." Qtianya also realized why the opponent took away so much blood when attacking from behind. This proved that the opponent's operation was accurate. Every attack was directed at the place where the equipment could not protect, which naturally had a better effect. Those who could perform such operations were definitely not ordinary players. Ordinary players were not so accurate. You should know that PK in the football era is not done with weapons, but with footballs. In other words, every attack must be very accurate so that the round football can hit the small unprotected area to cause the greatest damage. Ordinary players can never do this. What's more, the cooperation of this group of people does not look like ordinary players at all. Someone is invisible and then uses the teleportation skill to launch an assault. This routine can only be regarded as a basic routine in professional competitions, but it is a situation that rarely occurs in amateur competitions. After all, it is not something that ordinary people can do to transport so accurately. "You, are you members of the second team of which club?" Qtianya asked in doubt. "No, we are just ordinary players," Zheng Qi replied with a smile. "If they are quasi-professional players, then we've offended them, but please don't tease us, okay?" Qtianya said helplessly. "Really not?" Zheng Qi answered sincerely. "Really?" Qtianya's eyes lit up. "Then how about you all join my guild? Our guild is a subsidiary guild of Zheng Qi Club. If you join our guild, you'll have a great chance to join the first team of Zheng Qi Club. Our club is competing in the Super League this year, and it is the time to recruit talents. If you become a professional player, you will be able to call the shots and make a lot of money." Qtianya began to use his eloquence to try his best to pull the other party into his guild. It is very rare to have a professional level player who is still a free agent. The club generally doesn't mind giving them a position. After all, there is no need to pay a transfer fee. If he can get a professional player to join the guild, then this credit will be enough for him to become a professional player signed by the club. "Sorry, we brothers don't want to join the professional team." Zheng Qi was very moved and let him talk for a full 5 minutes before ejecting him. "What's wrong with joining a professional team?" Qtianya asked in surprise. "First, there's nothing wrong with joining a professional team, but it doesn't mean we want to join you. Second, you just beat us up. Do you want to shake hands with good friends?" "Sorry, that's impossible." Zheng Qi laughed. "Then what else do you want?" Qtianya was stunned. "Of course I'll PK you. I heard that there's no red name in the Myth Zone PK." Zheng Qi smiled and waved his hand. "Since you want to PK, why do you still listen to me so much?" Seeing that the other side had only 9 people, but they were sprinting like 1,000 troops, Qtianya asked in fear. "Are you stupid?" I just used Qin's assassination, and it takes 5 minutes to recover, Zheng Qi replied. Qi wanted to say something, but was immediately drowned by the opponent. Theoretically, Qi and his team still have the advantage of 15 people against 9 people, but there is an absolute disadvantage with 15 people. The formation was constantly broken up and divided. Although they had the advantage of numbers, they were always outnumbered by Zheng Qi and his team in some places. Qi was indeed the guild leader, he persisted to the end. We have more than 4,000 brothers in our guild, we will not let you go. After saying the last sentence fiercely, Qi also turned into light and flew away, and materials fell to the ground. As expected, he is the guild leader, he dropped more materials than others. Zheng Qi shouted with some joy. Chapter 177 Strength. Qi was almost depressed. Originally, he would not carry so many materials. You know, he is also a person who likes to make trouble. PK in the full level area is too common. Many players usually look for people to fight, and then go to get materials to repair their equipment after the fight. In such an environment, everyone will only bring basic potions and other things, and will not bring a bag of materials. If they bring them, they will be destroyed by others. But today's situation is different. They themselves died several times in the previous guild PK, and their real level dropped to level 98. Only then did they go to the old area to kill monsters to level up. Although their current level is reflected as level 100, they cannot kill dungeons below level 100, and can only kill wild monsters. However, they were lucky today, and they also got a lot of materials from killing wild monsters. These materials are basically the materials for crafting orange equipment. In the myth area, the lowest level of materials dropped is orange equipment, and the drop rate is quite high. After all, a full set of orange equipment with full attribute points is only 560 points, which is less than the average attribute points of players. Qi and his teammates had a full set of orange equipment because they had lost a lot of equipment materials in the previous PK, and their equipment degraded to orange equipment. Otherwise, with their status, they would still have a full set of gold equipment, although their attribute points could not fill the attribute points of a full set of gold equipment. Today, they got a lot of orange equipment materials and a small part of gold equipment materials. Before they had time to return to the guild to upgrade their equipment, they ran into Zheng Qi and his team, and were wiped out by Zheng Qi and his team. All the equipment they got wasted and all the experience was lost. Basically, it was a day's work in vain. After returning to the safe zone, Qi and his teammates looked at each other in silence. They suffered a huge loss today. They bullied the newcomers, but were bullied by the newcomers. Where can they go to seek justice? Boss, I think you have to change your temper. Have you hit a hard nail? Said a teammate. Damn, these guys must be newcomers, but their operations are really good. It would be great if we could pull them over. Qi said angrily. I don't think it's a good idea. The professional players are not interested, said another teammate. Maybe they look down on our level team. After all, the outstanding new players from the grassroots have high standards. They want to become professional players and aim to join the super team. No, I can't swallow this breath. Only by killing them once can I relieve my hatred. Qi said fiercely. Then what should we do? Asked the teammate. Gather all the people and kill them once. Qi said. Call the people from the elite team. It doesn't need to be too many, 100 is enough. I don't believe they can still fight 10 people with one. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? If we really come as a team and attack on the ground, even if there are 9 people from the professional team, they may not be able to stop this. Another person said. So we have to crush them with overwhelming force to let them know that relying on their own skills is not enough. Only with power can we gain a foothold in the myth zone. Qi said viciously. So, they started to organize a team. Although the guild led by Qi was a marginal guild, it was still no problem for a marginal guild to raise an elite team. Of course, there was still a big gap between their elite team and the elite team of the top core guilds. At least the core guilds and professional clubs could pull out an elite team and win against a team of top professional players. Qi claim that he could beat professional players was mostly bragging. Of course, in their opinion, it was no problem to deal with 9 newcomers. In the guild, Qi certainly couldn't say that he provoked the other party first but was killed by the other party. Instead, he announced in the guild that he was ambushed by a group of newcomers who didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. Now what our guild has to do is to teach those despicable newcomers a lesson and let them know that the myth area is a place with rules. What kind of guild leader brings out what kind of members? Qtianya is a guild leader who likes to stir up trouble, so the guild members under him can also be regarded as brave and aggressive. Although they are nothing in the myth area, they never give up every time they PK, and they have formed their unique style. In such a situation, when they heard that their guild leader was beaten to death by newcomers, Qtianya didn't need to incite them much, and they directly pulled out a group of screaming guys. A group of people rushed to the level 98 area with great momentum, but they looked for the boss everywhere, but couldn't find anyone. Where did these guys go? Qtianya fell into deep thought. The mythology area is too large, and it is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone. In addition, there is no positioning function in the game. Since they have escaped, it is really difficult to find them again. They can't run away even if they want to. Tell the guys in the guild to pay attention to Ring Pingshen, Yix and Xiang Fei, these 9 IDs. Report them immediately if you find them. They should be leveling in the level 90 area recently. Hang around these places more. Qtianya said a little unhappy. The guild members nodded one after another. This kind of thing is very common. The mythology area is too large and there are too many players. If you have a grudge with a certain guild today, it is possible that the two sides will not meet once in the mythology area for more than a month. So many times, when there are conflicts between guilds and they have to take action to solve them, they will directly issue a challenge, pick a place and start beating each other, and fight until the end. It has to be a public place instead of an arena, because there will be no loss in the arena whether you win or lose. And now Qtianya is planning to bring a group of people to bully others. Of course he can't issue a challenge. 100 people fighting 9 people will become the laughing stock of the whole myth area if such a challenge is spread. 9 people fighting 9 people? Qtianya doesn't dare to. Where did Zheng Qi and the others go? After picking up all the materials, Zheng Qi and the others went directly to the safe area, found the blacksmith, and started to forge equipment. They have a lot of attribute points that are not used. After all, the materials they get in the ordinary area can only make purple equipment. During this period, they have also obtained a lot of materials. With the materials that exploded today, it is enough for them to upgrade all their equipment to gold equipment. Orange equipment materials are exploded everywhere, and the explosion rate of gold equipment materials is lower, but it is not too little. What is really difficult to get is red equipment materials and legendary materials, which are only exploded by the bosses of top dungeons and wild bosses. After some forging, Zheng Qi and his team's equipment was completely new. Purple to orange equipment is the most basic equipment for players in the myth zone, and gold equipment is the most common equipment, but most players can't fill up all the attribute points of gold equipment. Gold equipment can increase the upper limit of each attribute point to 80 points. To fill it all up, 640 attribute points are required. Many ordinary players may not get so many attribute points in their entire lives. We look like Muvo Riche with a golden glow. After finishing the equipment, Zheng Qi looked at himself, then looked at the others, and couldn't help laughing. Wait until the red equipment era, it will be much better, at least it looks murderous. Dynamic light wave comforted him. Legendary equipment is still good looking, you can match the color yourself, it's colorful and beautiful. Sujing said with admiration. Then work hard to forge legendary equipment. After all, with our attribute points, we can always keep it on legendary equipment and save materials. Zheng Qi laughed. Next, shall we continue to level up? Or go to the place just now? Dynamic Light Wave asked. Whatever, we can go to another place. We don't want to be easily found by others. The guy we just killed seems to be the guild leader. If he finds a group of people to make things difficult for us, it will be troublesome. Zheng Qi said. Yes, we will reach the maximum level in a few days. Then we can participate in the competition. There is no need to waste time on them. Yashing Xiang Fei nodded. Practice, practice. Others shouted. In their opinion, although Qtianya has a name that looks very cool, his strength is really not worth mentioning. After all, in the new area, they often competed against Liu Shibo, Jin, and the semi-professional players of the professional team. Now Liu Shibo has played in the second half of the league that has just been opened. As a defensive player of Nangguo, he performed well. Although Jin has not played in the Changfen first team, with Changfen's intensive games this year, he will be useful sooner or later. It's not that professional players don't need rotation. In fact, although there seems to be no physical problem in the game, there is no need for rotation. However, there are many rotations in the game. Holographic games consume too much energy. Each game allows unlimited substitutions, as long as there are 11 players on the field. Therefore, in professional teams, although the first-line team often has as many as 20 or 30 people, there are very few players who sit on the bench for a long time and don't play, unless his strength is really not up to the requirements of playing. After playing with such players, Zheng Qi and others really didn't think that the president of the 83rd Guild of a Class A club was anything great. They don't want a conflict now, but they don't want to waste time on it. After reaching level 100, it will be even more difficult to conflict with each other. At the time, they will compete with the guilds of those super clubs. Yes, although Zheng Qi and others are newcomers, they have high vision. Today's encounter is not so much a PK as it is to say that the other party came to give them some materials. 9 people against 15 people, Zheng Qi and his team didn't spend too much energy and killed all the opponents, although they had never won even a single game in friendly matches. After such training, they no longer cared about ordinary PK. You know, they often lost in friendly matches, but in ordinary PK, they were more adapted and had a high winning rate against professional players. This was the confidence they had in stirring up some waves in the myth zone. It was also their strength. Chapter 178 Challenge. In the following days, everything was calm and nothing happened. In fact, there were not many people like Q and Tianya who liked to steal monsters. Although there were PKS in the myth zone at any time and anywhere, and PKS often started for no reason, and even a PK of a few people became a large-scale PK with the participation of most guilds, there were still not many people who were bored enough to steal monsters. Because ordinary monsters were everywhere, there was really no need to steal them. Although the number of bosses was scarce, that was relative to the number of guilds and the crowd. Basically, hundreds of bosses would refresh every day. The number of bosses in the myth zone was limited, randomly refreshed at any time, and 1,000 bosses would refresh within a week. If there were not so many people, in other games, 1,000 bosses a week would be worthless. Although the members under Q and Tianya had been wandering around the old area these days, trying to find trouble with Zheng Qi and his friends, their luck was not good. After wandering around for several days, they did not meet Zheng Qi and his friends. But think about it, although the area from level 95 to 99 is much smaller than the max level area, it is much larger than other areas, because many players can only come to this area to make up for their experience after losing experience, so it is much larger than other areas. Q Tianya said that he mobilized all the people in the guild, but his guild has only a few thousand people at most. In such a large area, they can't even see a splash, so it's normal that they can't meet anyone. And they can't always hang out in low-level areas. As a max-level player, only by going to the max-level area can they get what they want. So after a day or two, most people just dispersed, until one day, you're actually wearing gold equipment. Give me back my materials. When Q and Tianya saw Zheng Qi and the others in the safe area of the max-level area, the anger that had been calmed down came out again. See Queen, didn't I just blow you up once? Tell me with your conscience, can we all upgrade from purple equipment to gold equipment after just one blow? Zheng Qi said confidently. Q Tianya choked. He certainly knew that the materials that were dropped that day, even if they were orange equipment, might not be able to successfully upgrade a person's entire body, let alone red equipment. You are all level 100? Q Tianya asked. Zheng Qi nodded. They have been leveling up very quickly these days. There is a saying that after reaching the maximum level of 100, the real fun of the football era begins. They are also looking forward to this day. Today, they have just upgraded to the maximum level together, and went to the Chang'an city in the maximum level area for a walk, and then they were ready to throw themselves into the great cause of making trouble and snatching boss everywhere, but they were bumped into by Q and Tianya. Join our guild, there are benefits. Q Tianya said unwillingly. Brother, you are too shameless. Didn't you say you didn't want to join? Why are you still entangled? Zheng Qi said helplessly. We still have big things to do. What big things? Q Tianya said immediately. What does it have to do with you? Zheng Qi snorted. If you don't tell me, I will find someone to beat you up. Q Tianya began to threaten. Ha ha. Zheng Qi laughed. Don't think I'm kidding. We have thousands of brothers. Now I've seen you. As long as you leave the safe zone, thousands of brothers will surround you immediately. I just want to ask you if you were afraid. Q Tianya continued to threaten. Your guild only has thousands of people. Isn't it too few? Zheng Qi asked. Q Tianya blushed. This is indeed a bit unreasonable, but, do you think you 9 people can deal with our guild? Q Tianya asked. How do you know if you don't try? We are going to brush the dungeon next. After brushing, we will level up in Wesuli. If you have the ability, come to us. Zheng Qi waved his hand and left without looking back. In the safe zone, Qtianya was unwilling to do anything. He could only watch Zheng Qi and others leave the safe zone. Another difference between the myth zone and the ordinary zone is that the dungeons in the ordinary zone are all in the safe zone, and you can enter the dungeons directly from the safe zone, while the dungeons in the myth zone are not in the city. You have to leave the city before you can enter the dungeons. Zheng Qi and his team have now left the safe zone, which means they can attack them at any time. However, Qtianya's face turned red and white, and he couldn't open his mouth to say so. Chang'an City is a big city. Although there are hundreds of such big cities in the full-level area, the existence of hundreds of millions of players means that any big city is full of bustling people. Chang'an City is no exception. Zheng Qi's voice just now was so loud that many players around heard it. From a certain perspective, this was Zheng Qi and his team taking the initiative to challenge Qtianya's guild. If you have the guts, come to Wisyu to find us. Such words have been heard by many people. If Qtianya still attacks the opponent in the middle, it will be very embarrassing. No one will not care about a serious challenge. Gather the elite group. We will not bully them. We will just send our elite group. It doesn't matter how many of them come. Qtianya shouted while gritting his teeth. This meant that he accepted the challenge from the other party, and the statement "no matter how many people come from the other party, we're just one group" also seemed to prevent them from losing face. Brother is still very smart. There are only 9 of them. Hehe, but the others don't know. Then it's not our fault that we use our numbers to bully the few. It's because they don't send so many people. It's not our fault either. Qtianya made a little calculation in his mind, and then began to mobilize the elite group of the guild, the 83rd branch of Zheng Qi. In a guild like this, the president's mobilization ability is not very strong. After all, many players join the guild based on their interests and hobbies, so he can't easily mobilize a group of the most outstanding masters, but since the other party has to go to the dungeon first, he should have enough time to mobilize people. In the past few days, they have not been idle. They have made up for their experience and equipment. Although their attribute points are not enough to reach the attribute limit of gold equipment, at least the equipment must reach gold equipment. Orange equipment materials are not rare in the myth area, and gold equipment materials are a little rarer. However, the accumulation of the guild over the years is enough for the top leaders to have a set. Ordinary guilds do not have much left in red equipment materials and legendary materials, and some are also provided to professional clubs. After pulling a group of people together, Qtianya looked at everyone's equipment, and then arranged 10 teams with the team as the core, with 10 top leaders as captains, so as to prepare for good command and dispatch. The number of people in the elite group is actually a bit too much. Even when pushing a 100-man dungeon, 100 people cannot rush in at once. A good commander is needed. Large-scale 100-man dungeon teams often only have one chance a week. Most 100-man teams can kill half of the progress once a week, which is already amazing. Even the elite teams of large guilds find it quite difficult to break through such a 100-man dungeon team. Now that they were going to PK, they couldn't organize in a chaotic manner. One team was the easiest to command. The other side had only 9 people, and they had 10 teams. As long as they could separate the other side, there wouldn't be any problems. Even if they couldn't separate them, as long as they always had 2 teams following them, there wouldn't be any problems. In online games, the advantage of numbers was still very important. Professional players who could defeat hundreds of enemies with one person would not appear in the football era, otherwise Lu Xiaoshan would not have created a record of killing only 13 ordinary players alone. No matter how strong this group of people was, could they be stronger than Lu Xiaoshan? With a numerical advantage of more than 10 to 1, it was absolutely no problem to kill this group of people. Qtianya calculated in his mind and felt that there was absolutely no problem. Then he looked at the time and found that only more than an hour had passed. Everyone, take a good rest. They are brushing dungeons. It will take them several hours to brush the full-level dungeons. Now we can go to a river to fight and adapt. Qtianya said to the members of the elite group. Naturally, the others had no objection. Anyway, they usually brush monsters and get materials. The Wihi River produces a lot of materials. They are free to do it. At this moment, a group of people left Chang'an City and headed for Wihi River. Wihi River is one of the leveling areas near Chang'an City. Like all the leveling areas in football era, the area is quite vast. There are plains on both sides of the wide river. There are many reefs in the river for players to stand. The boss that may refresh is the witty Dragon King, and the small monsters are various shrimp soldiers and crack generals in the river, as well as the shilling soldiers and tiger and leopard riders on the shore. As a full-level area, brushing monsters in these places is not the key to leveling naturally. The key is to fight for various useful materials. Therefore, at any time, there are many players in the Withy River leveling area, which is also a PK-prone area. However, no one came to challenge Qintianya and his team today. The news that a group of newcomers had challenged Qintianya's guild had begun to spread in a small circle. After all, for the players, it was a bit boring to just kill monsters on weekdays. They were happy to come and watch such a challenge. It is said that the group that challenged us had only 9 people. No way, Qintianya led a team of 100 people. Even if there were 9 professional masters, they might not be able to defeat us. Newcomers always don't know their place. It is said that there is a group of very powerful newcomers in the new district this year. They suppressed the members of those professional teams. The leaders are Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi and they, the ones we challenged today. They can't beat 100 people. Do you really think they are all Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qings? If Lu Xiaoshan brought his 8 Vajra, they might still win. Well, Qintianya's people are not strong men, but the newcomers are just joking. That's right. Let the newcomers know the level of the Myth District, so that they can learn a lesson. You think too much about wanting to show off your power in the Myth District. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 179 Shame. Listening to the discussions of the players around him, Qintianya felt particularly refreshed. The discussions of these people were exactly what he had in mind. Fame is also very important. For an ordinary guild, if it can attract a lot of attention, it is also a political achievement. Even if the victory is not fair, as long as the opponent can be defeated cleanly, it can still win praise. As for the previous incident where 20 people on our side were wiped out by 9 people on the other side, no one else saw it, so just pretend he didn't exist. Qintianya has already figured out how to show his magnanimity and how to use a sophisticated overall siege to make the opponent die instantly. In this way, it can at least become a topic of conversation for people for a few days. There have been no professional competitions in recent days, so the possibility of players talking about it is much greater. After becoming famous, it will be easier for the guild to recruit people and be noticed by the club's top management. And the group of newcomers who don't know the height of the world will probably be discouraged after being treated like this once. Then they can find a way to contact them and there will still be a chance to recruit them. I heard that these guys are making a big fuss in the new area. There is a guild alliance of hundreds of thousands of people. If they can really be brought over, it would be great. Maybe they can become the alliance boss of all the guilds in this club. This is Qintianya's biggest ambition. He is loyal to Zheng Qi club and has never thought about pulling a group of people to join other clubs. But Qintianya overlooked one thing: since the other party has made such a big situation in the new area, even if he is killed once, will they be willing to join a guild of a Class A club? Qintianya really didn't think about this. Now he is only worried that Zheng Qi and his team will not come. Obviously, Zheng Qi and his team don't want to carry a reputation of breaking their promises as soon as they enter the myth area, so after Qintianya and his team brushed monsters for an hour, Zheng Qi and his team appeared in everyone's sight. The random people who were watching the fun while spawning monsters around immediately became excited. The real boss finally arrived. Well, Zheng Qi, what an impressive name. Very famous in the new area. My brother joined their guild in the new area, and he almost worships him to death. This kid, isn't our teen head good enough? He actually joined an amateur guild. It's okay, when we get to the myth area, Fact will let them know that ordinary guilds have no future. The chats of the spectators kept drilling into the ears of others. Zheng Qi's face did not change, and he was still smiling. Su Jing felt a little nervous. Do we really want to fight them? Or on land? If it's a water battle, we may have an advantage, Su Jing said in the team channel. The people in the water battle are not stupid. Don't they see the terrain nearby? There are reefs all around the water surface. Occupying the reefs means occupying the high point. They have 2 teams on the reefs to prevent us from entering the water. Zheng Qi looked around and said with a smile in the team channel. If it's a ground confrontation, there's no way we'll survive. Dynamic Light Wave looked around and sighed. There was a system message before, didn't you guys notice it? Zheng Qi asked. Everyone was stunned, but Jixinfei smiled slightly. Just when Chaos Mat Blade was still thinking about some system message and started flipping through the system message column, Zheng Qi had already walked to a place not far in front of Qintianya. You came as you said, and you did what you said, not bad. Qintianya gave a thumbs up, fully demonstrating the appreciation of a senior. You said you would come, so of course you came. Zheng Qi laughed. Your guild has a lot of people, why did you only come as a group? As soon as this was said, the other players watching had only one thought in their minds. Is this guy crazy? 100 against 9, in the mid zone, it is basically equivalent to a numerical advantage that can crush 9 professional players, but Rin Pinshen still said that there are not enough people. I think he thought that he was going to die anyway, so it would be better if the other party had more people, so that it would not be so embarrassing to die. Someone in the crowd began to complain, and when it fell into Qintianya's ears, the somewhat suspicious Qintianya was relieved. Yes, this is probably just to die more gloriously, no need, we're an old-fashioned guild, and sending such a group of people is enough. Qintianya laughed. So preferential treatment for us? Zheng Qi asked. You are newcomers, so it is reasonable to treat us a little preferentially. Qintianya said shamelessly. Well, that's easy to say, that is to say, today's confrontation is between our 5th guild and Josh and Shibji an 83rd guild. Zheng Qi smiled. You have a guild? Qintianya was stunned. How fresh, our guild is very famous in District 108. Zheng Qi pointed to the top of his head. Qintianya then noticed that compared with the previous few days, the ID above Zheng Qi's head, in addition to the name Rin Pinshen, also had a prefix. Extraordinary Guild. There must be a guild prefix in front of the ID, of course, you need to join the guild. Newcomers who join the guild in the ordinary area will have the guild prefix after entering the myth area, but there is a prerequisite, that is, the guild in the ordinary area is a branch of the main guild in the myth area, so there will be a prefix. Zheng Qi and his friends didn't have a prefix before, because the extraordinary guild didn't have a guild in the myth area before. But now it has. This means that the extraordinary guild in the myth area has received a response from 100 people and has been established. Only then did Lianzi Quangdao turn to the previous system message, that was a system message from a day ago, but the rough-tempered Lianzi Quangdao didn't notice it. The extraordinary guild has reached 100 people responding and is officially established. Guilds in the myth area do not need to be upgraded, including newly established guilds. As long as the connected guilds in the ordinary area reach level 50, then as soon as the new guild is established, it will be the maximum level 50. Of course, for such a guild, the guild warehouse is empty and will not be conjured up for you out of thin air. After noticing this, Qintianya immediately realized that he had been fooled again. It was obvious that Zheng Qi had been leading the topic to the confrontation between the two guilds. This was a trap. Even if Qintianya wanted to mobilize all the people in his guild, there was not enough time. Go, kill them. Qintianya waved his arms and shouted loudly. Now he didn't care about his temperament or anything. The night was long and dreams were many. He had to kill these 9 guys first. Let him kill. Zheng Qi snapped his fingers and laughed. Huge shouts of killing rang out all around. The bored onlookers only noticed at this time that among them, there were many low-level newcomers who didn't know when they had appeared. Low-level, meaning that these newcomers were not high in level, basically just over level 80, but there were many of them. Just counting them, there were no less than a few thousand people rushing over. I don't know how they rushed all the way from the low-level area to the full-level area. There was no level limit in the myth area, and there was no limit for players at level 80 to enter the full-level area, as long as you can get through. It is obvious that it is not difficult for thousands of people to cross those low-level areas when they are organized together. And now, these thousands of people have surrounded Qintianya's elite group from the outside. Don't let the majority bully the minority, Qintianya said weakly. Now it's a contest between guilds. Who will tell you fairness? If you really want fairness, you can send out 10 and we will send out 10, one-on-one. Zheng Qi shouted. Qintianya was speechless now. Originally, they wanted to bully the minority with the majority. Go, kill them. Zheng Qi waved his hand without any more nonsense. Thousands of members of the Extraordinary Guild attacked Qintianya's pitiful 100 people at the same time. Although there is a huge advantage in level 80 level fighting 100 level, even if it hits, the loss of physical value is very small, but the opponent has more people. What is the saying that too many ants bite the elephant to death? This is what happened now. Qintianya's elite group struggled for less than a minute before they died tragically. The ratio was almost 50 to 1. It was too difficult to survive under such a concentrated fire. We didn't provoke this challenge, but our Fifth Guild will not take the initiative to provoke a fight, nor will we avoid a fight. Zheng Qi said this to the onlookers around. The onlookers were a little speechless. Damn, you have thousands of people fighting against 100 people, and you can still say it so righteously, but think about it carefully. It seems that Fifth Guild did nothing wrong in this challenge. After all, Rin Pingshan asked why the other party only came with 100 people at the beginning, and it was Qun Tianya who generously said that we only needed 100 people. At the time, everyone thought Qun Tianya was shameless, but now it seems that these newcomers are even more shameless. But as the boss of an old guild, it is really shameful that even the shameless can't beat the newcomers. Qun Tianya, who refreshed in the safe zone again, looked sluggish. The loss today was too great. He had originally wanted to have a crushing victory, but was crushed by the opponent. Qun Tianya would not be so naive as to think that the opponent's despicable behavior would win them sympathy points. As an old bird, he could not even beat the newcomers in despicable behavior, so he would only be laughed at. Besides, he couldn't just limit the opponent to only those 9 people. Rin Pingshan and his team had the title of the boss in the new area, and had a group of core teammates. Could they let the opponent not use them? No matter how he thought about it, it was a shameful thing for him. It didn't matter if he was embarrassed, but the whole guild would be embarrassed as well. At the same time, the entire Shinshijia Guild alliance would also be affected. In the next few days, the news that Qun Tianya failed to show off and was fucked would probably become a topic of conversation for many players, right? With such bad consequences, Qun Tianya seemed to find that his dream of becoming a professional player was about to leave him. The most important thing was that after losing such a big person, he couldn't even keep his current position as the president of the guild, right? I'm wrong. Chapter 180. We can cooperate. When was our guild established? I didn't even notice it. Yuanzi Quangdao asked Zheng Qi excitedly. You don't pay attention to system messages. It's been established for a day, okay? Besides, your ID prefix has changed, didn't you notice it? Zheng Qi asked. Who would always look up? I didn't notice it either. Dynamic Light Wave said. You can't do this. In a scary place like the Mythology District, you must always observe everywhere. Zheng Qi said. It's like you've been in the Mythology District. Dynamic Light Wave complained. Respect the president. By the way, we have to arrange for the upgrade of others next. We have to upgrade to level 100 quickly. Zheng Qi turned to Lu Li and said. As the core members of the new district guild, Lu Li, Wei Jiangshan and Sui Qingfeng were the first members of the extraordinary guild to enter the mythology district after Zheng Qi and his team. It was their response that allowed the extraordinary guild to be established, and Zheng Qi had called them all over before the appointment, so that he could complete today's feat. But they're only over level 80 now. It is tiring and slow to level up in the max level area. It is totally unnecessary. It's okay. I have experience in leveling in the myth area. Although I don't have much experience, I will be able to do it after a few times. Lu Li patted her chest and said with great responsibility. Lu Li is a talent in administrative management in our company. It's always right to leave it to her. Su Jing said with a smile. Yes, Miss Lu has helped us a lot during this period. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have so many people who could ensure the equipment and quickly enter the myth area. Sui Qingfeng was also praising. It's a piece of cake, but the equipment materials we will fight for next are mostly orange equipment. High-level materials still need you elite masters to get more. Lu Li said. No problem, leave the gold equipment materials to us. Zheng Qi nodded. The drop rate of orange equipment materials is relatively high in low-level areas, but for gold equipment materials, you have to go to the full-level area to have a higher drop rate. As for the higher-level red equipment legendary equipment materials, they can only be produced in top-level dungeons and wild bosses. With the number of people, Zheng Qi and his team cannot play top-level dungeons. They are capable of passing those 10-person dungeons or even 20-person dungeons. However, although there are red equipment materials in those places, the drop rate is quite low. In the football era, without the power of the guild, it is really difficult for us to support a good set of equipment with just a few people. Xinzailan couldn't help but sigh. Yes, so our goal is not these things. After Lu Li took the others to the low-level area to level up, Zheng Qi and his team were left with only 9 people. First, brush the dungeons that can be brushed, and then, let's find someone. Zheng Qi said to everyone. Yashing Sai Bang Fei nodded and didn't say much. In this team, in terms of technology, Zheng Qi is no worse than Zheng Qi, but he is not used to giving orders. For ordinary players, a 20-man copy requires 20 people, and it may not be possible to pass it. However, for Zheng Qi and his team, although there are only 9 people, it is not difficult. As they pushed forward, Zheng Qi and his team were also training their skills in switching heroes and skills. When there was no training ground for a professional club, there were various copies and scenes in the football era that could be used for training. This was naturally told to them by Butlermeng. In this regard, Butlermeng is simply an encyclopedia. This also made other people more and more interested in Butlermeng. They wanted to know Butlermeng's history and so on. However, in front of the experienced Butlermeng, their intentions to ask questions all fell through. After brushing this 20-man copy, Zheng Qi and his team were lucky. In addition to dropping some gold equipment materials, they also dropped enough red equipment materials to upgrade a prepared one. This luck is indeed quite good. After all, the drop rate of red equipment materials is very low in copies below 100 people. Only in copies of 100 people will red equipment materials be dropped, and gold equipment materials will occasionally be dropped. Who is it for? Zheng Qi asked. Go ahead and use it. Why are you being polite? Zheng said with a smile. Then I really won't be polite. Zheng Qi chuckled. A group of people returned to Chang'an City. Zheng Qi first went to the blacksmith to upgrade his helmet to red equipment. The problem they're facing now is that the equipment level is not enough. By upgrading one piece of equipment, the extra attribute points can be used up to 10 points, which is very important. What are we going to do next? Do 10-man dungeons and 5-man dungeons? Asked Yuanzi Guangdao. Although 10-man dungeons and 5-man dungeons basically don't drop red equipment materials, the explosion rate of gold equipment materials is quite high. If we can do more, the guild's warehouse will look better. No, what we just did is enough. We need to get more advanced materials now so that our personal abilities can grow rapidly. Zheng Qi said. The others nodded. They were now wearing gold suits, but the upper limit of the attribute points of gold suits was 80 points for each attribute. Even if all the attributes were filled up, it would only be 640 points. For most ordinary players, gold suits were indeed enough, because their attribute points could not even fill up a full set of gold suits. However, for Zheng Qi and others whose attribute points were over 800, gold suits were far from enough. In this case, after upgrading to the next level, they would have 10 more attribute points. Don't underestimate these 10 points. If a single attribute exceeds the opponent by 10 points, there will be some advantages of suppression, which is also very important for personal performance. But better materials are hard to get. It's also hard for us to pass the level 20 dungeon. No matter how strong our skills are, we can't pass the 30-person, 50-person or even 100-person dungeons. This is a natural limitation. Zheng sighed. Yes, so we have to find a partner. Zheng Qi laughed. Partner? Boss, do you have any acquaintances in the myth area? That's amazing. The crazy knife of chaos shouted. Well, there is indeed an acquaintance, but don't you all know this acquaintance? Zheng Qi laughed, and his smile was quite lewd. When Qintianya saw Zheng Qi with a lewd smile appear in front of him, he almost cried out. It has only been a few days, and he has been killed twice by Zheng Qi and his friends. It is not easy to make up for the experience. Is it necessary to do it a third time? It's not that Qintianya has never thought about revenge, but how to retaliate. He can't beat the opponent in a one-on-one duel, and he can't beat the opponent in terms of numbers. Now the Fifth Guild has officially set up a sign. When it was just established, there were more than 5,000 people. Now, after only one day, it has increased to more than 8,000 people. It can be foreseen that as time goes by, there will definitely be more and more Fifth Guild players pouring into the Myth District from District 108. It is only a matter of time before Fifth Guild forms a guild alliance. In District 108, the number of members of the Fifth Guild is over 500,000. This is the result of some people leaving. Those who stay must be loyal to the Fifth Guild. According to general practice, the number of players who were able to enter the Myth District is about 50%, which means that at least 250,000 people will enter the Myth District. At the very least, it will be no problem for the Fifth Guild to organize an alliance of 20 guilds. Although Zheng Qi Club has hundreds of guild alliances, they are professional clubs after all. Apart from the 2 levels of 44 professional clubs, there are not many other guilds that can have more than 10 guild alliances, and most of them are former professional clubs. Moreover, Qi Anya did not dare to ask other guilds of the Shinshijia Guild Alliance for help. Do you think he is not embarrassed enough? So he gave up the idea of seeking revenge on Zheng Qi and the others. Most importantly, he had been worried for the past few days that after he became a laughingstock, the club's top management would be furious and remove his position as the guild leader. This is not impossible. Don't think that the top management won't have nothing to do and come to trouble a guild leader of the 83rd branch. All branches are very important to the club, and the top management will always pay attention to them. When he was worried, Zheng Qi appeared in front of him. After being startled, Qi Anya looked around and realized that this was a safe zone. Even if Zheng Qi was crazy, he couldn't attack him here. What do you want to do? Qi Anya asked cautiously. How were you doing recently? Did you sleep well? Zheng Qi asked with concern, as if he had met an old friend who hadn't seen him for many years. Qi Anya wanted to say fuck you. If it weren't for you, would I often wake up from my dreams and wet my pillow with tears recently? But he didn't dare to say that. If he was cheated by the 5th guild again and lost face, he would really lose his position as the guild leader. I didn't sleep well. Is there something wrong? So Qi Anya could only answer with a sigh of relief, and of course his tone would not be very good. Lack of sleep is not good. Is there something bothering you? If so, just say it out. It will make you feel better. Zheng Qi kept talking, and almost said, people should be happy. No one wants these things to happen. What kind of worries can there be? Qi Anya said helplessly. For men, there are only two kinds of worries, one is women, and the other is career. Zheng Qi looked like an experienced person, and gently bumped Qi Anya with his elbow, and asked ambiguously, what's wrong? Did the girl you like run away with someone? My baby is almost 10 years old. Qi Anya snorted. Congratulations, your family is complete, so you are worried because of your career, right? Zheng Qi asked after bowing. Qi Anya glanced at him, with a look of I know you still ask. The guild president is worried about performance issues, right? Zheng Qi continued to ask. Yes, it's because of performance issues. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Qi Anya said impatiently. Performance issues, we can cooperate, so that you and I can all benefit, and the country will be peaceful and the people will be safe. Isn't it wonderful? Zheng Qi said. Qi Anya was stunned. Chapter 181. 40% to 60% TSK. After being stunned for a long time, Qi Anya finally reacted. It turns out that you are here to cooperate with us. So Qi Anya's first reaction was to sneer, you have come to this day. As a result, he only cut halfway when he heard Zheng Qi ask, how is the progress of your guild in the 700-man dungeons? This question immediately touched Qi Anya's heart. For a guild, except for the top guilds that often participate in the battle for Wild Boss, the standard for all clubs and non-core guilds to measure whether they are strong is the progress of the 700-man dungeons. Of course, there are more than 700-man dungeons in Football Era. In fact, there are more than 70. However, even the 100-man dungeons are divided into difficult and easy ones. For the lowest level 100-man dungeons, if you just pull 100 wild team members to brush them, there is a great chance that they can brush them. However, the top and most difficult 700-man dungeons are extremely difficult. Except for the core guilds of each professional club, they can pass them. That is basically because they have professional players to lead them. Other non-core guilds that can pass one of the dungeons are considered outstanding. Qi Anya's guild is obviously not such an outstanding one. The outstanding non-core guilds are those who can put together their strongest team, attack one of the 700-man dungeons with all their strength and still pass it. Qi Anya's guild, on the other hand, can play all 700-man dungeons. As for whether they can pass it, it depends on luck. If the progress can exceed 50%, it will be considered a victory. Not very good. Qi Anya said with a straight face. In fact, the progress of Qi Anya's guild in the 700-man dungeons is only around 60%, and even rushing to 70% is a luxury. This is also the result of most marginal guilds. After all, players with outstanding performance will be promoted to core guilds. After all, the number of players who can form a team to pass the most difficult dungeons is not large. In this case, of course, it is necessary to ensure that the combat power is concentrated. So, this is the premise of cooperation. Zheng Qi said with a smile. How to cooperate? If I remember correctly, there are only 9 of you at the highest level ID in your guild. Qi Anya said disdainfully. We can help you pass the 7 dungeons. Zheng Qi smiled. Qi Anya was stunned. Really? Of course, you know our skills, Zheng Qi replied. Anya felt a little painful in his heart, remembering the fear of being wiped out by the opponent twice in a row. Let's not talk about the second time. The first time, it is true that the opponent's 9 people wiped out 20 of them. This level has exceeded the level of ordinary players. Anya doesn't know how high professional players can be, but at least, Zheng Qi and his team are very high in front of Anya. But there are only 9 of you, how can you help us pass the 7 dungeons? Anya still has some doubts. 1 a day is enough, Zheng Qi said indifferently. You 7 groups always have 1 a day, just leave some time. Anyway, we can help you clear all 7 dungeons successfully. No way, these 7 dungeons all need a week to complete. Anya was surprised again. That's because you can only move forward cautiously, so it takes a week. The core members of the top clubs don't need that much time at all. It's normal to clear a dungeon in 5 or 6 hours, Zheng Qi said indifferently. You all know Changfeng's record, it only took less than 4 hours. Anya did know this record, but that was the record of the Changfeng Club, 22 professional players with 78 double-flowered red sticks. Anya shouted in a daze. So we need a day, Zheng Qi explained. It's just the beginning. Once we are familiar with it, the speed will be faster. Why don't I believe it? Anya said. Just try it and you will know. Anyway, you won't lose anything. Zheng Qi smiled. That's right, but are there any conditions? Anya asked. How many materials can you get after reaching 70% of the progress? They are all yours, and the rest are ours, Zheng Qi said. There's no way to negotiate this. 70% progress, less than 20% of the materials. Anya yelled. You can only get this much anyway. Zheng Qi chuckled. Then there's no room for negotiation. Anya said firmly. Okay, after clearing the level, all the materials will be divided equally, Zheng Qi said. There are only 9 of you. Do you want to share it equally with so many of us? Anya said, by head count. That's not negotiable. Without us, you only have 70%, and it will take another week, Zheng Qi said disdainfully. In fact, we can let your team play 1 more dungeon. No matter how much materials you take for clearing the dungeon, it's a net profit. The guild also has the task of providing materials to the head guild, right? The more you provide, the more top-level materials you have, the better your performance will be, right? Don't you want to improve the ranking of your guild? If you don't agree, forget it. I'll go find other guilds. I think many guilds are willing to cooperate with me. Seeing Zheng Qi turning around and leaving, Anya became anxious. He knew very well that if Zheng Qi and his team were able to help a peripheral guild take down 7 dungeons in a week, then there would really be a large number of ordinary guilds who would ask them to help push the dungeons. Not to mention sharing the materials equally, even if it was 40%, 60%, 30%, or 70%, those guilds would still make a profit. After all, everyone can participate in the dungeon, but it is very difficult to push it to the end. Except for the core guild of the club, other guilds are the same as Anya's guild. A dungeon is only about 60% to 70% progress. And a large number of materials will only be dropped by the final boss. Only after all the maps are pushed can all the materials be obtained. The materials that can be dropped by the first 90% progress are only 30% of all the materials. As Zheng Qi said, as long as you can pass the level, even if the share is a little less, it is a free profit. If they really have this skill, they will not worry about not finding people to cooperate. Moreover, being able to get more materials from the dungeon is a very beneficial thing for Anya's guild. First, it can show better political achievements, and second, the reputation of the entire guild will rise. You must know that many guilds attract new members to join by reaching a certain amount of dungeon progress. Guilds that can reach 90% progress are easier to recruit people. Don't go, everything can be negotiated. Anya shouted at Zheng Qi. It can be negotiated, right? Then it will be 40% and 60%, you 40% and I 60%. Zheng Qi turned around and said. You, think about it. If it weren't for the fact that we know each other, I wouldn't want to cooperate with you, Zheng Qi said calmly. Okay, 40% to 60% is 40% to 60%. Anya knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. If he hesitated any longer, it would probably be 30% to 70%. That's good, we can divide the materials when the time comes. Today is Saturday. You guys prepare tomorrow. The day after tomorrow we will go to compete in the dungeon together, Zheng Qi said. Okay. Cutie Anya also thought it over. 40% to 60% is 40% to 60%. It's much better than only getting 10% of the materials before. You know, in the past, not every dungeon could reach 70% of the progress. The best dungeon only hit 70%, and the others only had more than 60%. Even 10% of the materials were not enough. Now that he can get 40%, it's much better than before. If he is greedy again, Cutie Anya feels that it is not justifiable. And if the materials that can be provided every week increase so much, it is indeed a political achievement to say it out. At least what Cutie Anya knows is that in Zheng Qi Guild Alliance, except for the top 20 core guilds, other guilds, even if they're ranked high, can only clear one dungeon a week at best, and many can't even clear one dungeon. Even if his guild invites foreign aid and can clear 7 dungeons, is there any fear that the ranking will not rise? In the game of football era, ranking is very important. Even in professional competitions, the ranking of the standings is related to the status of a club. If it can rank first, it is the champion, and if it ranks at the bottom, it will be relegated. The guilds of each club will also be ranked high or low. The top 5 guilds are easy to recruit people and have outstanding results in grabbing bosses, while other guilds can only pick up leagues. In the guild alliances, the top-ranked ones have strong soldiers and horses, and players are eager to join them. The management has good benefits, and professional players have to be polite when they meet. However, the bottom-ranked ones often cannot even get enough members. Cutie Anya, as a guild president, cannot even get a contract for professional players. This is a cruel reality. Many players have no ambition in this regard. They are just playing games. Cutie Anya is a player with certain ambitions, although his ambition is only to be a professional player who can get a contract. So in the next day, Cutie Anya was busy and flustered. His guild originally had 7 elite groups specializing in attacking the 7 dungeons. Of course, they were relatively elite groups, and now they had to adjust the manpower, and each team gave up 10 positions, because Zheng Qi had told him in advance that they were not only these 9 people, but also had a coach. It was when he heard that Zheng Qi and his team had a coach that Cutie Anya truly believed that the other party was not fooling him. Having a coach and not having a coach are 2 different things. Although the coach cannot attack monsters directly, he is like the priest in some previous games, extremely important and crucial, and is the core and soul of the entire team. Top guilds may have good coaches, but ordinary guilds like Cutie Anya and his team really don't have any. When someone fills in, someone will naturally be kicked out of the team, and those who are kicked out will of course be unhappy. Cutie Anya can only promise to let them form another team to challenge the dungeon, and at the same time promise that after successfully passing the level, the contribution points they should give will not be reduced at all. After finally taking care of everything, Cutie Anya also felt a little exhausted physically and mentally, but although he was tired, he was still very happy. After all, in the next week, he would expect his guild to create a record that has never been created before. Chapter 182. I don't know how to work. While Cutie Anya was busy, Zheng Qi and his team was certainly not idle. Although they had great confidence in passing the dungeon, Zheng Qi and his team also knew that as the 7 most difficult dungeons in the football era game, it was not so easy to pass them. The reason why it was the most difficult was that from the monsters to the elite monsters to the boss in the dungeon, each one was extremely powerful and had the ability to kill players in seconds. Although the monsters and elite monsters could only kill one player at a time, the boss had a range attack. If one player was not beaten well, it was possible that corpses would be scattered all over the ground. With the operation level of ordinary players, it was difficult to kill all the way without dying. When more than 70% of the people in a group died, it was impossible to push the map anymore, and they could only declare that the map had failed. According to statistics, the record of the minimum number of people who pushed the final boss would not be less than 70. In other words, before seeing the final boss, if more than 30 people died, then it would be impossible to pass the map, and it would only depend on where they finally fell. To push a dungeon like this, we need to clearly define the division of labor. In essence, no matter what dungeon you play, the roles of DPS, MT, and healer are the same in any game. We can count on others for DPS, because no matter what player they are, at least they can DPS, as long as they listen to us. Zheng Qi said. So our mission is to be MT and healer, right? Asked Chaos Matt Blade. Yes, this is the key, and it is also where our value lies. I have discussed this with Cutie Anya. They want to form a violent DPS group, and all players are good at DPS, so we have to be responsible for MT and healing. Uncle Ming can solve some of the healing problems, but we still need a few full-time healers. Zheng Qi said. Let me do it. I have a lot of experience in healing. Sujing smiled. Others nodded. Sujing's characteristics are carefulness and good rhythm. She may be a little weak in PK, but assistance and recovery at critical moments are her strengths. You alone can't do it. You can't take care of it. Your task is to rescue. The usual treatment depends on the four of you. Zheng Qi said to Xinzailan and the other four. Xinzailan, Xinyanal Yuanyu and Yushi nodded at the same time. They are all veterans. They are considered masters among ordinary players. But now it is obvious that the gap between their strength and others has gradually widened. The gap in strength has widened, but as a qualified healer and assistant, they have no problem. In fact, when they were in the new area and played friendly matches with those professional players, the four of them played more defensive roles to help Zheng Qi and his team charge into battle. It's up to us to pull the monsters. With the four of us, it's no problem to pull 4 smaller monsters. We can also pull 2 elite monsters. This way, the speed will be much faster. Ordinary teams only dare to pull small monsters one by one. Zheng Qi said. Yes, this is why they have to play a copy for a week, Yuan Shiquanda complained. Don't underestimate the dungeon, understand? Xiaodo, when you pull aggro, you must be careful not to jump too much, otherwise, if you fail to pull it, even a small monster can kill several players in a second. Zheng Qi warned. I know, don't worry. Yuan Shiquanda made a watch me gesture. As for the boss, we have to spend enough energy. We have to remember the characteristics of each boss, especially the characteristics and methods of their attacks, the burst of their big moves, etc. These are related to whether we can finally push the dungeon. Now we only have 10 people, it is almost impossible to upgrade the equipment, we can only find someone to cooperate with. Qtianya's guild is a good target, so we can't mess it up. Zheng Qi said at last. The others nodded. They really couldn't mess it up. With the leveling speed of the other members of the Extraordinary Guild, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to reach the maximum level. Don't look at Liu Shibo and his team who reached the maximum level from level 80 inches half a month, and Zheng Qi and his team who reached the maximum level in just 1 month. However, Liu Shibo and his team hit someone to guide them, and Zheng Qi and his team had excellent skills. For ordinary players, 2 months to reach the maximum level was considered fast. It was already August, and there were only 4 months left this year. Waiting for 2 months. Zheng Qi and his team couldn't wait. If they wanted to make some noise in the fight for the boss, their equipment had to be upgraded. Otherwise, how could their attribute points be improved? You have to know that with just a few of them, let alone snatching the boss from others, even if a boss was placed in front of them and no one interfered with them to kill it, they couldn't kill it. This was not a problem of ability, but the boss in the myth area was not something that just a few people could do. No matter how strong your personal ability is, if there are too few people, the blood you kill is not enough for the boss to recover. Only when the advantage of attribute points is reflected, they can find opportunities to make trouble. Take a good rest today, tomorrow, we have to go to work. Xinzailan said with a smile. It's impossible to work, I will never work in this life. Zheng Qi snorted. We're cooperating, okay, and we get 60% of the materials. We're the boss. How can it be considered working? Yes, at most we are partners. Sujing laughed. After chatting for a few more sentences, everyone went offline and prepared to take a good rest. Although the football era is the activity space for everyone in modern times, not everyone will spend all their time in that football era. Even if they can't do outdoor activities outside, they still have a lot of fun to try. Sujing and Luli, who have a good income, naturally have it. After coming out of the holographic cabin, Sujing first went to the company and chatted with her father. She hadn't been in charge of the company's affairs recently, because the company was on the right track. The holographic cabin production order that Zheng Qi had helped her get before had been completed. The partner was very satisfied with the answer sheet handed in by Tsun Group, and gave another 3-year order in one breath. With this order, Tsun Group has gotten rid of the primary OEM model and started to enter a higher level. After the whole company was on the right track, it made more money and the management didn't have to work too hard, so Mr. Su was very satisfied recently. He was satisfied that he had a good daughter who supported the company when he fell ill and pushed the company onto a faster development track. Unfortunately, this daughter seemed to be obsessed with football era recently and rarely came to the company. Su Qingshan had no opinion on this. His daughter had contributed a lot before. Now she wanted to live the life she wanted. What's the problem? After exchanging a few pleasantries with her father and knowing that the company was developing smoothly, Sujin felt relieved. Although she was now concentrating on playing football and her talent began to show well when she was concentrating, she still would not let go of the company. Only when the company was fine and developing smoothly could she play football with all her heart. How do you feel in football Su Qingshan asked his daughter with a smile. Very enjoyable. Although I played it before, I didn't expect that this game has so many details. Sujin replied with a smile. That's good, as long as you're happy, it's fine. Su Qingshan laughed. Sujin nodded and left her father's office. Luli was already waiting outside. The two agreed to get a beauty treatment together and then go shopping. At dinner, Sujin mentioned what Zheng Qi had said before. It's impossible to work. I will never work in this life. Luli raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes, did you notice that? Sujin picked up a spoonful of ice cream and put it in her mouth, sipping it slowly. He said these two sentences very naturally. According to the theory of housekeeping, this is what he thinks deep in his heart. That's normal. It can be seen from the beginning that Zheng Qi is a guy who is unwilling to be inferior to others. Luli nodded. He has a naive temper. Professional clubs are sometimes complicated. Sujin replied. So what we are preparing now should not be in vain. Luli laughed. Well, I hope so. In fact, now the Extraordinary Guild has a considerable advantage over many ordinary amateur teams. Sujin thought carefully. We have the foundation, the good players, and the financial resources. Sister, you can provide them. We have coaches. Let's not talk about anything else. It is possible to win to the first-class league. If we train youth training, a super team is not so far away. Luli said. Yes, the key is that I think he is a little hesitant. If you want to form a club, you should start preparing now. Sujin sighed. We can't rush this. If he can't figure it out, it's useless for us to rush. But there's still a long time this year, enough for us to prepare. Luli laughed. There's another question. Sujin said. Butler Meng. Luli knew what Sujin meant. Yes, I've always wondered if Butler Meng is an undercover agent. If he is, what he did was to make Zheng Qi embark on a professional career. Could it be that he wanted to make Zheng Qi full of hope and then bring him down to earth? Only in this way can he be willing to go home. Sujin said with some distress. Sister, don't think too much. Maybe it's not that complicated. Butler Meng is just a good butler. Luli advised. I hope so too, but the more I know Butler Meng, the more I think he is extraordinary. A coach who can be called the encyclopedia of the football era and can coach even in a super club. Why is he willing to be a butler besides Zheng Qi? To be honest, Zheng Qi is a very attractive guy, but there is no reason for such an excellent coach to stay with him all the time. Sujin sighed. Luli couldn't figure it out. It wasn't like Zheng Qi had saved Butler Meng, so Butler Meng was willing to assist him. Chapter 183. What luck. When Qiantianya came online, he felt a little complicated. Maybe because he was too excited, he was worried about gains and losses, so he couldn't sleep again last night. It can be seen that Qiantianya's psychological quality is not very good. After seeing Zheng Qi and the others, Qiantianya breathed a sigh of relief. He actually had a dream last night. He dreamed that Zheng Qi and the others stood him up. He and his members waited in the cold rain for a day, which was extremely miserable. After waking up, Qiantianya found that it was the urban youth love movie he watched recently that affected his brain. Okay, all the output groups, a full 7, are all here. Qiantianya said to Zheng Qi. Let's go first. Zheng Qi nodded. 90 full output, right. Remember to be obedient when the time comes. Then which copy should we go to first? Qiantianya asked. Are you coming too? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, I added the strength and burst to the full 80 points. Qiantianya said proudly. Can't we get a group with red clothes? Zheng Qi asked. When asking, Zheng Qi also showed off his newly upgraded helmet red outfit. Qiantianya was speechless. If he could put together a red outfit, how could his guild be only the 83rd guild? Okay, 80 points is almost enough. Let's go to the Wagyuoshan dungeon first. Zheng Qi said. Hearing this answer, Qiantianya found that it was expected and unreasonable. Speaking of expected, the 7 100-man dungeons are all dungeons with mythological backgrounds. The Wagyuoshan dungeon is relatively simple among the 7 dungeons. It is normal to start with this dungeon. Speaking of unreasonable, it is naturally the extremely high popularity of the final boss of the Wagyuoshan dungeon, the Monkey King. It really makes people feel complicated to use this national idol as a breakthrough point right from the start. Although the game is just a game, there are still countless players who have deep feelings for Sun Wukong. Starting with the Wagyu dungeon does seem a bit cruel. Then let's start now. Qi Anya said. Don't you prepare some good potions? Zheng Qi asked. We're all ready. Qi Anya said strangely. As a guild, they would have plenty of potions for the dungeon. Basically, they brought the highest level instant recovery potions. These potions have a long cooling period, but they can save lives. We didn't bring any. Zheng Qi said confidently. Qi Anya returned to the guild with a smile and tears, took a bunch of potions, and then distributed them to Zheng Qi and the others. They were all going to cooperate, so it would be meaningless to be stingy with these potions. Moreover, Zheng Qi and the others had just reached the maximum level not long ago, so it was normal that they didn't have money to buy potions. Okay, let's set off now. Zheng Qi snapped his fingers, and then joined Qi Anya's team. A group of people entered the Wagyu dungeon in a mighty manner. What a beautiful view. Su Jing stared at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. The rocks collapsed, the waves crashed against the shore, and thousands of piles of snow rolled up. What appeared in front of everyone was a towering mountain, surrounded by water on all sides, with an endless sea in the distance. On top of the mountain, there were lush grasses and jagged rocks, a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Of course it's beautiful, this has always been one of the top 10 most unforgettable scenes in the mythology area. Qi Anya muttered. In the football era, there are many players who don't fight monsters. Places like the Flower and Fruit Mountain dungeon can be entered and exited at will. As long as they set it not to fight monsters, they can tour the entire dungeon like ordinary tourists. Of course, they came here to fight monsters this time, so they naturally couldn't stay in front of the beautiful scenery for too long. We have fought this dungeon many times. The key is that the monsters are too lethal. We always lose a lot of people in the process. The first thing we have to cross is this river. There are many small monsters in the river. It is very difficult for us to pull them one by one. Qi Anya was about to talk about the difficulties he faced. But just when he said half of his words, he saw Yin Pingshen, Yuxin Shiang Fei, Dongyan Guanbo and Yuan Shiquanduo jump into the water from the shore at the same time. What the hell? What do you four want to do? Pulling 4 monsters at a time will kill people. Qi Anya shouted in shock. The other no. 89 warriors under his command also broke out in cold sweats. Usually, they pull monsters carefully. If they pull one monster up, there will probably be no loss. But if they pull 2 monsters out at once, at least 1 or 2 people will die. The monster pulling is based on the number of people. If one person goes down, at least 1 monster will be alarmed. If the movement is larger, 1 more monster will be alarmed. But now 4 people went down at once, so at least 4 monsters will be pulled in. Sure enough, the next moment, when Zheng Qi and his team emerged from the water and came to the shore, they were followed by 4 shrimp soldiers and crack generals. Masters are masters, but they are too reckless, Qi Anya sighed in his heart. Seeing that the 4 of them rushed down together, they happened to pull 4 monsters. It was known that their monster pulling skills were quite good. They had all gone down in the seawater surrounding Wagyu Mountain. There were a lot of shrimp soldiers and crack generals in it, and the hatred and bond between them was very high. It was difficult to pull a monster without alarming the monsters around them. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi and his team still only pulled out 4 monsters, which shows that their operation level is really excellent. But, after all, they still attracted 4 monsters. Qi Anya knew that these shrimp soldiers and crack generals looked very fragile, but they were actually quite fierce. Each monster had a huge killing power. The 800 physical points brought by 800 physical points would kill them with 1 blow. At this time, his men began to panic. It was not that they had never seen the world, but they had fought 2 monsters at a time, but fighting 4, damn, they really had no such experience. Don't panic, stand still, remember your team number, and listen to my command. The shout of housekeeper Meng came over. His voice was not loud, but it calmed down the other panicked players. After stepping on the shore, Zheng Qi and others began to deal with the monsters. They kept launching attacks and switching various skills. Soon, they firmly pulled the hatred of the 4 monsters, one by one, and they were clearly distinguished. The one following Rin Pingshen is monster number 1, the one following Yixin wants to fly is monster number 2, the one following the dynamic light wave is monster number 3, and the one following the chaotic mad knife is monster number 4. Remember it. Housekeeper Meng continued to ask. The players of Qi Guild, who are still in a daze watching Zheng Qi and his team always narrowly avoid the attacks of the monsters and constantly hit the monsters' bodies to attract their hatred, finally reacted. Okay, if you remember, Team 1 will help attack monster number 1, Team 2 will attack monster number 2, Team 3 will attack monster number 3, and the others will prepare their skills and listen to my command. Butler Meng raised his hand. Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3 immediately began to attack the first 3 monsters indiscriminately, while the other 6 teams focused their attention and waited for Butler Meng's command. Team 10 switched to Jiajinglei state, and used the attribute of Jiezhu. Team 4 switched to Gnui state, visual attack, coordinates 145.278. Butler Meng said quickly, and then marked a certain position. The attacks of the 4 teams were all launched at that moment. And just as they were attacking, Chaos Mad Blade retreated, just attracting the monster chasing him to the coordinates marked by Butler Meng. This time, the monster was attacked 10 times from a distance. Although the biggest function of this move is to repel the opponent, the incidental lethality is not small, not to mention the superposition of 10 attacks. The health of the monster immediately dropped by 1/10. Team 5, Cleopatra switch, poison skill, the location is, Butler Meng marked a location again. All the players in Team 5 immediately switched to the hero Cleopatra, and the poison skill was instantly spread to that location. The monster that was just repelled was immediately poisoned 10 times. Poisoning will not cause instant blood loss, but it will cause continuous blood loss. Although the monsters in the 100-man dungeon have strong poison resistance, after being poisoned 10 times in a row, the health is also visibly reduced. There are not many skills that can attack from a distance, but they can't stand the rotation. The location marked by Butler Meng is always quite accurate. Even if other players are fools, they know what to do. In this way, when the first monster fell under the rotation of the 6 teams, the health of the other 3 monsters also dropped a lot. Because when Butler Meng was commanding the killing of this little monster, he also asked the other 3 teams to attack from a distance from time to time. If one was killed, would the others be slow? Soon, under the precise command of Butler Meng, the other 3 little monsters also died one by one. When all 4 little monsters died, the entire team of 100 people had no casualties. This alone would be fine, but it took less than 5 minutes to kill 4 little monsters, which was enough to surprise everyone. According to their usual method of pushing the map, they would pull the monsters one by one and then kill them. If they were lucky, they might not suffer any casualties after killing 4 little monsters, but it would take at least half an hour. This difference is too big, no wonder the other party is confident that they can solve a dungeon within a day. Okay, let's continue to pull the monsters. Just pay attention to the cooldown switching of the skills. I often don't have time to command. In addition to the 6 teams I specifically command, the other 3 teams, when I mark them, you just use long-range skills to attack them. Don't hesitate, understand? Butler Meng waved his hand and said to all team members. This time, all the members of Qi Guild remained silent. They answered in unison, expressing their understanding. Qi also answered, and he was completely convinced at this time. It was indeed a blessing for them to be able to cooperate with such a team. From this point of view, if they had not clashed with the other party twice before, this good thing might not have fallen on his head. What luck, what luck! Qi said in his heart. Chapter 184 Mountaineering. Through the killing process of these 4 monsters, Qi already knew the opponent's means of pushing the map. But even if he knew, he couldn't copy it. His men were doing the most basic long-distance output work, which everyone can do, no matter how skilled they are, as long as they can enter the myth zone. There is no problem at all to complete such a task. However, the 2 key points in the monster killing process are not output. The first point is that there are 4 people who can hold the monsters. This is a technical job. Ring Pinsheng's 4 people almost kept dodging the opponent's attacks, and then held the enemy monsters tightly, to the point where other people could output as much as they wanted without OT, which means that the opponent's operation level and the method of pulling hatred are far beyond ordinary people. Another key is the command of Butler Meng. Mark the location at the right time, and then let others just output like a fool. What kind of operation is this? This is an operation that even 10 professional players in a team can't do. Although the elite teams of the core guilds are all led by professional players, the success of pushing the map depends on the overall level of the professional players and the overall output strength of the entire team. It is definitely not a foolproof approach. A coach who can do this has a high status in any club and is unlikely to do such a thing. Piffin Guild has such a coach. Maybe this old man is just good at pushing the dungeon, but such existence is even rarer. No matter how big the guild is, it is difficult to have such a coach. Qutianya began to feel that the other party should take this 60%, or even 60% as less. With their level, just finding a wild team to push the dungeon will not be too bad. It is much easier to satisfy those wild teams. It is enough to give them some materials. Qutianya decided to please these people. As long as this continues, the output of his guild will at least expand 3 times more than before. Such results have surpassed all marginal guilds and can be compared with core guilds. My dream is right in front of me. In the next wave, Zheng Qi and his team pulled out 4 smaller monsters again. This time, the members of Qutianya guild were not panicking. What was there to panic about? They just stood there on the output. Anyone could do it. 4 later, 4 more. This was the first level of the Wagyuoshan dungeon. Before going up the mountain, they had to pass through this water area. Although the monsters in the water area could be constantly attracted to the land to attack, their number was the largest in the entire dungeon. Many dungeons often took too much time here. However, with Zheng Qi and his team pulling 4 monsters and destroying 4 monsters in 5 minutes, all the monsters in the water area were soon cleared. The next was the elite monsters. Prime Minister Turtle and General Crab. These 2 elite monsters were the last barrier before the first boss Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle was thick-skinned and tough, and General Crab had certain group attack skills, and they must go out together. Qutianya and his team used to pile up heads. If they didn't die more than 10 people, they wouldn't be able to pass this level. However, this time, it seemed extremely easy. Brothers in Team 1, listen to my command. Zheng Qi pulled Prime Minister Turtle to the land and shouted loudly. The team immediately focused their attention. Zheng Qi quickly assigned 10 numbers to the 10 players and asked them to attack the place he marked with their skills one by one. These skills are different, but they all have 2 characteristics, long range and control. For control skills, you don't need to attack all 10 of them at the same time, just attack them one by one. For an elite monster like Prime Minister Turtle, with the attributes of the players in the Qutianya guild, the control skills are basically the first and second skills instead of the ultimate skills. The time that can be controlled is only 1 or 2 seconds at most. However, Zheng Qi showed his command talent at this time. 10 players took turns to control it, and immediately saw Prime Minister Turtle start to spin around in a daze, and the negative status on his body has never been eliminated. Prime Minister Turtle was controlled, and General Crab was held in 3 positions by Zheng Qi and other 3 people, constantly pulling hatred back and forth, while the others continued to pull long-range attacks on General Crab. As an elite monster, General Crab's acumen and attack power are much stronger than those of the small monsters. So even though there are 3 people pulling hatred, General Crab will not foolishly toss back and forth without hitting anyone, and his attacks often fall on people like Zheng. But in such a situation, Zheng, Dynamic Light Wave and Chaos Mad Knight showed their operation skills and judgment ability. When the skills will hit them, they will use a skill to strengthen defense or restore blood to keep themselves from dying, and when their blood volume drops, the recovery skills of Xinzailin and others will accurately fall on their heads. Several times they were almost killed instantly, and they looked very dangerous, but they all managed to survive. Damn, they are dancing on the edge of a knife. Qutianya complained in his heart. Several times he felt that Zheng and others were about to die, but they only had a little blood left at most, and the other people's healing skills were thrown on them, and they quickly recovered their blood. This bold operation is enough to prove how excellent these guys' calculation ability is. The reason why General Crab was able to cause such damage was because it had enough HP. However, no matter how much HP it had, it could not withstand the attacks of 8 teams. After more than 6 minutes, General Crab's HP was reduced to 0 and he fell to the ground. After killing General Crab, it was much easier to kill Prime Minister Turtle. Compared with General Crab, Prime Minister Turtle had stronger defense and more HP. However, its attack power was very average. If it was combined with General Crab to attack and defend, it would be difficult to deal with. However, it was the only one left now. Even without Zheng Qi and the others, they could kill it. It took 2 minutes longer than General Crab, and Prime Minister Turtle also died. The progress of the first stage still had to deal with the first boss, the Dragon King. The Dragon King is a little more troublesome. It will not leave the water, the 4 of us will go down to attract hatred, and the people on the shore will follow that command. Zheng Qi added some status to himself and said. The others nodded one after another. Now they had nothing to say. Anyway, they just stood on the shore and attacked. It was that simple. It was not that the Dragon King and his men had never done it before. The methods were actually similar, but those who enter into the water to attract aggro are basically going to die. Anyway, with all kinds of states, they ran around to attract monsters, and the Dragon King followed behind them, while the others used various skills on the shore. In short, the person in the water just had to save his life. The longer the delay, the longer the time. It often took the Dragon King 1 or 2 hours to kill him with this method. Then Zheng Qi and his men showed how to attract aggro. After entering the water, Zheng Qi, who was the first to enter the water, was immediately attacked by the Dragon King. Zheng Qi switched to Guo Jin's hero card and used his ultimate move, Solid as a Rock. Solid as a Rock enters an invincible state for a short period of time, and at the same time increases the attack power. The Dragon King roared and swung his long tail at Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi did not move, and instead hit the Dragon King with his backhand. When the Dragon King's attention was attracted by Zheng Qi, Yuxin Shang Fei had already quickly jumped over the Dragon King's head, while Dynamic Light Wave and Chaos Mad Knife went to the two sides. The four people occupied the four corners. Seeing that Yuxin Shang Fei had already stood still, Zheng Qi immediately stopped. At the same time, Yuxin Shang Fei used Chan Yachun's second skill at a long distance, Chaos Army Arrow. This move had never been used before when attacking from a distance, because it would be a waste to use this move when the attack locations were marked. Not only was the lethality strong, but it also had a strong effect of pulling hatred. The most important thing was that this arrow was automatically guided when it was shot, and it would definitely hit the opponent. So this arrow immediately attracted the Dragon King's attention. At this time, Butler Meng marked a location, and a team of members immediately attacked with a bunch of long-range skills. This series of skills did not move the Dragon King, and it still rushed towards Yuxin Shang Fei. Until the Dragon King arrived in front of him, Yuxin Shang Fei activated Chan Yachun's first skill and ultimate move, and fought with the Dragon King. While he was fighting against the Dragon King, Butler Meng was not idle. He kept marking locations, and other players began to bombard them in turns. Xin Zailan and others kept increasing Yuxin Shang Fei's physical value. Yuxin Shang Fei's physical value fluctuated. If it was someone with a weaker mental quality, he might be so nervous that he couldn't breathe just by looking at his physical value. In such a fast pace, Yuxin Shang Fei persisted for a minute, and the Dynamic Light Wave began to take over. The same Yuan Junior Jian, the super strong hatred judgment made the Dragon King immediately give up Yuxin Shang Fei and turn to pounce on the Dynamic Light Wave. They can persist for a minute at this pace. Yuan Junior Jian is only the second skill, and the cooling time is only 2 minutes. The four of them take turns to use it, which is enough, Qtianya thought to himself. However, he also knew that this was not a replicable approach. The Dragon King moved very fast in the water. It was not that you could just pull away and then have a few people take turns shooting arrows from a distance. You had to be able to withstand the Dragon King's attack for a minute. Others really couldn't do it, but Zheng Qi and his team could do it, which meant that they could constantly grind down the opponent's health in a targeted manner for this powerful boss and push past the first boss without any problem. This was indeed the case. After the Chaos Mad Knife also carried the Dragon King for dozens of seconds, Zheng Qi's Chaos Army Arrow had resumed cooling, and immediately pulled the Dragon King's hatred back. This cycle repeated itself, and every time the Dragon King moved and attacked, he would be hit by a team's concentrated fire. Even if he had a lot of health, he would not be able to survive for too long if he was grinded down endlessly like this. After only 20 minutes, the Dragon King let out a roar and dropped materials all over the ground. In the dungeon, the dropped materials do not need to be picked up, but will be directly placed in the rewards, and then taken out after the group is wiped out or the map is completely passed. So everyone didn't need to waste time on this. Zheng Qi waved his arm and said, "Let's go, up the mountain." Everyone immediately shouted, got out of the water, and began to officially climb this famous mountain. Chapter 185. Straight to the summit. When he came out of the water, Qtianya took the time to check the time, and then he was stunned. The Wagyuoshan dungeon was a dungeon that Qtianya often went to brush. The reason was simple. The Wagyuoshan dungeon was relatively easy to push among the 7 dungeons, because except for the final boss Sun Wukong, the other bosses were relatively regular and easier to deal with. As an ordinary guild, Qtianya's guild would arrange 7 groups to push these 7 dungeons, but would also focus on a certain dungeon. As the president, Qtianya brushed the Wagyuoshan dungeon the most. From entering the dungeon to pushing the first boss, Qtianya didn't know how many times he had pushed it all the way. After all, he could push it to about 70% every time, so it was impossible for him to pass the first boss. And after so many times, it was not that there were no times when he was lucky enough to pass the first boss without anyone dying, but in terms of time, the highest record for the team led by Qintianya to pass the first boss was more than 5 hours. Qintianya didn't know how short the record could be for other stronger teams, but at this time, he already knew what kind of record Rin Pingsheng and his team could create. 53 minutes. Less than an hour. They could kill 4 smaller monsters in 5 minutes each time. It took less than 15 minutes to deal with Prime Minister Turtle and General Crab, and less than 20 minutes to deal with the Dragon King. In less than an hour, Rin Pingsheng led them to defeat the first boss. Although the first boss was the easiest boss, it did not mean that it took the fastest time. After all, the first boss Dragon King had a unique terrain. Fighting in the water would take more time than some other bosses. Now it only took less than an hour to defeat a boss. It was completely possible to beat this dungeon in 1 day. 1 a day, 7 a week. How much materials would this produce? The gold equipment materials can be kept by themselves. Although most people in the guild have a full set of gold equipment, the reserve of gold equipment materials is very important to all guilds. It can attract players who have not yet collected gold equipment. As for the red equipment materials, they are even more important. Submitting them to the core guild can allow the guild to gain more contribution points, thereby improving the guild's ranking, which is of great benefit to the entire guild. In this regard, Qintianya's guild was not very good, but the contribution and performance were average. It was average. As an ambitious guild leader, Qintianya finally saw hope. The next boss is the Ghost King, right? Zheng Qi asked Qintianya after standing on the land of Wagyuado Mountain. Oh, yes, the Ghost King, with dozens of little ghosts under his command, has average lethality, but is good at stealth. We won't die many people here, but we are always delayed for a long time. Qintianya came back to his senses and said with great pain. That's because your control ability is not enough, listen to the command. Zheng Qi said. Qintianya nodded. After seeing how Zheng Qi and his team control Prime Minister Turtle, he no longer had any doubts. This level was originally too time-consuming. In fact, even with the strength of Qintianya and his guild members, they generally would not lose manpower here. If they lost manpower, it was because they had been concentrating on killing monsters for too long, which caused them to make huge mistakes and could not save them. But now, it seems much easier. Zheng Qi and his team did not let Qintianya's people clear the way in front, but 2 teams paid attention to 1 person, and the remaining team provided random support. Zheng Qi and his 4 people continued to clear the way in front, and when the monsters showed up, they were ready to focus their fire. Zheng Qi soon ran into a monster. The little ghost who appeared with a twisted body launched a wave of attacks towards Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi did not resist, but took a few hits from the opponent. When his physical value dropped by half, Xinzailan recovered in time, which increased his physical value. There was no blocking, of course, in order to attack. Zheng Qi used a control skill, and the little ghost who was about to turn around and escape into the air froze all over and failed to disappear. Under the command of Butler Meng, the attacks of the 2 teams successively hit from a long distance. The little ghost screamed and his health was instantly reduced by half. The little monster that can be invisible is indeed lost a lot of health. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Seeing that the control just now is about to end, his men were not slow at all and sent out another control skill. The second wave of attacks hit, and the little ghost screamed and disappeared. At the same time, Yashingxi Bang Fei and others also encountered the attack of the little monsters, but under their timely control, the little ghost's habit of running after the sneak attack is really exciting could not be used. After the sneak attack, they could not leave, and then they were focused twice by the long-range skills and died directly. This is much faster than before. Zheng Qi smiled. Qintianya was speechless. To be honest, what they did was very simple. They just needed to control the opponent while being beaten. However, it required a very precise timing. If they used it earlier, the little ghost might immediately notice it and run away. If they used it later, the little ghost would have already run away, so they could only control it when the little ghost attacked them, because no matter whether it was a player or an NPC, there was an iron rule that would not change, that is, when using skills, there would be a longer or shorter period of stiffness. Players could forcibly cancel skills to get rid of such stiffness, but NPCs could not. For this reason alone, Qintianya could not find a single person in the entire guild. After sighing in his heart, Qintianya's little idea of wanting to steal the skills completely disappeared. He had originally planned to see what method the other party was going to use to pass the level, and then promote it himself. Although he could not learn it exactly, learning 70% or 80% was enough. There were many people in their guild. If they formed a few more groups, they would be able to pass the level a few more times. As a result, now he could only sing a song of Liang Liang. After all the little ghosts were cleared, there were 2 elite monsters. The system took the easy way out and named them the second Ghost King and the third Ghost King. As for the boss, it was of course called the Big Ghost King. The second and third ones were essentially no different from the little ghosts, except that they had a faster dodge time. Even Zheng Qi and the others could not accurately catch the 2 Ghost Kings with control skills. However, under the command of Steward Ming, Zheng Qi and the others kept setting traps around them using Jiazu's second skill of poison. The traps were automatically triggered, and this way that Ghost Kings would show up. After they showed up, Zheng Qi and the other 4 took turns chasing and killing them closely, preventing the Ghost Kings from successfully hiding themselves. The others kept focusing their fire under command. This trick could not only be used on the 2 little Ghost Kings, but it could also be used on the final boss, the Big Ghost King. This stage took even faster, and it took less than 30 minutes to kill the second boss, the Big Ghost King, and successfully entered the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage reached the mountainside of Wakyuado Mountain, and the opponents finally appeared, the demon monkeys of Wakyuado Mountain, led by the monkey military advisor, and the 2 elite monsters were Marshal Ma Liu and General Bengba. People had to complain about the system's ease of use. In the original book, there were clearly 4 monkeys, but now it has become 2. Although the name is funny, the combat power of the demon monkeys is really good. Each of them comes and goes like the wind and jumps like flying. The attack and defense are also quite good. It is not difficult to deal with them one by one, but it is difficult to ensure that the party does not lose too much. Of course, after Zheng Qi and the others, all of this is not a problem. Just like the level of shrimp soldiers and crack generals, Zheng Qi and the other 4 rushed forward, pulling the monsters one by one, and then used their own skills to hold the monsters, while the others took turns to focus their fire. What the others have to do is very simple. The most difficult ones have been done by Zheng Qi and his team. After clearing the monsters, the elite monsters will come, and then the boss. The difficulty of this level is that the boss monkey military advisor is completely different from the monsters and elite monsters. The monsters and elite monsters are standard warriors, while the boss is a monster of the military advisor system, with various skills emerging in an endless stream, and also has the health and defense of a warrior. Often in this level, players will suffer heavy losses. Zheng Qi and others used their own skills to counter the boss's moves, using their own skills to constantly dodge and attract the boss's attention, creating space for others to focus their fire. It took more than 40 minutes in total to kill the monkey military advisor and pass the 3rd level. After passing the first 3 levels, the next step is to deal with the real strong enemy, the 7 Great Saints. According to the setting, the Wakyuoshan copy is a group of monsters in Wakyuoshan plus Sun Wukong's 6 swarm brothers, fighting against the heavenly soldiers and generals together. So after passing this level on the mountainside, they will challenge the 6 brothers such as the Bull Demon King, the Jiao Demon King, and the Pen Demon King in turn. After repelling them one by one, they can climb to the top of Wakyuoshan and deal with the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Many players are complaining about this setting. We're fighting in Wakyuado Mountain. What are you 6 old guys trying to do? I didn't see you guys being so loyal in the original novel, but in the game you are still talking about loyalty. Posts like the days of being abused in Wakyuado Mountain have always been popular in the football era forum. Many players are complaining about the miserable results after encountering these 6 demon kings. It's almost like writing a book about Les Miserables. This is also very normal. After all, these 6 demon kings have different characteristics, and the levels of their monsters and elite monsters are also different. Ordinary players can only use people to stack them. In this process, after pushing a few demon kings, there will be no people left in the whole team. Most teams are stuck in the 50% to 60% area because there is no good way to deal with these demon kings. Qtianya's guild was no exception before, but now, it's very different. Although the subordinates of the 6 demon kings have different characteristics, they are all elite demons and have a common characteristic, which is their strong offensive ability and their expertise in close combat. With such characteristics, it would be unlikely for them to achieve any good performance when there are strong candidates who can temporarily entangle them and, pushing forward all the way, Zheng Qi and others charged in the front. Su Jin,
Since Ilan and others continued to support and restore blood in the back, stewardmen gave the command with confidence, and the other 90 people obeyed the command like puppets, preparing, output, preparing again, and output again, and it was this kind of standing still style of play that allowed the dungeon group to pass the 6 stages of the 6 Demon Kings almost calmly and reach the final peak of the Flower Fruit Mountain. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 186 Cutting off. We pushed all the way through, and passed 9 bosses, and it only took less than 7 hours. This day is so pleasant. A guild member said to Qtianya excitedly. Qtianya nodded. In fact, everyone cheered once when they pushed the 7th boss, because although they had passed the 7th boss several times before, by the time, basically 9 out of 10 people had died, and they would soon be wiped out. But the time, no one died. Now they have reached the final level, and still no one died. Everyone began to look forward to the moment of passing the level. You must know that in the Shinshipjar Guild Alliance, except for the 20 core guilds, the other guilds, not even one guild has the ability to pass any of the 7 dungeons. In fact, this is also a sign to measure whether a guild has the ability to participate in the guild competition. Any core guild of a club has the ability to pass one of the 7 dungeons by its own ability without the help of professional players, then this guild is qualified to become a core guild. Why does each guild alliance have a different number of core guilds? It is because not every guild has such ability. Although Qtianya knew that even if he could pass the level this time, it was because of the help from outsiders, it did not prevent him and his team members from being happy. In any case, passing the level this time was also a record for their guild. After all, they had more people. The last level is a bit troublesome, Zheng Qi said when he was about to step onto the top of the mountain. What kind of trouble? Qtianya asked nervously. People will die, Zheng Qi simply said. It was okay at the beginning. When fighting elite monsters and boss, people had to fill in. That's no big deal. Qtianya heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the people in our guild can be used, they can be sacrificed. That's right. His guildsmen immediately said so. In online games, there shouldn't be too many people who dare to die generously. If you die in the dungeon, you won't drop equipment materials, you will only lose experience and money. Money can be picked up by teammates, and experience can be returned after practicing for an hour or 2. What kind of loss is this? After passing the dungeon, the experience gained and the contribution to the guild are all shared. It is impossible to say that all this has nothing to do with you if you die. Otherwise, who would dare to risk their lives in the dungeon? Originally, I wanted to let no one die, but now it seems a little impossible. I just looked at the strategy, the elite monsters and boss are too lethal, and it is impossible for several of us to be involved. No problem, how many people will bear the loss at a time? Qtianya asked. 1 person at a time is enough. Clear the small monsters first, and everyone prepare Yukian's ultimate move. Do you understand? Zheng Qi said. The others nodded. Although they were not masters, they were at least experienced and veteran. Yukian's ultimate move, Zhong-san, could draw all the enemy's hatred to himself and enter a short invincible state. It seems that he wants to make use of this. There is nothing much to say about the process of clearing the monsters. Zheng Qi and the other 4 people pulled 4 monsters at a time, and the others stood still to output. The advantage of this is that standing still to output can maximize everyone's output ability, and the speed of elimination will naturally be faster. This is why they have been advancing all the way at a very fast speed. In fact, if we are more skilled, we may progress faster, Zheng Qi said to Qtianya. Well, it's a pity that 7 teams have to take turns cooperating with you, and I don't know when the tacit understanding will be higher. Qtianya sighed. After the small monsters were cleared, the elite monsters came next. Multiplayer dungeons are of course extremely difficult, but dungeons are dungeons, and the monsters in them are relatively rigid and have their own range of activities. As long as you don't enter the range of monsters, you won't alarm more monsters. Of course, if someone is looking for death and rushes around and alarms all the small monsters, elite monsters, and boss in an area, then the whole group will probably be wiped out. The football era has been open for so long, so naturally there are all kinds of bored people. Several years ago, all the professional players of a club went out, plus the retired players and second-tier players in the guild, to form a professional group of 100 people. It was a gorgeous and breathtaking combination, and they entered one of the 7 100-person dungeons, and then provoked all the small monsters, elite monsters, and boss in an area in one breath, thinking that it would not be a big problem to resist with their skills. As a result, they were taught a lesson by the boss. The boss guarded by elite monsters and small monsters is even more brutal than the wild boss, and directly wiped out the professional group, so that the club became a laughingstock for a long time. It has been a long time since that incident happened, so long that the once famous club is no longer in the professional league and has long been disbanded. The operation level and familiarity of the current professional players with the game are not comparable to those of that time, but no one still tries to do such a thing. Because it is too boring, when you clear the elite monsters, someone needs to sacrifice. With 2 fierce roars, 2 elite monsters appeared in front of everyone. The 2 elite monsters of the Monkey King Sun Wukong are naturally not ordinary people. The left one is fat and big-eared, and the right one is tall and strong. They are Marshal Tianping and General Wang Lin. To be able to become the guard elite monsters of the final boss, Zhu Baiyi and Shuseng are naturally of good level. In the evaluation of many people, the difficulty of these 2 elite monsters is even greater than that of the previous boss. After all, they both have the strength close to the boss, and the 2 of them are invincible when they complement each other. Zhu Baiyi is a close combat expert. He is thick-skinned and tough, and he is not afraid of being beaten. He has the ability to attack in groups. Shuseng is an excellent mage monster, and his various long-range attacks and range coverage attacks are quite good. And they are not only good at close combat and ranged attacks. Zhu Baiyi also has certain magic abilities, and Shuseng also has certain close combat abilities. It is difficult to find a way out. It is not easy to separate these 2 guys. Qtianya said. So we need to form a death squad. Zheng Qi said. Team 1, line up to entangle Zhu Baiyi, and remember to use Zhongsa. Zhongsa has a cooldown of 3 minutes and an effect of 15 seconds. After using Zhongsa 10 times, take turns to charm him. Do you understand? A team of members nodded repeatedly. This was indeed suspected of suicide. After all, if one of them could not connect in the gap and was attacked by Zhu Baiyi, he would definitely be killed instantly. It would not make sense at all. In such a situation, they could only use their lives to bear it. They could control it as long as they could. Before they all died, if the others could deal with Shuseng, that would be victory. Zhu Baiyi waved the 9-toothed drake and rushed up fiercely, and then was surrounded by the death squad. They began to use skills to attract hatred one by one, and one by one, they endured Zhu Baiyi's attack like a mad tiger. The second brother, who looked naive in various movies and TV shows, was extremely powerful at this moment. When the rake was waved, no one within a radius of 10 feet could stand. So when a certain death squad used Zhongsa's big move to attract the hatred of the second brother, the others could not stand within the attack range of the second brother. They could only stand far away and then carefully judge how many seconds the invincible state of the one who was under the attack could last. When the time reached 14 seconds, the second player shot an arrow from a distance and hit Zhu Baiyi. Zhu Baiyi, who was just madly attacking the enemy in front of him, turned like a whirlwind and rushed directly to the second player. The player didn't dare to blink. When the second brother rushed to him and waved the rake to smash him, he switched to Yukian's skill card and used the ultimate move Zhongsa. The storm-like attack hit him, but he didn't move at all. This is the role of skills. It is said to be invincible, and it is invincible. No matter what kind of attack, it will not reduce his blood volume at all. Of course, this is within 15 seconds. Such a big move usually has no chance to be used in professional competitions, and the ability to attract hatred is not that strong. It just makes the opponent rush towards him involuntarily for a moment. The opponent can turn around and leave after being attracted by him. Even if you are invincible for 15 seconds, I will ignore you during this time. The tragedy of NPCs is that no matter how high their attributes are and how strong their strength is, their movements are also very rigid. After being found by the players, they can only be killed by the players stupidly. The second brother attacked the enemy in front of him frantically, and the junior brother would not be idle. When Zhu Baiyi rushed forward, he had already started to prepare for a spell attack. Spell attack, with great power and large range, is indeed a must-have medicine for group annihilation of players. However, such a powerful spell must still take a little time to prepare. The second brother covered and the junior brother enlarged, which was a wonderful cooperation between the two. So in preparing to release the spell, Shuseng was also moving in the direction of Zhu Baiyi. Under the cover of Zhu Baiyi, he could release the spell better. However, as soon as he moved his feet, Zheng Qi moved. Zheng Qi's second skill, visual, accurately hit Shuseng's chest, and Shuseng took a half step back. Although the biggest function of visual is to repel, under the suppression of level and attributes, it can only make Shuseng take a half step back. However, soon, Zheng Qi switched to Zhengfei's hero card, and the second skill was to ride alone to break the back, and roared. The repulsed judgment of riding alone to break the back is much greater than visual, and Shuseng took a step back fiercely. Zheng Qi jumped behind Shuseng and used his hero card. His second skill was Alliance. Alliance. Quickly pull nearby enemies to your side. Shuseng took another step towards Zheng Qi. After this set of skills, Zheng Qi's skill switching had reached its limit. He quickly rolled to avoid it, and Yixin Zhengfei followed again. Repel, repel, and repel again. After Yixin Zhengfei came the Dynamic Light Wave, and after the Dynamic Light Wave came the Mad Knife of Chaos. After 4 people were repelled by 12 skills in a row, Shuseng had moved more than 10 steps away from his original position. The connection between him and Zhu Baiyi was finally cut off. Chapter 187. Qutianya's worries. After the cut, it was time to attack. Although Shuseng also had a certain melee ability, it was a mage after all. Without Zhu Baiyi's protection, its self-protection ability was not particularly outstanding. Zheng Qi and the other 4 began to pull hatred back and forth in the same way, while the other 8 teams, under the command of Stjordming, took turns to focus their fire, and wave after wave of long-range attacks, constantly taking away Shuseng's health. In this situation, Shuseng was in great pain. Every time he was ready to throw a spell, he was constantly interrupted by Zheng Qi and others with control skills. At the same time, other people's attacks were constantly focusing on fire, and basically did not use long-range attacks from the spell system, but used long-range attacks from the physical system. However, in this situation, Shuseng still showed its strength as the last elite monster. In terms of health and defense, it was not much different from the previous boss. Under such a blow, the reduction of blood volume still seemed very slow. When Shuseng's health gradually decreased to 10%, it flashed with white light and recovered to 50% of its health again. Everyone cursed angrily. Although they had known that Shuseng had such a property, when they saw that his health suddenly recovered to 50%, they still felt like cursing. Of course, under the strong control, no matter how much blood Shuseng had, it was slowly worn away. No matter how difficult the 100-man copy was, it was impossible to make it so difficult that no one could solve it, otherwise it would be a joke. Shuseng finally died. If the NPC had humanity, it would probably feel very aggrieved, because it had countless large-scale lethal spells, but none of them were used in a siege, and it was worn away by the opponent alive. If it had humanity, I'm afraid it would give the second brother in the battle a resentful look. I was beaten to death, and you didn't even say to help me. Brother Shi suffered, and the second brother suffered even more. But what made him feel good was that he had already killed 5 players. The 10 players in the first team had tried very hard, but it was inevitable that their invincible skills had already been used, but their teammates were a step slower and failed to hold the hatred, and then they could only watch the rake smash themselves into a ball of meat. Of course, there would not be such a bloody scene in the game. In fact, only 5 people were killed here, which was already a very remarkable achievement. When Zheng Qi and his team came over, the others were also relieved. They were already crippled and quickly withdrew, and the members of the second team took over their tasks with tragic expressions. They also continued to bear damage and constantly pull hatred, but what was better than before was that when they were bearing damage, the output of others was constantly hitting Zhu Baiyi's head. Zhu Baiyi's defense and blood volume were higher, and it took longer to kill Zhu Baiyi, but during this period of time, Zhu Baiyi could no longer kill any player, because when someone in the second team could not keep up, Zheng Qi or those who wanted to fly would pull the hatred over in time. Zhu Baiyi, fall down. This means that 99% of the flower and fruit mounting copy has been completed, and only the last tremor is left. Of course, the last tremor is the most difficult one. A ferocious monkey appeared in front of everyone. Melting stones into armor, waving flames into robes, colorful clouds, and unparalleled iron rods. This monkey is a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts, Qutianya shouted loudly. Well, the 4 of us occupy the 4 directions and attract hatred, and you guys deal damage. Zheng Qi said. Is that all? The monkey's attack is hard to stop even if you're invincible, and its stick can ignore the invincibility effect. Qutianya shouted in surprise. Of course, so human lives are needed to fill it. Zheng Qi said.
opening invincibility. Although it is not completely immune, it will not be killed within those 15 seconds. This is the opportunity to deal damage. What, you want to sacrifice yourself? But the 4 of you can only sacrifice 4 times. Such a short time is not enough for us to kill the monkey. Anya said in surprise. Of course not, so after I pull the monkey's hatred over, I will also pull one of your people over, and then your people will open Zhongsa and let the monkey hit your people. Zheng Qi said. Use Xiaoyu's rush to teleport. Anya asked. Yes, the 4 of us will take turns to teleport and let people die, and you just focus on output. Zheng Qi said. Anya finally understood that in a way, this style of play is no different from the previous style of play, except that before it relied on Zheng Qi and his personal ability to pull the boss's hatred, and now it is necessary to let the people of Anya's guild go up and die one by one to pull the boss's hatred. But if only a few people in the whole team died before, how could there be enough people to sacrifice now? Anyway, it's for passing the map. Sacrificing a few people is also a sacrifice. Sacrificing dozens of people is also a sacrifice, as long as we can pass the map in the end. Okay, let's go like this. Anya said. Remember your numbers. When we pull the hatred, whichever number we call, that number will come over to die, starting from number 1. Zheng Qi shouted. The members of the Anya guild all felt that their morale had plummeted. If it were real life, shouting slogans that would send people to their deaths would most likely be despised by others, but in the game, there are plenty of people willing to die. At this time, Sun Wukong finally showed up completely. Zheng Qi, who was determined to fly, also stood in position. Zheng Qi raised his hand and shot an arrow at Sun Wukong from a distance. Sun Wukong, the final boss of the Wagyuoshan dungeon, has top-level defense, top-level attack, is good at changing, can be invisible, and can accelerate. Although the Wagyuoshan dungeon is one of the less difficult dungeons among the 7, the final boss Sun Wukong is still one of the most difficult bosses to deal with. It has no group attack skills, but the iron rod is hit once, and it is a hit. A group of 100 people can only swing it 100 times. It is difficult to keep Sun Wukong unless you were prepared first. After being hit by the arrow, Sun Wukong let out a violent howl, jumped high, swung the iron rod and jumped into the air, then hit Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi quickly switched heroes, then raised his hand and used Yuojia's second skill, rushing. A circle of fire ignited in front of him, and the number 1 player of Team 1, who was called by him, resolutely appeared in the circle of fire. Zhongsa's ultimate move was activated, and the iron rod that was about to fall on Zheng Qi's head quickly turned, hitting the number 1 player of Team 1 violently again and again. Although it has the blessing of invincibility, every blow still makes the player's physical value drop rapidly. Sun Wukong's stick attack has a feature, that is, it comes with a recoil force. Although the attack directly acting on the player is offset by the invincibility effect, the recoil force cannot be offset by the invincibility effect. Zheng Qi had already run far away, and then he and others used long-range skills to attack Sun Wukong. Of course, at this time, only other long-range skills could be used. If they used the arrow of the chaotic army, it would pull Sun Wukong's hatred over. Su Jing and others took turns to help the buddy who was beaten. Although they could not delay his death, they would not let him be beaten to death by the monkey with a few sticks, but it was just a delay. While this buddy was being beaten to death and turned into light, Yashing Fei had already shot an arrow from a distance and accurately hit Sun Wukong. Whether this timing can be mastered is also a key. If you were a little slower and Sun Wukong rushes into the crowd, it will really kill a lot. Although Sun Wukong does not have a group attack skill, just swinging its stick will kill all the surrounding players. So whether it is Zheng Qi or Yashing Fei, there is no player around them, and when they summon meat shields, they will quickly retreat to avoid being affected by the monkey's stick. This style of play is completely based on the effect of skills to attract hatred. Only when the skills are effective can other people feel free to output crazily, so as not to cause OT because the damage exceeds that of the MT. It is precisely because of this that it is too challenging to use the skills of attracting hatred. As long as there is a deviation of 1 second or even half a second, it is enough for the monkey to rush into the output group and kill them. Zheng Qi and his team did this perfectly. Draw hatred from a long distance, and then summon a meat shield to die. At the moment when the meat shield dies, the next one to draw hatred continues to draw hatred from a long distance. It is not that they don't want the meat shield to survive, but only in this way can the skill cooldown of the 4 people be consistent. Seeing the death squads die one by one, Sun Wukong's blood volume is only slowly decreasing. Anya is a little anxious. If this continues, will everyone die? But Sun Wukong is still alive. Don't worry, although the output is constantly decreasing, Sun Wukong will still die before you die. Butler Meng comforted him, but Qun Tianya did not get any comfort. We are not afraid of being killed, but we are afraid that we will not be able to pass the dungeon if all the materials are killed. Qun Tianya said. Don't worry, we won't be killed, and even if we are, we will share the materials with you. Butler Meng said with a smile. After hearing this, Qun Tianya became even more worried. What if Zheng Qi and his gang concealed some of the materials? It must be said that the bad relationship between the two parties when they first met made both parties not trust each other too much, but Qun Tianya did not dare to express this worry. What if the other party did not think so, and he reminded the other party by saying it? You must know that the materials exploded in each 100-person dungeon are not necessarily the same in quantity. Sometimes there are more and sometimes there are fewer. This is very normal. If Zheng Qi and his gang really want to hide something, Qun Tianya can't produce any evidence. So Qun Tianya can only worry secretly. This worry made his men a little slower and there were some mistakes in the output. Some students, please don't slack off. Butler Meng said. Qun Tianya's face flushed, and he immediately focused his attention. If he slacked off at this time, it might mean that all the hard work of the day would be wasted. If he failed to pass the level because of his own mistakes, Qun Tianya would really have to kill himself first. Chapter 188. Converging into rivers. Qun Tianya's worries did not come true. Although he was distracted for a while, the overall output was not affected too much. With people constantly sacrificing, the standing output of others brought great concentration of damage. What's more, Butler Meng's attack marks were so accurate every time that the output team could even avoid the process of finding the output location, so that the output was more concentrated. There are not many skills that can output at a long distance without hatred, but there are at least 7 or 8. These 7 or 8 skills can be used in turn without insufficient skill cooldown. Under such an attack, no matter how high Sun Wukong's defense is or how thick his blood volume is, it will be worn away bit by bit. This is also the sadness of NPCs. No matter how powerful they are, as long as the player can control the field well, they will be killed by the player sooner or later. Pay attention, he's going to go berserk. You may not be able to stop him when he goes berserk. Be careful, and scatter when you hear my prompt. As Sun Wukong's health was getting lower and lower, Meng Yonjie began to remind him, and after the last concentrated fire, Meng Yonjie shouted, "Scatter!" The players who were originally standing in groups around him immediately began to scatter. At the same time, Sun Wukong gave up the attack, jumped into the air, and disappeared directly into the air. The next place he will appear is above the head of a teammate with the highest output. When you see the monkey appear above your head, don't panic, but be proud, which means that your output firepower is superior to your peers. Zheng Qi's voice rang in everyone's ears, making everyone worried and looking forward to it at the same time. If Sun Wukong appeared above their heads, they would definitely die, but it also proved that their output was indeed very strong. Sure enough, the next moment, the figure of Sun Wukong appeared above a player's head, from small to large, and suddenly became as huge as a mountain. The effect after Sun Wukong went berserk, the Dharma of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong went berserk, and used the Dharma of heaven and earth, becoming extremely huge. At this time, Sun Wukong would no longer use the golden hoop to attack the opponent, but would directly crush him with his body. The guy didn't have time to proudly shout "I am the #1 in output" before he was directly crushed into light. Just as Sun Wukong fell, Zheng Qi, who was closest to him, flew over. When the others scattered, he circled around Sun Wukong and continued to cast spells. Acting with him, there was Zheng Qi and Dynamic Light Wave. Chaos Mat Blade was a little far away and couldn't come over for the time being. The three of them quickly circled around the enlarged Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong crushed the hero with the highest output and was about to rush to the nearby players, Zheng Qi raised his hand and all the traps he had set before exploded. Zhao Yu's ultimate move turned into ashes. This move needs to be triggered after traps are laid continuously. It has both lethality and control ability. It is a very powerful move. However, there is rarely time to use this move in PK. It is often used to dig pits in the game. But in the case of facing boss, it can play a very good effect. Such a big move has a strong control judgment. Although Sun Wukong entered the rampage form, he was controlled for a short time. Butler Meng commanded again, and the remaining 50 or so players began to focus their fire. After this wave of control, Zheng Qi detonated ashes and smoke again, controlled Sun Wukong again, and output again. After the dynamic light wave was used in the same way, Sun Wukong's health dropped to 5%.
When Sun Wukong broke free, Huge Liang's big move, the 8 diagrams, was refreshed on him again. While the others were focusing their fire, they were not idle either. They threw all kinds of negative state skills at Sun Wukong. Long-range attack skills would interfere with each other, but this kind of negative state skill would not interfere with each other. For a moment, the red, blue and black colors on Sunday Wukong kept flashing, making it colorful. Under such circumstances, Sun Wukong, who only had 5% of his health left, could no longer withstand the player's repeated attacks. Although he got rid of the control state when he had the last bit of blood left, he jumped into the player group and launched a wave of regional attacks, taking away 4 or 5 lives again, but it was already his last afterglow. When Sun Wukong let out a violent and unwilling roar and turned into light and flew away, the remaining less than 50 members of the Qintianya Guild cheered with great joy at the same time. Although half of their 90 players were dead at this moment, and the others had almost exhausted all their potions, all the losses were worth it at this moment. This was the first time they passed one of the 7 dungeons. Before meeting Sun Wukong, only 5 of them died. In the short time of less than half an hour from meeting Sun Wukong to killing him, 40 of them died. However, as long as they could pass the level in the end, even if they all died, it was an affordable loss. It's the first time. This is the first time we have passed the 7 dungeons. Qintianya was lucky not to die. At this moment, he was as excited as an old farmer who finally saw their harvest. He almost said, "I have never seen so much money in my life." Okay, you can pass it once a day in the future. Don't be so excited. Now let's divide the materials. Zheng Qi said. Oh, okay. Qintianya nodded repeatedly. After the team dungeon is passed, you can take the exploded materials and leave the dungeon. The total number of materials exploded in the dungeon is in the temporary warehouse. Everyone in the dungeon can see the number of materials. There are no legendary materials. Zheng Qi glanced at it and said disappointedly. Qintianya choked. Legendary materials. It's not that easy to win. There is a chance of legendary materials dropping in the 7 100-player dungeons, but that's just a chance. It's possible that none of the 7 dungeons will drop. This is why legendary materials are almost never seen on the market. In fact, there is still a chance of dropping. At least the 1000 bosses that are refreshed every week will definitely drop. The number of copies dropped ranges from 2 or 3 to 7 or 8, depending on luck. However, on average, 5 copies can be dropped from one boss, and 1000 bosses means 5000 copies, which is theoretically enough for half of the professional players to change their outfits. But in reality, professional players consume a lot of legendary materials. In this game, you need to win by surprising a certain attribute, but you don't have enough attribute points, so you can only downgrade the equipment with other attribute comparisons. In the case of downgrading, the legendary materials spent before will not be refunded, and they will be consumed just like that. Therefore, legendary materials are an excellent reserve for professional clubs. If you have more and the opponent has less, then the opponent will not have materials to implement the core player's surprise victory. Sometimes this can form an advantage in key games. Under such circumstances, every club's guild contributed legendary materials to the club when they got them. After all, ordinary players couldn't even fill up the attribute points of gold equipment, and red equipment was very rare. Legendary materials were useless in their hands, so the club would naturally give compensation and use other methods to make players willing to contribute. Moreover, the largest source of legendary equipment, Wild Boss, mainly relies on professional players as the main force to snatch, so it can be said that there are almost no legendary materials scattered outside. After pushing the dungeon, being able to drop red equipment materials is enough to satisfy Qintianya. Gold equipment materials, 75, how to calculate according to the ratio? Qintianya scratched his head. 45 of us and 30 of you, no need to shake the points. Dynamic Light Wave said without hesitation. Qintianya was stunned for a moment, then he took out a calculator and calculated it, then he looked up in surprise. Brother, you are really fast at mental arithmetic. Dynamic Light Wave did not say anything, while Zheng Qi and others showed mysterious smiles. After all, they are rookies in the Academy of Sciences. It would be a miracle if they were stumped by such a math problem. The materials for red equipment are relatively few, only 20, well, you are 12, and we are 8. Qintianya said. Happy cooperation. Zheng Qi was not polite and accepted the materials. There was nothing to divide the materials for the equipment in the football era. Although there were 8 different types of equipment, everyone was short of everything now, so they could just divide them randomly. After dividing the materials, it was time to leave the dungeon. Today's dungeon was completed in less than 8 hours, which was quite fast. Although many core guilds can pass the dungeon, they have to play for a whole week. After completing a day's progress, they save the progress and rest up to push it the next day. How could they be so fast this time? The dungeon entrance was still a little distance away from the safe zone, and everyone had no other ideas, but ran directly to the safe zone. If we hadn't agreed, I really wanted to kill Zheng Qi on the way. At least half of the materials would be dropped, right? Zheng Qi said to others in the team channel. Ahem, boss, isn't this too much? Besides, we still have to cooperate next time. Yuan Ziquandao said. Yeah, what a pity. Zheng Qi laughed. After returning to the safe zone, the players who had died before gathered around to ask Zheng Qi how he was doing and whether he had passed the dungeon. Because both guilds had sent people to the dungeon this time, there would be no guild news prompts, and they had been waiting eagerly for a long time. Of course there is no problem. We passed it. All participants, the contribution points are added. If you want to exchange for equipment materials, hurry up. Zheng Qi said in high spirits. Others cheered one after another. In fact, no one cared too much about the contribution points. After all, after being in this guild for such a long time, those who were utilitarian would have given up long ago. It was just an ordinary guild, and there was no future, so who would have any utilitarianism? The players who will stay here all have true love for Zheng Qi Club. Even if they can only contribute a tiny bit, it is enough for them to continue to contribute to this guild. Professional players are certainly what everyone wants, but it is these ordinary players who really support the entire football era. Their selfless efforts, even if they are just a tiny bit, can become a river when gathered together. Chapter 189 Gradual Expansion. The people in Zheng Qi's guild were celebrating excitedly, but Zheng Qi and his guild members did not feel too happy. However, they gained a lot today. You know, they fought for a month to collect all the gold equipment, and today's harvest is as much as a month's harvest. What's more, there are 12 red equipment materials. They have been in the wild for so long, and they only got 1 red equipment material. Now they have only passed the 700-man dungeons once, and they've got 12 red equipment materials. The 100-man dungeon is really a good place to make a fortune. In the new area, Zheng Qi and his guild members could only get purple equipment. Although they collected orange and gold equipment before, they could be said to have been poor for a long time. Now seeing the materials for 12 red equipment, Zheng Qi and his guild members did not show any expression on their faces, but they were actually very excited. How is it? It's not a disadvantage to cooperate with us, right? Zheng Qi remained calm and asked Zheng Qi. No loss, no loss. Zheng Qi said hurriedly. After pushing down this dungeon today, he was completely convinced. The people were still the same people, 90% of them were members of his guild, but there were 9 more people like Zheng Qi and a coach. In 8 hours, they did what they couldn't do in a week before. The harvest from today's game alone is probably half of what they usually get in a week. What's more, in a week, they might get more gold equipment materials than in this dungeon, but the red equipment materials are much less. From this aspect, the harvest from today's dungeon is equivalent to the harvest from a week. And all of this can be said to be brought by Zheng Qi and his team. Although the final boss kill was won by the members of their members who bravely sacrificed one after another, if it weren't for Zheng Qi and his team, they would have no chance to sacrifice heroically at the last moment. Only by keeping one person alive in the front could they make the final sacrifice to push the match through. Maybe there are other ways to pass the level without sacrificing, but it is obvious that it is worth it to kill dozens of people in exchange for a quick level pass. The experience recovery from passing the level alone can reduce their experience loss by half, not to mention other materials obtained. Then let's continue tomorrow. There is still some time today. Remember to practice all the experience back and don't affect tomorrow's performance. Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qi. Don't worry, we still have 6 other groups, 1 a day, just right. Zheng Qi replied excitedly. Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, then looked at the 6 groups standing stupidly around. You, people, won't just wait for a day? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, they can't push 200-man dungeons at the same time, so they can only waiting for you to take them through the dungeon tomorrow. Zheng Qi replied. It seems a bit wasteful to stay like this, but there is no other way. Can't we just use today's group? Zheng Qi sighed and said. Zheng Qi was stunned, then slapped his forehead. Fuck, stupid. Zheng Qi cursed himself. He just thought that these 7 dungeons were usually arranged for 7 groups to sprint separately, so this time he subconsciously gathered 7 groups and prepared to go one every day. Now he thought, 1 group is enough. Is it necessary to have 7 groups? Your brothers are all very obedient. Zheng Qi tried to find that bright spot. Don't say it, I haven't rested well these days, my brain is slow, see you here tomorrow. Qi scratched his head and said distressedly. Zheng Qi laughed and left with the others, leaving Qi there helplessly dismissing the players of the other 6 groups, and then asked the group that died in the dungeon today to upgrade and restore to the maximum level. The members of the 6 groups who had been waiting for a day didn't have any objections. They didn't care about the problem of reduced contribution. After all, those who would be entangled with such things would have left the guild long ago. What are we going to do? After seeing Zheng Qi throw all the gold equipment materials he got today into the guild warehouse, Chaos Matt Blade asked. Let's upgrade the equipment first. Zheng Qi laughed, and then gave Xinzailan and the other 4 people a helmet red outfit material each. If you're responsible for treatment, it is always good to increase balance. Sujin got 2 materials, a belt material that increases burst and a shoe material that increases speed. Sujin's task is to save the situation, so it is more appropriate to increase these 2. The remaining 6 materials were given to Yuxin Shiang Fei Dynamic Light Wave and Chaos World Mat Knife. Zheng Qi didn't keep any of them. Don't you need to keep them? Sujin asked, how about I give you one? No, I already took advantage of the previous one. Besides, after tomorrow, our equipment can be upgraded again. Zheng Qi smiled. Besides, if the 3 of them take 1 more material, they will have to work harder tomorrow. I'll be waiting on the side to eat the ready-made ones, so I'm happy. This person is obviously generous. Why does he like to say that he is despicable? Dynamic Light Wave couldn't help but sigh. But if we continue like this today, we will have no problem clearing a 7-person dungeon every day. Xinzailan said so. Well, if we keep going like this, we will have enough red equipment per person in a week. This equipment comes quite fast. Liuanzi Quandao said excitedly. Zheng Qi and Yixing Xiangfei smiled at each other. It does seem to be fast, but you have to know that the guild alliances of those big clubs can only pass such dungeons about 50 times a week, and the guild alliances of small clubs can only pass 20 to 30 times. Many ordinary guilds will not even have a chance to complete a dungeon. If they did not have such excellent operating capabilities, and more importantly, if they did not have the excellent and meticulous guidance ability of Butler Meng, how could they pass one of the 7 most difficult dungeons in the football era? Full red equipment is actually nothing. Compared with those big clubs, we can't even get a legendary equipment. The difference is still very big. Zheng Qi sighed. Yuxin Shiangfei nodded. Wearing red clothes can only make us play that power of 720 attribute points. In this case, we will naturally appear passive against those professional players. You all know the level of Liu Shibo and his team. Compared with them, we have no technical advantage. Those formal professional players may only be stronger. In addition to the advantage of equipment, the probability of failure is still very high when we face them now. Hey, do we need to fight them now? Yuan Shiquandu was stunned. Zheng Qi and Yuxin Shiangfei smiled at each other. If we don't fight them, how can we make a name for ourselves? Zheng Qi said. We brush the 7 dungeons every day. It would be great if we can brush out a few legendary equipment. At least for us, 1 more legendary equipment means that someone among us can play out all his attribute points. At the time, we will have a certain advantage. Yuxin Shiangfei said. I don't know what you guys want to do, so what are we going to do now? Yuan Shiquandu asked. Go and play the 20-man dungeon, and get a few more gold equipment materials. Our guild will have more gold equipment materials. Zheng Qi said. The dozens of gold equipment materials thrown into the guild warehouse just now have been exchanged. You have to know that the players of the extraordinary guild who can enter the myth zone must be the best among the hundreds of thousands of players. Their contribution is also very high. After they exchanged the orange equipment materials they got before, there were still a lot of contribution points left. Now that they can use gold equipment materials, they will naturally use them. For ordinary players, gold equipment materials are the best materials they can pursue in their lifetime. Although the extraordinary guild is average in other places, it is still very generous in this regard. Gold equipment materials thrown into the warehouse can be exchanged as long as there is contribution points. Zheng Qi and his team are not worried about being exchanged by undercover agents.
Of course, the materials are used by core members such as Lu Li and Sui Qingfen to acquire Zheng Qi first, but they are never stingy with other ordinary members. In Zheng Qi's opinion, instead of worrying about the materials being exchanged by undercover agents, it is better to be generous. At worst, he can work harder, brush more dungeons, and get more high-end materials for members. Orange equipment, which is considered low-level materials in the myth area, can be collected by members by brushing monsters. What really needs to be exchanged is gold equipment materials and hero materials. In this regard, Zheng Qi and his team are still relatively weak, but there is always a steady stream of materials that can enter the guild warehouse, which in itself can bring enough hope to the members. They are now in the initial stage, but everyone is full of hope. Zheng Qi and his team have the hope to pursue, and ordinary members also have the hope to pursue. For the first batch of players from these extraordinary guilds who entered the myth area, they naturally have a sense of mission. They are the pioneers among the 500,000 brothers. When they come to the myth area, they not only have to fight for equipment materials for themselves, but also accumulate more basic materials for the guild to lay a good foundation for the brothers who come later. The guild management is constantly earning gold equipment materials for their use, and the orange equipment materials they earn will also be well contributed to the guild, thus forming a virtuous cycle. On this day, while the gold equipment materials earned by Zheng Qi and his team were exchanged by members, more orange equipment materials were contributed to the guild warehouse by members with high morale. Our guild now has more than 8,000 people, and there are also surplus basic materials. It's time to open a branch. Wei Jiangshan said to Lu Li. Well, arrange a group of people to go. Those guys who exchanged for gold equipment are really quick to act. Let them be the management of the second guild. Lu Li laughed. Wei Jiangshan nodded. This is the development method of the guild alliance. When the main guild has developed almost enough, some core members will be separated to form a second guild to share what they have. With enough materials accumulated, it is very easy for the second guild to quickly reach the maximum level in the myth area. Chapter 190. More expectations. In the following days, the speed of the development of the extraordinary guild can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. After the establishment of the second guild, the players of the extraordinary guild who were promoted from the new area to the mythical area were directly admitted to the second guild by default. Of course, if they performed well in the second guild and showed excellent abilities, they could also enter the main guild. This is also a convention of the various club guild alliances. Ordinary players also have their own promotion channels. Although this channel may only be from the 100 branch to the 10th branch, there is still a goal to strive for. Now the Extraordinary Guild also provides such a goal for the players. Although such a goal is much worse than the cohesion of the club, it is enough at this primary stage. When newcomers enter the mythical area, they naturally level up honestly. The setting of the mythical area is also very humane. The monsters in the leveling area are already quite anthropomorphic, and they all fight with players with skills, which also gives players a process of adaptation. In this process, even if players only brush dungeons, it is enough to put together a set of orange equipment for themselves. That is, gold equipment needs to rely on the power of the guild to be complete. While the members of the Fifth Guild were working hard to reach the maximum level, Zheng Qi and his guild teamed up with Quntianya's guild and continued to fight in the 7 dungeons. There were dozens of 100-man dungeons, and each person could choose a dungeon to participate in every day. In other words, in theory, each team could participate in 7 100-man dungeons. However, since the 7 dungeons often required a group to play for a week to pass, many players who felt that they were not capable of passing the 7 dungeons chose to play those more ordinary dungeons. Although the material drop rate of those dungeons was much lower, and the drop rate of red-clad materials was almost catching up with the drop rate of legendary materials in the 7 dungeons, it was easier to pass and easier to get enough rewards. Of course, ambitious teams would still push the 7 dungeons, because they represented the peak of dungeons in the football era. For Quntianya, he had a particularly good week. After pushing the Wagyuoshan dungeon the day before, although there was a mistake that made 6 groups wait foolishly for a day, the materials obtained were rare. Gold equipment materials can enrich the guild warehouse, and red equipment materials can be provided to the main guild to obtain overall contribution. Usually, his guild can get 3 or 4 red equipment materials in a week, but now he has obtained more than twice the materials in a day. How can Quntianya not be overjoyed? You should know that although gold equipment materials are usually obtained more, in fact, for club guilds, gold equipment materials are not in high demand. The real demand is red equipment and legendary equipment. Only by providing these two materials to the main guild can we really obtain enough contribution. The successful completion of the Flower and Fruit Mountain dungeon also made Qi full of confidence. Although the Flower and Fruit Mountain dungeon is relatively easy among the 7 dungeons, it is also relatively speaking. Basically, the difficulty is about the same. It is only that some scenes are more difficult for ordinary players to pass, so they are divided into upper and lower. Looking at Zheng Qi and his men, they don't look like the kind of people who can't adapt to certain special environments. Sure enough, in the second day's journey to the West Dungeon, Zheng Qi and his men let Qi see what a professional level is. The journey to the West Dungeon is considered a medium difficulty dungeon by ordinary players, which is more difficult than the Flower and Fruit Mountain dungeon. The key lies in the terrain. There are several terrains, such as the Yellow Wind Ridge and the Lion Camel Mountain, which have quite complex terrain controls, which can easily trap players and make them lose their lives without knowing it. The dungeon that is more complicated than the journey to the West Dungeon is the 10 Absolute Array Dungeon, where each area is affected by a terrain. However, under the leadership of Zheng Qi and his team, there was no problem. As the main output force, the members of the Qi Guild stood in an area without terrain influence in any area and focused on output. Zheng Qi and his team were in the front. Although they were constantly affected and controlled by the terrain, they were able to quickly get out and continue to pull the monster's hatred tightly. In this way, it was much easier to push through. So much so that it took only more than 6 hours to push through the journey to the West Dungeon that day, which was much faster than the Flower and Fruit Mountain dungeon yesterday. We actually passed such a difficult dungeon so easily. Qi was a little surprised. How high can it be? To be honest, those bosses are not as difficult as the bosses in the Flower and Fruit Mountain dungeon. It's mainly because of the terrain. Zheng Qi waved his hand, showing an extremely calm master style. Pretend again, if it weren't for Grandpa Meng's detailed explanation of the terrain in the dungeon, would you be so relaxed? Shinya complained in the team channel. Just call Uncle Meng, Butler Meng reminded again. And today's dungeon was lucky. In addition to the 20 or so red clothes, a legendary equipment material with a very low drop rate was also dropped. There is only one, of course it can't be distributed evenly. This legendary material Qi is also very jealous, and naturally he will not be a Lei Feng to give it to Zheng Qi and others. This is a legendary material. Poor Qi has been in the myth zone for so long, whether it is a team dungeon or a wild monster, he has never hit a legendary equipment. What's the use of you wanting a legendary material, and no one can use it? We're waiting to use it. Carry forward your style. Zheng Qi said to Qi. It's not that I don't want to promote style. The contribution of legendary materials is 10 times that of red materials. The key is not this. In fact, red materials are not in short supply in all clubs, but legendary materials are in short supply in all clubs. If we really send them up, our guild will be exposed. Qi said with a bitter face. He didn't dare to offend Zheng Qi and the others now, but he really couldn't let go of the legendary materials. Now he noticed that the 40% to 60% split was easy for other materials, because even for red materials, after passing the 7 copies, there would always be more than 10 or 20 pieces dropped. Just divide them according to the proportion. If you lose 1 or 2 pieces, you won't feel bad. But for legendary materials, if 1 piece drops, it is a blessing from God. Besides, even if 2 pieces drop, there is no way to divide them according to the proportion. Do you have to shake all of them? You don't even give me this little face. Zheng Qi threatened Qi. Qi was about to cry. This is really not a question of whether he would give face or not. Then there is only one way. Zheng Qi sighed. Qi looked at Zheng Qi fearfully, fearing that he would say that he wanted to break up and find other guilds to cooperate. Then we can only follow that promise. Let's shake some points. Zheng Qi said. Qi was stunned, and then he let out a long breath. It's better to shake some points than to break up. Besides, if you don't get any points, it can only be considered bad luck, and no one can say anything. If you get them, at most you can give Zheng Qi and his friends some more equipment and materials tomorrow as compensation. The other party is so important that you always have to coax them. So Qi went up to shake some points, and shook out more than 30 points. Zheng Qi also shook some points, and the points were not high, only more than 50 points, but he won Qi. Not wasteful, just right. Zheng Qi said. Qi shook his head helplessly. If you win, it's yours, but if it comes out again tomorrow, it will be ours, right? Shouldn't we continue to shake points tomorrow? Zheng Qi asked curiously. It's not good to always shake the points, Cutie Anya said helplessly. You won today, but what if we win more next time? It would be bad if we win more than you. This is not a one-time deal, it has to continue. Cutie Anya's words were particularly sincere, and Zheng Qi, who was originally planning to tease him, couldn't say it now. How about this? If it's just 1 or 2 pieces next time, we'll continue to shake the points, but if we get 6 pieces in a row, the next 4 pieces will all be yours. In short, the overall 4-6 split should be maintained. Zheng Qi said to Cutie Anya. That's fine, happy cooperation. Hearing this, Cutie Anya finally put down a big stone in his heart. Such a proposal is obviously very reasonable. Shaking the points only determines the ownership of 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, but overall, it still follows the principle of 4-6 split. The most important thing is that this statement is enough to prove that Zheng Qi and his team don't want to play a few games with them and run away. At least such cooperation can continue for a while. Although there is no written contract, it is just a verbal promise. However, after a few days of getting along, Cutie Anya also realized that although Zheng Qi usually looks cunning, he will not change what he promised. This team is mainly based on Zheng Qi, and his attitude shows the attitude of the entire team of the Extraordinary Guild. As long as this kind of cooperation can continue, then the contribution of his guild during this period will definitely be able to surpass other guilds at the same level. Once he stands out from so many marginal guilds, his dream will be achieved in this way. This is Cutie Anya's biggest expectation now, and such an expectation can become a reality to a great extent in the coming days. At least, when sending 8 pieces of red equipment yesterday, the surprised expressions on the faces of several leaders of the main guild were enough to make Cutie Anya have endless aftertastes. You know, every time he sent materials, the other party would accept them lightly, and then encourage him a few words without any pain, revealing a graceful look. Just seeing the change in the other party's expression, Cutie Anya felt very happy, especially happy. What changes will the other party have when sending equipment today? It's really exciting. Thinking of this, Cutie Anya couldn't help himself. It would be fine if it was just the red materials, but when there was a chance to give legendary materials, the other party's reaction would be even greater, right? Cutie Anya looked at the legendary materials that had been given to Zheng Qi with envy, and began to look forward to the days to come. Chapter 191 Praise. Sure enough, today when Cutie Anya sent over 7 red outfit materials again, the boss of the main guild, Qin Wenming, a former professional player of Zheng Qi, also appeared on the scene. This had never happened before. What was Qin Wenming's status? He was the boss of the entire Zheng Qi Guild Alliance. Although he was not a professional player, many members of the first-line team of Zheng Qi Club would respectfully call him senior when they saw him. The bosses of the main guilds at various professional clubs are often former professional players, and there are very few former professional players who were eliminated because they did not meet the professional requirements. They are often retired players who have worked hard in the club to get such a position. At the same time, not every retired player can get such an important position. First of all, the status in the club must be high enough. Secondly, there must be enough prestige. And finally, their own skills must not be bad, so that they can lead the main guild. Zheng Qi is only a Class A team, but they're a veteran Class A team. They used to be in the Super League for a long time. Although they were relegated, their foundation is still very deep. To be the guild boss in such a club, you really can't be the boss without some level. Qin Wenming is such a person. He was the captain of Zheng Qi in the Super League and led Zheng Qi to the 5th place in the Zheng Qi Professional League. Although Zheng Qi was relegated under his command, it was not his problem. After retiring, he naturally became the president of the Zheng Qi General Guild. While serving in the Zheng Qi Club, he also took care of some youth training work. Such old employees are often more important to a club than a god-level player. After all, Qin Wenming himself was a well-deserved god-level player when he was in professional competitions. Although his condition declined at the age of 30 and he was no longer as brave as he used to be in the professional league, after he decisively chose to retire, he was still the kind of person at the top of the pyramid in the game. His status in the club can be explained by one thing, that is, every time the club's top management held a meeting, in addition to the management, technical department heads, head coaches and team captains, he must have a seat in the meeting room. A person of such status would certainly not show up easily when a marginal guild came to deliver materials. After all, you can imagine how busy he is usually. But this time, he showed up at the scene. After seeing Cutie Anya, Qin Wenming praised him gently, which made Cutie Anya feel a little dizzy. For ordinary members, their idols are naturally the main members of the first-line team, But for a president like Qi Anya, he admires the guild boss like King Wenmin. Because among professional players, King Wenmin is already the top existence, not to mention that Qi Anya is also an old fan of Zheng Qi. When he became a fan of Zheng Qi, King Wenmin was the #1 star of Zheng Qi. Whether it is a fan or a guild, King Wenmin is Qi Anya's idol. Now that he finally met his idol, you can imagine how excited he is. I heard that you have gained a lot in the past 2 days. King Wenmin said to Qi Anya. Well, because we are cooperating with a certain team, Qi Anya had never intended to hide it from the higher-ups. This kind of thing cannot be hidden even if they want to. His members always talk about something in the Guild Alliance channel. With the remarkable achievements in the past 2 days, they will naturally talk about this aspect. Qi Anya knew that even if the main guild wanted to take over such a good thing, his contribution would be indispensable. For the top leaders of the Guild Alliance, most of the members are volunteers. Transparent and open management, fairness and justice are what must be done. If they're unfair, the fans will be disappointed, and when everyone leaves, the club will not have a good ending. King Wenmin must not have failed to understand this principle. At the time, Zheng Qi was considered a mid-level team in the Super League, and the strength of the guild was not bad. It was because the guild boss at the time was unfair, which angered a large number of originally loyal fans. These fans chose to leave Zheng Qi guild in anger, causing Zheng Qi guild's competitiveness in boss to plummet, thus affecting the club's performance. No matter how outstanding the club's first-line team members are, they have to rely on materials obtained from the game to enhance their strength. After the guild's competitiveness declined, professional players only rely on their own operation level to compete with other professional players, and they will naturally be at a disadvantage. In this way, Zheng Qi slowly slipped to the edge of relegation. Although there were also factors such as the decline in the status of the core King Wenmin, the decline in the strength of the guild was also an indisputable fact. Just as a professional club had an economic crisis 100 years ago, its performance would also decline rapidly. Competitive games have never been based on only the 11 people on the field. There are many factors related to whether a team is strong. After King Wenmin became the head of the General Guild, he took many measures to win back the hearts of the people. At the time, the Zheng Qi Guild Alliance had reached an extremely dangerous time. At its peak, there were 150 guilds, but now it has shrunk to 120 guilds, and most of the guilds have only a few thousand people. Although the situation has stabilized now, it still has a long way to go to recover its vitality. After hearing Qi Anya tell the whole process of cooperation with Zheng Qi and others, including the conflict at the beginning, King Wenmin nodded slightly. So that's how it is, but this is also your luck. If you work hard and get it done, it won't be a rare thing to fill the core guild group. King Wenmin encouraged Qi Anya. Qi Anya was overjoyed. Isn't this what he asked for? The president of a marginal guild probably won't be a professional player, but the president of a core guild must be a professional player who has signed a contract, so that the club can safely hand over some precious materials to them for operation. If there is always a demand, we can make sacrifices. Qi Anya said immediately. Not for the time being, as long as we maintain a good relationship with them. Fifth Guild may have a bright future in the future, but at this moment, they may not be able to cooperate with our main guild. After all, they only have such an elite team now, and they don't have many red suits. It's better to keep in touch now and cooperate in the future. They are a new guild, and it is mutually beneficial to have such an opportunity. King Wenmin waved his hand and said. Qi Anya nodded, which was similar to his idea. Although the Zheng Qi Guild Alliance is not a strong guild alliance now, it is still an old team after all. There are also many semi-professional players in the main guild. Zheng Qi and his team have shown a very good level, but their weak equipment is not enough to give Zheng Qi Guild too much help. To put it bluntly, the mission of Zheng Qi Guild is to compete for Wild Boss that is the largest source of legendary materials. Partners who are not able to participate in this kind of game have no value. However, Zheng Qi and his team were able to help a second-tier team that could only push 70% of the map progress to clear one of the 7 dungeons in one day with only 9 people and 1 coach. This was enough to prove their level. As a former professional god-level player, King Wenmin naturally knew clearly the level of the elite teams of each subordinate guild. There were 20 core guilds, which of course were not randomly pulled up by King Wenmin. These guilds could become core guilds because their elite teams had already possessed the strength that surpassed the average guild teams, had the ability to push through the 7 dungeons alone, and were qualified to participate in the battles of outdoor bosses. The reason why marginal guilds were marginal guilds was because they did not have such strength. Qi Anya's guild was such a marginal guild.
Their highest record was just to pass 70% of the progress of one of the 7 dungeons, which was a very average level. Now, with Qi Anya as the main guild, they only added 9 foreign players and 1 foreign player coach, and were able to pass one of the 7 dungeons in one day. This was enough to prove that the level of these people, even if not professional level, was not far off. Such a team naturally needs to be well won over. Even if it cannot be taken as one's own, it is still qualified to be an ally. For the guilds at the top clubs, especially those at the level of the top 5 guilds, they often have no friends and can only rely on their own strength, because this is related to a very realistic competition of interests. If you grab more things, others will grab less things. Who can concentrate on joining forces with whom? Not to mention the level of the top 5 guilds, even the guilds under other ordinary super clubs cannot join forces with any club guilds at the same level. To put it bluntly, they are competitors themselves and it is impossible to join forces together. However, the probability of a Class A team like Zheng Qi joining forces with other guilds is much greater. After all, facing the pressure of the top club guilds, if the Class A team does not stick together for warmth, then there will be no way out. But the problem facing Zheng Qi is that it is a bit difficult for them to find allies. After all, Zheng Qi has not always been in the Class A. They have been relegated from the Super League for several years. After a difficult time, they now need to regroup and rush back to the Super League. In this way, the conflict with other Class A teams is not small. If you don't have a few friends, you can't get by. In the Super League, the teams that may form an alliance are those mid-level teams that have no relegation pressure and can't improve their performance. The same is true in the A level. Whether it is the Super League or the A level, if you want to hit the top few, you'll definitely have no friends with the clubs that are specifically for relegation. Now there may be one more, Kim Wenmin must of course observe rationally. No problem, we have cooperated well in the past 2 days. Although they are all newcomers, they also know how to advance and retreat, and they are not too greedy. Our foundation is much better than theirs, and they have technical advantages. It is a win-win situation for both sides. Qi Anya replied. Kim Wenmin was slightly stunned, and then glanced at Qi Anya. Not bad, really not bad, you can have such a vision, it seems that your guild has great potential. Kim Wenmin praised Qi Anya again. Qi Anya nodded heavily. Chapter 192 Future Cooperation Opportunities 1 7-player dungeon a day. On average, Zheng Qi and his team can get at least 10 red suits. 9 people only need 72 red suit materials in total, so after a week, Zheng Qi and his team have completely upgraded their weapons. In addition to the red suits, Zheng Qi and his team also harvested 7 legendary equipment materials and hundreds of gold suit materials in this week. In addition to the legendary materials Zheng Qi and his team used, the gold suit materials quickly enriched the guild's warehouse. What does a guild rely on to develop? Of course, it is a large amount of resources. In addition to equipment materials, there are hero upgrade materials. Now the Fifth Guild still has few hero upgrade materials, because the drop rate of hero upgrade materials is relatively low, and every player can use them, so the progress of hero upgrades depends on the player's own character. However, hundreds of gold suit materials alone have satisfied the appetite of the players of the Fifth Guild to a certain extent. After all, the contribution requirements for obtaining gold suit materials are still very high. It takes time for the players of the Fifth Guild to accumulate contribution. However, although many players cannot exchange for the materials they want for the time being, as long as they can see the gold equipment materials in the warehouse, it is a temptation. The Extraordinary Guild is still composed of old players who have been promoted from Zone 108, and has not recruited any additional players to join the guild. In fact, it is unlikely to recruit any players. After all the players in the Myth Zone have been divided up by the guild alliances. A few players who do not have the support of a specific club and just want to play games alone have also formed scattered amateur guilds. In fact, such guilds are extremely rare. After all, even if you do not support the club, joining a marginal guild of a club alliance guild will not have any constraints or influences. You can just play by yourself, and the guild boss will not have to manage all members. Just like Qi Anya, his guild now has about 5,000 people, but the ones he can really command are the 7 groups that push the 7 dungeons. The other members are just mobilized at ordinary times, and whether they come to help depends entirely on their own initiative. It is precisely because of this that it is actually difficult for new guilds to survive. There is really no soil and space. Therefore, the Fifth Guild is inherently deficient. Now there are indeed members from the new area who enter the myth area and join the fifth guild, but the new area has at most a few 100,000 players. According to the ratio, only about 200,000 people can enter the myth area. Of course, this number should be discounted. Although it is good to be able to form such a number of people, it will be weak after all. In other words, Zheng Qi and his efforts are destined to be in vain. Even if they get more materials now and fill up the guild's warehouse, it will not make any sense for the future. However, Zheng Qi and his team seem to enjoy it. Every day, they go to brush a large dungeon, and then when they are free, they will go to brush a 20-person dungeon together. The gold equipment materials they defeated are thrown into the guild warehouse, and the red equipment materials and hero materials are used by themselves. Day after day, life is simple and monotonous. Such days, Qutianya was quite happy. With a lot of red dress materials delivered to the headquarters every day, and 1 or 2 legendary materials handed in every now and then, if there was a guild contribution ranking, you would definitely see Qutianya's guild ranking rising rapidly in the Zheng Guild Alliance. And it is obvious that the guild reward system of Zheng Club is very complete and transparent. After the contribution of Qutianya Guild became greater and greater, members with relatively outstanding strength from other branches began to fill in continuously. Qutianya Guild gradually increased from less than 5,000 people to more than 7,000 people. Under the situation that the main guilds would not be full of 10,000 people, the increase in the number of Qutianya Guild was enough to prove that the guild's status in the entire guild alliance had risen. In the alliance ranking at the end of the month, Qutianya's guild jumped from the previous 83rd guild to the 27th place. Although it has not yet been promoted to a core guild, its status is not the same as before. What made Qutianya even happier was that King Wenmin found him again one day and gave him a professional player contract. This was a serious professional player contract, which meant that he would become a member of Zheng Club after signing it. Although getting this contract did not mean that Qutianya could get much income, in fact, except for professional players of King Wenming's level, the income of other professional players was not much higher than that of ordinary workers and white-collar workers, but what Qutianya was looking forward to was not income, but status and glory. In this era, the respected professions, in addition to traditional professions such as scientists, engineers, teachers and doctors, are nothing more than professional players and professional players, who represent the emerging forces of modern society. It is Qutianya's dream to be a member of the professional players. Now that the dream has come true, Qutianya was so excited that he could not control himself. That night, he opened a bottle of wine at home and got drunk. After he went online the next day, he was happy, which made Zheng Qi and others see that Qutianya was in a very good mood today. "What's wrong? Did you pick up a wallet yesterday?" Zheng Qi asked. "Where can you find a wallet now? Most likely he went to the bar to pick up a girl," said Dongyang Guangbo. "Pay attention to your age," said Zheng Qi. Dongyang Guangbo walked away with a frustrated look on his face. Zheng Qi always made fun of his age now. If it weren't for Dongyang Guangbo's good temper, he would have fought with Zheng Qi a long time ago. Qutianya said nervously. "Don't talk nonsense, my wife is also in the guild, I'm a serious person, how could I do such a thing?" "Then you were as happy as if you just got married," said Zheng Qi. "Yesterday, I became a professional player," said Qutianya proudly. "Oh, not bad, but shouldn't you thank us?" Zheng Qi smiled. Yes, Qutianya could only admit this. Anyone with a discerning eye knew why Qutianya became a professional player. Isn't it because the guild has a good harvest recently, and how did this harvest come from? Of course, it is because Zheng Qi and others joined, allowing Qutianya's guild to pass one of the 7 dungeons every day, then change it to a 30-70 split, said Zheng Qi. "Stop joking," Qutianya said helplessly. "Well, actually, it's not a joke. After this week, our cooperation can stop." Zheng Qi laughed. Why? Qutianya was stunned. He had a very happy month. He counted much more materials every day than usual and was very happy every day. And now, Zheng Qi told him that the good days were almost over. There was only 1 week left before it would end. It's not a long-term cooperation. The people in our guild are almost reaching the maximum level. When the time comes, our guild will come to brush the 7 dungeons. Zheng Qi laughed. Qutianya then realized that Zheng Qi and his friends were not selling themselves to him, but they also had their own guild. Although this was known a long time ago, this month was so happy that Qutianya himself didn't think there was anything wrong. He felt that such a happy life would continue forever. And now, the dream is over, and the good days will only last so long. Anya was extremely frustrated. During this period, he had gained many outstanding members. After this period of combination, many new members with relatively outstanding strength had seen up close how Zheng Qi and his team pulled monsters and created miracles. Although they would not be like before, unable to clear even one dungeon in a week, they could try their best and organize more groups to run dungeons. They might be able to pass 1 or 2 dungeons in a week, but after all, they would not have such a good life again. But if you think about it carefully, this is also normal. All good things must come to an end. Before, both parties took what they needed. Now Zheng Qi and his guild members have also improved their membership level. With them here, as long as the others have enough level and can stand and output, anyone can do it. There is no problem of not having enough good players. If you can get all the materials, why give 40% to others? To be fair, if it were Anya himself, he would make the same choice. Moreover, the accumulation of more than a month has expanded his guild to include many powerful people, and he is also able to form a team to pass one of the 7 dungeons. If there is no cooperation with Zheng Qi and others, Anya's guild will still be an ordinary marginal guild, and Anya's ambitions will still be ambitions, and will not become a reality. Although the contribution of the guild will not increase so quickly in the future, the situation is much better than before. Now Anya has a new goal, which is to make his guild a real core guild, and such a goal needs to be achieved through his own efforts, not by external help. For example, the joining of Zheng Qi and others before was like God giving him a golden finger. Now the golden finger has helped him through the initial difficulties. The next thing, of course, depends on his own struggle to have a good time. What's the point of relying on that golden finger? Thinking of this, Anya was completely relieved, so he reached out to Zheng Qi. During this period, the cooperation is very pleasant, and I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Anya said. Of course, I hope there will be opportunities to cooperate with you in the future. Zheng Qi laughed and emphasized the word you. This was an expectation and also an encouragement. He encouraged Anya to lead his guild to become the core guild of the Shinshijia Guild Alliance and be eligible to participate in higher level competitions. And Fifth Guild will have the opportunity to become an ally of Shinshijia Guild. This is the real opportunity for cooperation in the future. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en Cinesforzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 193 The highest stage. Zheng Qi was relieved that Anya was so understanding. It is always good to part ways in peace. After all, the cooperation during this period was quite pleasant. Some members of the Anya guild who often participated in the group also had a good relationship with Zheng Qi and his team. It would be a bit bad if they fell out when the cooperation stopped. Moreover, they are not cooperating now because the Fifth Guild also has its own needs, and they will still need cooperation in the future. After Zheng Qi and his team have almost finished the dungeon and gathered the legendary materials, they will participate in the competition for the wild boss. This is something that must be done, because that is the competition field for the highest level in the myth zone. There will be countless professional players, even god-level players, who will participate in the competition for the boss. Those players are equipped with full-body legendary equipment as standard. Even if they occasionally have a few red clothes, it is because they do not have enough attribute points, and they have to sacrifice some attributes to strengthen the attributes that are more beneficial to themselves. The advantage of Zheng Qi and his team is that even if some of the characters with the lowest attributes, such as Lang, have over 800 attribute points, they don't need to change after getting a full set of legendary equipment, and can still make targeted adjustments. The minimum attribute of legendary equipment needs to reach 91 points. The reason why god-level accounts are considered to have advantages over ordinary professional players is that they can make targeted point additions without losing legendary equipment materials. Of course, if you want to create super high pressure on a certain attribute, you still have to work on the equipment. In short, although Zheng Qi and his team are confident that they can get all the legendary equipment they need through the 7 copies, they will not give up the competition for the wild boss. After all, in addition to the higher explosion rate of legendary equipment, the super high explosion rate of hero upgrade materials has also become a mystified item for professional players. Although compared with equipment materials, hero upgrade materials are not consumables, and they will not decrease after the hero level is raised. After all, a player needs more hero upgrade materials to raise the hero level. It takes 20 materials for a hero to reach the full level of 20. There are 60 hero pools. The fuller the hero pool, the greater the demand for professional players in this regard. At the same time, such players are often important players in the club. Even if they sell their pots and dimes, they must meet their requirements. More importantly, Zheng Qi wants to fly and make a name for himself, so he must prove his strength in the highest-end battlefield of the game. This is the only way for grassroots players to prove their strength and enter the professional circle for a long time in that past. Of course, with the gradual maturity of the talent selection system of professional clubs, grassroots players have gradually lost such opportunities. After all, the professional league of football era is based on games. Even professional players cannot leave the game and spend a lot of time playing in the game every day. Although as the output of the guild gradually improves, the frequency of professional players appearing in online games is much less than before. A professional player spends at least 3 days a week in online games, which is also a basic time. In the game, pushing dungeons is secondary. In fact, professional players rarely go to push dungeons to get materials like Zheng Qi and others. They mainly compete in the wild boss, because even in the most difficult dungeons, the opponent is just an NPC. In front of the top players, no matter how strong the NPC is, it is only strong in attributes, not in operation. The real battlefield is the competition for the wild boss. No matter how strong the wild boss is, it is just an NPC. The real danger is people, and the characters controlled by people. Not only are there opponents in the professional arena, but there are also all kinds of players. Many players are far behind professional players in overall quality, but in certain environments, some of their characteristics can give professional players a headache. Only in such a brutal battle involving tens of thousands of people, in such a cruel environment that is infinitely close to the real battlefield, can professional players develop their battlefield-like instinctive reactions and acumen, which cannot be provided in the training room. Only by surviving in such a tragic environment, even whether the boss can be killed and materials are secondary, can a player's level be trained. So professional players seem to be high above, but they cannot really get away from this game. 7 days a week, 3 days of training, 3 days of online games, and the remaining day of competition. This is the life of professional players. Even during the inter-season period, they will continue to maintain their status and sense of smell in online games, because once their status declines, they may lose their main position or be forced to retire. They are all experienced warriors, not comparable to those quasi-professional players in the new area. The key lies in their experience in this regard and their almost instinctive reactions. There are no weaklings who can gain a foothold in the professional league. Without fighting with these people and feeling such a battlefield atmosphere, Zheng Qi, who wants to fly, can't compare with these people no matter how talented he is. This is also the reason why grassroots players find it increasingly difficult to get opportunities, because in addition to not having a systematic and correct training method, even the intuition, skills, and reactions honed in online games may not be as good as those of professional players. This kind of thing is a bit sad to think about. But for Zheng Qi and others, this is the only way now. It's still the old saying, don't look at them calling the shots in the new area, leaving those semi-professional players with nothing to think about, but if you don't make a name for yourself in the mid area, it means nothing. Liu Shibo was able to fill in the main lineup of Nanguo immediately after reaching the maximum level, because he played in a defensive position, and the demand in this area was not particularly obvious. Moreover, in a big club like Nanguo, he had many more opportunities to charge on the front line and could quickly accumulate enough experience. In comparison, Jin has not yet had a chance to play, because his offensive characteristics require him to accumulate more experience and intuition before he can perform at a sufficiently good level on the court. The team also takes a step-by-step approach to the talented young players. It focuses on training, and is cautious about grassroots players like Zheng Qi and Yasheng Fei. In fact, top clubs like Chengtin will be more cautious about grassroots players like Zheng Qi and Yasheng Fei, but those mid-level teams in the Super League or the teams in the A-level league are still very interested in Zheng Qi and Yasheng Fei. After all, they have a good level of operation and have built a huge guild system in the new district. If they can be absorbed, it will be of great help to the first team and even the guild of the club. However, if Zheng Qi and his team were not well known, it would be fine. There wouldn't be too many clubs to contact and win over, but they have already laid an excellent foundation in District 108 and created a great reputation. In this way, many mid-level teams and A-level teams will hesitate.
Of course, the price to pay for attracting these people is not small. Judging from their skills in forming a guild, they are definitely not newcomers who can be easily fooled. In addition, they have a very effective method of pulling monsters in the new area, and their inherent value is already high enough. If you want to poach them, you'll definitely have to pay a very high price. Such a price may not be affordable by the first-class teams, and even if the mid-level teams in the Super League can afford it, they may not be able to bear such a risk. Moreover, even if these teams came to him, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi would not agree. Zheng Qi lived up to his name and wanted to fly well in Changfen. Others did not know what Zheng Qi was thinking, but with his personality, probably only Changfen could satisfy him. In the recent league, Changfen's performance hit some ups and downs. Other teams strengthened their research on mobile methods, which temporarily narrowed the gap between the professional league teams. It can be said that there were many upsets, which made fans watching the recent professional games very enjoyable, because in the game, there will always be surprises. Only with surprises can there be excitement, which is the charm of competitive games. However, with Changfeng's previous advantages, he least wanted to see such surprises. After the start of the second half, strong teams often encounter the situation of capsizing, and Changfeng will also encounter it. In this case, their advantage in points is gradually reduced by Team He, Nanglo, and Shenhua, three teams that are capable of challenging the championship. Now in the top 4 positions, the 4 teams are fighting in a group. After winning the East Asian Championship, Changfeng's players will inevitably face some ups and downs. In this way, their results are naturally affected. The other 3 winning teams have rested for 2 full months. It is the time when the dragons and tigers are strong and powerful. As one grows stronger, the other grows weaker. Changfeng no longer has the momentum of swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger in the first half, but it seems to be struggling. Of course, Changfeng's players and fans will not think that this is unfair to themselves. The competition system is like this. If you want to get unprecedented owners, you must have repressive strength or repressive performance. Whether it is the teams that won the Triple Crown in the past professional football world, or the champions in the current football era professional league, can their strength really suppress all teams? Not necessarily. More importantly, they rely on their outstanding performance and desperate competition to get the honor. The honor that is obtained after enough sweat is more precious. Under such circumstances, Changfeng certainly has no energy to be distracted by the 2 newcomers. Even if their head coach Luo Qishuan is actually quite interested in the 2 newcomers, he has no energy to be distracted. Zheng Qi doesn't care about this. He knows that he can't rush to fly. What they have to do is to let everyone know where their value lies. The characteristics of the football era have given them such a stage. Now it depends on whether they have the ability to show their level on this stage. Chapter 194. The next month, before reaching the highest stage, more efforts are needed. Zheng Qi understood this principle, and Zheng Qi also understood it. So even though Zheng Qi was extremely eager to show himself in front of Changfeng, he did not show any anxiety. Zhao Feng was very happy. After joining the 5th Guild, it was a brand new experience for him who was playing football era for the first time. If you hand over the extra equipment to the guild, you'll have contribution points, and then you can exchange it for materials. This is an extremely convenient experience for Zhao Feng, and it also makes him feel a lot of belonging to the 5th Guild. Although many old birds know that such a mechanism can be said to exist in any guild, for newcomers, the first guild they come into contact with is more likely to leave a deep impression. And Zhao Feng's luck is not bad. In every carnival, he can always get some attribute points, which makes his level rise rapidly, and also makes him gradually become a core member of the 5th Guild. Because it is a new guild, the 5th Guild does not have the habit of seniority. The higher your attribute points, the higher your status in the guild. After successfully entering the myth zone, Zhao Feng continued to work hard to upgrade, so after reaching the maximum level, he officially became a core member of the myth zone of the Extraordinary Guild. Because his attribute points reached 800 points after reaching the maximum level, very lucky to have a god level account. In fact, for ordinary players, it is not too rare to have a god level account, because in addition to beating the carnival boss and snatching dungeon records, there is also a certain probability that the small monsters in the carnival can explode with additional attribute points. Although the explosion rate is very low, there will always be lucky players who can continuously explode attribute points just by beating small monsters, so that they can get a powerful account. This is not a rare thing. Although the probability of ordinary players getting a god level account is even lower, you can't stand the large base of players. A new zone has tens of millions of people, and it is normal for hundreds or thousands of god level accounts to appear each time. This mechanism also makes many professional players quite frustrated, but there is no way, no matter how good your skills are, you can't control luck. For professional players with technical advantages, the most reliable way for them is to obtain attribute points through bosses. After most of the players in the Fifth Guild were close to the maximum level, the way to select the elite group was also very simple. Whoever had the highest attribute points could enter the elite group. Zhao Feng's account with more than 800 points was a good player even in professional competitions, which meant that he could wear better equipment to make contributions, and naturally entered the elite group smoothly. After Zheng Qi and his team had cooperated with the Qintianya Guild for another week, the Fifth Guild Alliance had expanded to 10 guilds. This number was not large, because except for the main guild, which had a level of 50 immediately after the response was established, the other branches had to be built up from scratch, bit by bit. If the materials were insufficient, even if there were more people, it would not be possible to fill the guild construction in one day. However, the current 10 guilds at the Fifth Guild Alliance were of high quality, and were basically close to full members, with more than 9,000 members and as few as 7,000 or 8,000 members. After operating for a period of time, it was entirely possible to open 10 more branches at once. With 70,000 to 80,000 members, the elite team selected is naturally not bad. Among the 90 people, the ones with the highest attribute points are Zhao Fen, whose idea is Killing Ghost Shadow, and another player with ideas Extreme Cold Breaking Wind. Their attribute points are over 800 points, which is considered outstanding among the many members of Fifth Guild. In fact, according to the proportion, Fifth Guild should have at least 7 or 8 accounts with attribute points over 800, but the proportion is a proportion after all. It does not mean that if you have a lot of people, you'll definitely have so many lucky accounts. Although Fifth Guild has a lot of people, most of them are newcomers. Some people are lucky enough to have a top account, but they have not yet been able to pass the challenge mission in the Myth Zone. Fifth Guild has 6 or 7 such players. However, relying on the large number of people, the 90-member team of Fifth Guild now has a considerable advantage over the elite team of Qintianya Guild in terms of attribute points. Except for Zhao Fen and the other 2 who have more than 800 attribute points, the attribute points of the other more than 80 people are all above 700 points, which can be regarded as absolutely elite. The only thing they lack is equipment. Most of them are orange equipment, and only a few are gold equipment. If they want to bring out their attribute points, they need to update their equipment. This elite group will not be fixed. During the process of pushing the dungeon, we will also examine your strength. Only those who can combine technology and attribute points well can participate in the high-end battles of the guild in the future. Do you understand? Zheng Qi lectured the members, and the members also responded loudly and respectfully. After being together for so long, they have gradually moved from newcomers to experienced people. Naturally, they know that any guild will have core members who will participate more in dungeons and boss battles. The Extraordinary Guild is now forming such an elite team. As long as they perform well, their future prospects will be broader than those of ordinary members. Zhao Feng shouted even louder. Of course, he hoped that he could become a core member of the guild. This is also his current dream. In fact, there is more than one team that has been formed. There are quite a few players with professional accounts in the Fifth Guild. To some extent, this group of players has already occupied a higher level than other players. If the Fifth Guild wants to form a professional club, their status will not be low. The next few days will be a test for them. In the dungeon, the professional quality and mastery of the players' skills can be examined, and in a future boss competition, their more comprehensive qualities can be examined. If Zheng Qi and his team want to make a name for themselves in the Myth Zone, they must have such a team to be competitive. This is a very cumbersome operation, but it is inevitable. For Zhao Fen and his team, being able to participate in the map of the 7 dungeons is an honor in itself. Building a team, accumulating materials, and a powerful guild is formed from scratch. The future is difficult and may be tortuous, but Zheng Qi is full of motivation because he wants to fly. When they have a goal to pursue, they can truly show their value. In the following days, Zheng Qi and his team lived a boring and fulfilling life. As for the professional league, the following period of time can be described as exciting and dazzling. The competition for the league has reached a white-hot stage, and the competition for the domestic cup has also reached a white-hot stage. Zheng Qi is working hard to move forward. Despite being surrounded by all other strong teams, they still stand strong. In this process, the performance of Zheng Qi's top player Lu Xiaoshan has become more and more amazing. Every time the team encounters a situation where they can't open up, he is the first to charge in front and successfully break the formation, winning one key victory after another for the club. Lu Xiaoshan, who was at his peak, is now at his best. However, Li Qing's also showed his value. In every game, Qin He did not win as heartily as Zheng Qi, but he always won. The point gap between the two sides has not been able to be widened. Under such circumstances, Nangyu and Shenhua, two teams that could have competed with them, began to fall behind gradually. The league has once again entered a situation of two heroes competing for hegemony. In the cup competition, both sides also defeated their opponents all the way, and they were about to meet in the final. Everyone's eyes began to focus on the competition between these two teams. The end of October was the key to the final victory of the two heavyweight teams in China. In the long run of the league, they have left their opponents behind. Now that the league has passed 35 rounds, Zheng Qi's points have reached 83 points, Qin He's points are 81 points, and the third-ranked Nangguo has only 73 points. With 3 rounds left, there is no chance to challenge the championship. In the cup competition, Zheng Qi and Qin He have both entered the semi-finals. Their opponents in the semi-finals are only mid-level teams, and it is difficult to resist these two teams that have reached their peak. Under such circumstances, the hatred between the fans of both sides naturally becomes greater. In the myth area, fans of the two guilds can be seen fighting at any time, and then they call their friends to form a small-scale conflict. The reason why it is called a small scale is that the core guilds at both sides have remained calm. In addition to the fight for the boss, only the marginal guilds are in conflict. Both sides are unwilling to affect the performance of the club players at such a critical moment because of the confrontation between the guilds. According to the schedule, October 7th is the semi-final of the China Cup, October 14th is the 36th round of the league, October 21st is the 37th round of the league, October 21st is the final of the China Cup, and October 28th is the last round of the league. In the last round of the league, Qin He and Zheng Qi will play at Qin He's home court. The next month will be related to the trend of the entire league, and whether Zheng Qi can create an unprecedented record of 5 crowns. There is no doubt that this is the biggest highlight of this year's league, and it is even the first time in the past 10 years that a team has been so close to the honor of 5 crowns. The last time such a team appeared was the South Country in the era of Meng Fifan and Chen Fen, but everyone knows the final result of that time. It was a tragedy that quickly turned from extreme prosperity to decline. Will Zheng Qi create an unprecedented glory this time, or will there be another tragedy? All players and fans who are interested in the football era are full of desire and interest in this question. And the answer to this question will be fully revealed in the next month. Chapter 195. The change of wind direction for Fifan Guild. The next month is very important. They need to collect materials, form an elite team, and then prepare to participate in the highest competition in the game. This is of course an ambitious and glorious goal, but compared with Zheng Qi's goal for the next month, it seems nothing. In the next month, if Zheng Qi can suppress Qin He, they can tie the record of 4 championships created by Nangguo led by Meng Fifan. That is also the most glorious record of a Chinese club. It is only 1 step away from the 5 championships, just one last game. Lu Xiaoshan doesn't want to fall to the end, but before that, he has to defeat his biggest rival Li Qing first. The last round of the league, against Qin He. Before the last round, the final of the China Cup will most likely be against Qin He. But before that, they have to win 2 league games and 1 cup semi-final. If Qin He can't hold on before then, Zheng Qi can win 2 championships without bloodshed. I don't want Qin He to fail. To get the top honor, we need to have top performance. We have had a strong season. Now there are only 10 games left. We will use the best condition to welcome these 10 games. Lu Xiaoshan said confidently at the press conference. This is his usual style. As the first person in the Chinese league, he firmly believes that as long as he performs normally, he will definitely be able to create good enough results. 10 games. There are 3 games left in the league, 2 games left in the China Cup, and 5 games in the World Cup. Theoretically, if they win all 10 games, they will be the 5-time champions, the first team in the world to create such an honor. Major bookmakers have already opened the odds. The odds of Zheng Qi winning the 5-time champion are quite low, but there are still countless fans willing to bet on Zheng Qi to win the 5-time champion. In fact, every time such a team appears, there will be many players of football era who choose to support it. After so many years of professional football games, there has not been even a team that has won all the championships of the year. It really makes the fans of football era feel that this game is still missing something. Football era has been a professional game for 80 years. During this period, there have been legendary players, touching moments, and classic confrontations that people relish talking about, but there is a lack of such a peak that makes people look up to it.
Many people are looking forward to such a peak, and such people occupy the vast majority of football era players. So every time they will support the team that has the opportunity to make history, but every time they will be disappointed. However, it must be admitted that it is precisely because no team has ever reached such a height that any strong team will move towards such a height, whether it is from China or other countries. The first team to create such glory will surely become the most memorable team in the world, just like Real Madrid in the professional game back then. They are not often the team with the best results, but they can create a series of records that other teams cannot reach, so they are well deserved the best club of the century. Faced with such an honor, no team will not be tempted. With the history of professional football matches over the past few decades, some giants have actually been formed. However, it is difficult to create a real century-old giant because no club has achieved the 5 consecutive Champions League titles and 3 consecutive Champions League titles like the European football in the past, which makes people feel terrible when they hear about it. There are many strong teams now, but there is no team that can maintain a strong performance for decades. Now there are teams in various countries that have won double-digit league titles. These teams often also have the titles of intercontinental champions and world champions. These teams are top teams. Now, these top teams want to create the unprecedented 5-crown glory, and the team that can create this glory will undoubtedly become the first real world giant in the history of professional football matches. Zheng Qi is moving towards such a glorious goal. On the way to this great goal, all teams will be their opponents. China Cup semi-final. Zheng Qi won. Lu Xiaoxin's condition does not seem to be particularly outstanding, but the performance of famous players such as Wen Xiang, Feng Tu, and Jiang Wenqian still allowed them to pass this level. In the other semi-final, Tin He also won. In this game, Li Qing's brilliance was unmatched. He constantly instigated the attack and controlled the rhythm of the entire game with perfect tactics. He not only controlled himself, but also controlled the opponent. The entire game was full of infinite beauty, and this beauty all came from Li Qing's performance. After the game, all commentators gave Li Qing all the compliments, especially those professional commentators. They all believed that Li Qing's performance in this game was enough to be recorded in history. He interpreted the position of tactical master and organizational core vividly. In the history of the football era, it seems that no top player has been able to do this in the game. Li Qing has reached his peak and has pushed the skills of professional players to an extremely high level. This disabled but strong-willed player has created a miracle since he stepped onto the stage of professional competitions, and now he has proved that his potential is far from being developed. From this point of view, Li Qing is greater than Lu Xiaoxin. He has been making progress this season. The 27-year-old Li Qing has officially entered his heyday. For Lu Xiaoxin, it is not a good thing to encounter a great Li Qing at such a critical moment. However, for professional competitions, Li Qing's performance at this moment has proved that he is fully capable of creating his own era. Before the start of the 2 semi-finals, public opinion was basically biased toward Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoxin. However, after the 2 semi-finals, public opinion immediately began to deviate, which is enough to prove how amazing Li Qing's performance in this game was. Li Qing has begun to prove in his own way that the football era game can be played in this way. This game alone is enough to prove his greatness. This is what Butler Meng said to Zheng Qi in private, and Zheng Qi was very dissatisfied with this. Lu Xiaoxin did not make any statement on this. A week later, the 36th round of the game began. Lu Xiaoxin's condition was better than a week ago. He talked through the opponent's defense in the game and helped Zheng Qi win the game. Although Li Qing's performance was not as suffocating as a week ago, he still performed well and helped Tin He win the game as well, closely chasing behind Zheng Qi. The gap was still 2 points. Another week passed. During this week, Tin He had an advantage at the guild level. In the several boss fights between the 2 sides, Tin He won more times. With the participation of professional players from both sides, Tin He won the boss fight, which seemed to prove that Tin He's condition was better than Zheng Qi recently. Zheng Qi's public opinion environment became even worse. Before this month, public opinion was biased towards Zheng Qi, but now it is leaning towards Tin He, all because of Li Qing's performance. In fact, although most fans hope to see Tin He create unprecedented history, Tin He's confrontation, or disruption, is also welcomed by many people. In the next round, Zheng Qi's opponent is the third-placed Nanguo, and Tin He's opponent is the mid-level team Xinu. Although Nanguo has no hope of winning the championship now, the head coach Chen Feng said in an interview that Nanguo will only treat every game at its own level regardless of the situation of other teams winning the championship or whether they want to create records. The rumor is that Nanguo will do everything to stop Chengfeng from winning the 5-time championship, not because they have a grudge against Chengfeng, but because Nanguo was only a stone's throw away from the 5-time championship at the time. After that, they sank for a long time. Seeing a new team that wants to win the 5-time championship, they are of course very angry, and a mid-level team like Xiu doesn't seem to have any motivation to stop Tin He. Public opinion on Chengfeng has further deteriorated. A week later, in the 37th round. In this round, the Radiant One became Lu Xiaoshan. He led the team 3 times in the game and broke the defense of the southern country. In the second half of the season, he became the main force of the southern country's defenser. Liu Xibo, who was considered a talented defensive player, was completely unable to withstand the impact of Lu Xiaoshan in the game. He was repeatedly broken through by him, which eventually led to the disastrous defeat of the southern country. This game brought a great blow to Liu Xibo. Although he appeared strongly at the press conference after the game and bravely admitted his shortcomings and poor performance in this game, it still had a significant impact on his future. Of course, this is a story for later. In another game, Tin He, or Li Qing's performance, was not satisfactory. Xiu, who had no desires, showed their level. They launched a tenacious defense in the game, constantly disrupting Tin He's offensive rhythm, so that Tin He's offense was repeatedly unsuccessful. Li Qing seemed to have lost the magic he had in the first 2 games. His planning and performance in the game seemed too logical and were constantly seen through by the opponent. If Tian Zixin had not shown his nature as an opportunistic shooter at the last moment and broke through Xiu's goal with a priceless attack, the fight for the league championship would have ended 1 round in advance, although they still won the game and maintained a 2-point gap to prevent Chengfeng from winning the championship in advance. Some problems exposed by Tin He in this game seem to make Chengfeng's championship right in front of them. Chapter 196 Watching the battle. Professional commentators may seem very embarrassed recently. The recent change in wind direction is too difficult to grasp. This is not the east wind turning into the west wind, but a whirlwind blowing from all directions. The performance before the beginning of this month proved that Chengfeng and Lu Xiaoshan were already in excellent condition, at least better than Tin He and Li Qing's mediocre state. However, in the semi-finals of the China Cup at the beginning of this month, Li Qing's played a game that amazed everyone and immediately reversed the whole atmosphere. However, then, Li Qing's performance began to gradually decline, and Lu Xiaoshan's originally mediocre performance began to gradually rise. It only took 2 rounds for the wind direction to change again. How can this not make the commentators embarrassed? However, the next game is the final of the China Cup, which will be held at a neutral venue, Chengfeng vs. Tin He, a preview of the China Super Cup. In the Super Cup at the beginning of the year, Li Qing's used excellent tactical arrangements to win the first game, but Lu Xiaoshan relied on his strong strength to save the situation and won the championship. What will be the result of this China Cup? This is the most concerned topic in the entire football era recently. The 2 heroes standing side by side is something that all fans like to see. Whether it is the past professional football league or the current football era league, with such a gimmick, people can always have more expectations for the game. The China Cup game is not a particularly great honor. Like the previous professional football games, the domestic cup games are relatively the least valued among the top owners. Although there are only 2 champions to compete for in the national leagues in theory, the rest are fighting for relegation. However, the characteristic of esports games is that every game needs to be played more excitingly to attract fans, and the excitement of the game will not be affected by the ranking. Therefore, in the rules of intercontinental competitions, extremely strict systems are set up to prevent the gold content of intercontinental competitions from decreasing. As for the confrontation between strong teams from various countries, it can be achieved through friendly matches and invitational matches. There is no need to make the competition system too complicated in the official competition. There'll still be many fans watching such friendly matches. At the same time, because the victory or defeat of the game itself is not important, the excitement of the game is guaranteed. In short, in such a competition system, any champion is theoretically important, but because of some past habits, domestic cup competitions have always seemed not particularly important. However, even if it seems unimportant, at this juncture of the impact of the 5-time champion, the importance of the China Cup final has begun to be infinitely elevated. Both sides have sufficient reasons to go all out in this final. As 2 clubs that have been tit for tat in recent years, Tin He certainly hopes to stop Chengfeng's dream of winning the 5-time champion, and Chengfeng also knows that if they want to win the 5-time champion, Tin He is of course the one they need to defeat. In addition to the East Asian Cup and the World Cup, Cheng's competitor for the other 3 championships is Tinhe. They have already defeated Tinhe once in the Super Cup, and the 2 sides tied in the first round of the league. The next 2 games are related to 2 championships. After passing Tinhe, the only difficulty they face is the various giants in the World Cup. The World Cup is difficult, but it is not difficult either. How difficult can a competition that can be won by playing only 5 games be? In fact, the difficulty of the World Cup is the process of participating. Now Cheng only has the match against Tinhe in his eyes. When the day of the China Cup final came, the venue was packed with hundreds of millions of people. In general professional matches, there are tens of millions of people watching the game on site. Watching the game in the football era is quite convenient, and the capacity is unlimited. The more popularity you have, the more ticket revenue you can get. And this game created a history. According to statistics, hundreds of millions of fans chose to watch the game on site. Although it is impossible to watch the game from a distance with the naked eye, they will still watch it through the in-game broadcast system. However, being able to feel the extremely warm atmosphere on site is also a key factor for players to choose to watch the game on site. Of course, most players who like quietness choose to watch it in the game with full concentration, and the cost of such viewing is almost the same as watching the game on site, so any choice makes sense. There were more than 100 million fans watching the game on site, and 10 times that number of fans watching the game off site. This created a record for the China Cup. You know, even in the championship battles in the league, there are usually not so many people watching the game on site. After all, although there are more than 1 billion people playing football era in China and more than 5 billion players worldwide, many players do not watch the live broadcast of the game. They prefer to watch the highlights of the game. There are many factors that cause this. Some people are impatient to wait, some people only watch the games of their favorite teams, and when other teams play against each other, no matter how popular they are, they just watch the highlights to know the results. Others want to save some money. After all, watching the live broadcast of the game, whether watching it on site or watching it quietly from a distance, requires payment, while watching the video or highlights after the game is free. Of course, even so, the unprecedented ratings of this game, almost catching up with some World Cup games, also make the league's organizing committee smile from ear to ear. The professional league is composed of professional teams, but the domestic cup and league are arranged by the league organizing committee. 20% of the income from each game will be distributed to the players, and the rest will be divided equally between the league organizing committee and the club. This system has brought a huge source of income to the organizing committee, clubs and professional players. The salaries of those top professional players in the club are actually similar, but those who can perform well in the game can get more income. In some ways, the relationship between clubs and players is quite equal. In the era of football, players choose clubs based on technical considerations in addition to loyalty and other factors. What club can perform better? Then naturally everything. There are rarely any unpleasant things purely for money. After all, as long as you can play as a main player, the income will definitely be extremely high. This approach has reduced the burden on the club and also allowed the league organizing committee to have a very high economic income to carry out some overall planning. For example, a batch of higher bonuses obtained by the first-class team after the upgrade are provided by the league organizing committee. At the same time, the league organizing committee has been subsidizing amateur competitions in various regions to ensure that there are still a large number of amateur teams that can survive better under professional competitions. In short, it is taken from the people and used for the people. Of course, such a heavyweight competition can earn heavyweight income, which naturally makes all parties feel satisfied. Zheng Qi and others will naturally go to the scene to watch it. For players who aspire to be professional players, such a game naturally needs to be watched on the spot, not only because of the atmosphere, but also because the scene can see some details that cannot be noticed in the broadcast, and discussing together is also a good opportunity for common progress. In fact, all other professional players will not miss the opportunity to watch the game. The sky is densely filled with spectator seats. So many players gathered together, enough to make many people have intensive phobia. But in the sealed spectator seats, even if there is intensive phobia, you can focus on the screen in front of you. Entering the audience, you can choose the viewing method, whether it is the audience perspective, the player perspective, or even the coach perspective. Looking at the recent state, Tinhe is not doing well. I hope Cheng doesn't get the 5-time champion. This kind of honor should be won when I go to challenge it. That's interesting. Boss, you are too confident. It's not that I am confident, of course. If they can get it, I will still congratulate them. After all, I am such a tolerant man.
Zheng Qi, can you have some shame? When a group of people chatted in this audience box, Zheng Qi was concentrating on watching the screen in front of him, even if the game would not start for half an hour. Brother Fei, what do you think of this game? After a debate with a group of scholars, Zheng Qi turned to Zheng Qi. No opinion, as long as the game is exciting. I want to see the performance of top players when they compete against each other. Zheng Qi replied. It's boring. I'm asking, do you hope Cheng will get the 5-time champion, or do you hope to win the 5-time champion after you go there? Zheng Qi asked an extremely sharp question. I said I'm a fan of Cheng. Zheng Qi seemed to be answering a question that didn't seem to be relevant. Then I still hope Cheng wins the 5 championships. Zheng Qi sighed. Such history is not created by oneself. Can you really feel happy? If I go, I will try my best to help Cheng win the 5 championships for 2 consecutive years. Zheng Qi said calmly. See, I have always said that I am definitely not the most arrogant person in the world. Zheng Qi laughed. What kind of arrogance is this? This is called confidence. Of course you have to have dreams. What if they come true? Said Dong Guangbo. If it were me, my dream would be to organize a team by myself, start from amateur competitions, and win all the championships that can be won in one go, so that others can't break my record even if they want to. That's awesome. Zheng Qi said confidently. There is no record in this world that cannot be broken. Even if you win the 5 championships, others can also work hard to win the 5 championships twice in a row to break your record. Dong Guangbo and Zheng Qi started to argue. Then try to make it harder for others to break it. Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. Okay, there is still half an hour left in the game. In this half an hour, you can think more about which 10 heroes you would choose to use in this game if you are the players on the field, and then infer based on the game format. Do you really think you are here to watch the game for entertainment? After Butler Meng said this, the whole box finally became quiet. Chapter 197. More than 900 points. Brother Fei, it seems that you really need to work hard to get 2 5-time champions. When the China Cup final that attracted the attention of countless people came to an end, Zheng Qi let out a long breath, and then sighed and said to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's expression was a bit complicated, a bit happy, and a bit disappointed. Before this game started, in fact, various people had already analyzed this game almost completely. No one is a fool these days. Even if the situation looks weird, it can be analyzed clearly after the thorough analysis of those who were interested. Li Qing's performance in the last game was average, not necessarily because he was in bad condition, but he was accumulating strength and taking risks to prepare himself for the last 2 decisive battles in the best condition. His adventure has been successful, although Tin He was passive, but still won the last game. Lu Xiaoxin's performance was mediocre before the beginning of this month, but he performed better and better in each game. There is no doubt that he has a good control of his own state, first suppressing his state, then gradually breaking out, fighting at the critical moment, and then showing the best state. The 2 methods are different, but the ultimate goal is the same. Therefore, in this game, the level of performance of both sides was beyond everyone's fault. The map of the game was randomly assigned, and the map that was spawned in this game was the Lion Camel Mountain in the group monster copy among the 700-person copies. This copy is not very special, but the mountain in the center of the venue allows people to take advantage of the high ground and occupy the terrain. The attack distance and lethality of long-range skills will be effectively increased. At the same time, various small monsters will be randomly refreshed on the Lion Camel Mountain. After appearing, they will attack the players around them indiscriminately, which is extremely challenging for the player's reaction ability. However, relatively speaking, this is also a relatively simple copy. Fighting for high points is a key, and another difficulty is the sudden attack of small monsters. However, for professional players, dealing with emergencies around them has become an instinct, and they will not panic because of this. In this game, Li Qing was able to accurately occupy the top of the mountain every time, and then command his teammates to suppress from a high position. This map is called a meat grinder in the professional arena, because it is too easy to be killed, but it is not so easy to score a goal. It is precisely because of this feature that Tin He suffered a great loss. Li Qing's tactical command and suppression in this game firmly suppressed the opponent's organizing core Wen Xiang. In the past 2 years, Cheng wanted to make Wen Xiang the second tactical master in the league. However, it is obvious that in this game, Li Qing proved why he was the only tactical master on the field. Wen Xiang tried everything, but was still suppressed by Li Qing's tactical details.
However, Wen Xiang did not feel frustrated because she knew that she also restrained Li Qing's energy very well. Professional games in the football era are, to put it bluntly, a process of breakthrough and counter-breakthrough. If you want to send the ball to the opponent's goal, you have to deliver the ball to the opponent's goal to have a chance to score. In this process, the ball-controlling player cannot use skills, because the setting of the ball is that if it is touched by a skill, it will disappear and refresh at a certain location, which brings great convenience to the intercepting party. In the earliest football era, the game was just like rugby, with a group of people protecting the teammate holding the ball and rushing forward. Later, many tactics were gradually expanded, because the terrain and other factors could be used to secretly deliver the ball to the feet of teammates who were not defended in the opponent's field of vision, and then a breakthrough is formed. The responsibilities of the players began to be gradually divided, and the prototype of modern competition was formed. In this game, although Zheng Qi was the one who launched the attack, Qin had defended it impeccably. They did not deliberately control the ball, but occupied the commanding heights tightly, constantly wasting the energy of Zheng Qi players. Professional games consume a lot of energy, especially in many operations that cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. First consume the opponent, and then kill with one blow. This is a tactic used by many teams. This tactic that is common in the streets seems so unsolvable when used by Li Qing's. Wen Xiang kept feinting, involving, and mobilizing. Li Qing's was like a most brilliant commander, intercepting, sniping, and surrounding, and had a clear understanding of all her tactical ideas. If it drags on, it will naturally be disadvantageous to Zheng Qi. At this critical moment, Lu Xiaoshan once again demonstrated his strong personal strength. Under unfavorable terrain, Lu Xiaoshan forced his way forward and killed two Tianhe players in succession, causing a huge crack in Tianhe's unbreakable defense. Li Qing's could only transfer people from other places to block Lu Xiaoshan's crazy attack. The entire defense line had a huge flaw. Zheng Qi, who was good at catching loopholes, broke through Tianhe's geographical advantage under the cover of two teammates and went straight to Wanglong. At this time, it was Lu Xiaoshan's turn to chase after him, pinning down Tianhe's large force. In the end, Zheng Qi and his teammates got enough time, patiently found opportunities, and scored the only goal of the game. Although there was only one goal in this game, the competition and struggle between the two sides on the field, the tactical competition between Li Qing's and Wen Xiang, Lu Xiaoshan's brilliance, and Zheng Qi's omnipresence, the game of football era is not only about scoring goals. After winning this game, everyone sighed for Li Qing's. Everyone can see that Li Qing's has reached a limit in tactics. It can be said that it is difficult to exceed the control of this tactic. His tactical thinking has also been implemented to the greatest extent. However, Lu Xiaoshan's personal impact broke this tactic. Just like the most exquisite porcelain, it was broken by violence. This made everyone full of regret. Of course, they can't say that Lu Xiaoshan did anything wrong. From the beginning to the end, personal ability is always the most reliable. Lu Xiaoshan's ability to burst out at any time to create more than one player's effect, doesn't it still make people admire? If these two people are combined, countless fans imagined this for a while, and then sighed. These two people are impossible to be combined. From the club's perspective, no one will give up any of these two people. From their personal perspective, Li Qing's may not be willing to command Lu Xiaoshan, a teammate outside of the calculation, and Lu Xiaoshan may not let himself be commanded by someone other than Wen Xiang. Many times, many things look beautiful, but when they are really done, they may not be the same. Most people's attention at this moment is on Lu Xiaoshan's breakthrough. Maybe many ordinary viewers don't have the kind of vision, but many professional commentators were already dumbfounded when Lu Xiaoshan suddenly broke through the Tianhe defense line and killed two Tianhe players at the same time, making the situation completely biased toward Zheng Qi at that moment, because after so many years, Lu Xiaoshan's performance limit and attribute limit have been known to many people. As for completing the breakthrough, they believe Lu Xiaoshan can do it, but under the terrain disadvantage, he can still kill two Tianhe players, which is a bit surprising. You know, one of the people he killed was Yu Gang, the Iron Bone Immortal, one of the 5 tigers at Tianhe. This player with a very tough ID and a very tough name, and the attributes are also tough. In addition to being a good shooter, his defensive ability is not bad at all. However, when he was fighting against Lu Xiaoshan, who had already killed a player, he was still chased and killed by Lu Xiaoshan head-on. How is this possible? In fact, Yu Gang has almost figured this out. At the press conference after the game, Yu Gang took the initiative to accept the interview. Lu Xiaoshan's attribute points should have been enhanced to a certain extent, which was beyond my calculation.
So I thought I could win that battle, but I was still a little short. If I had known earlier, I would not have been so exhausted with him. Yu Gang's words were full of reluctance, but at this moment, the reporters had no time to sympathize with Yu Gang. Lu Xiaoshan, whose attribute points were unparalleled in the world, had his attribute points enhanced again. Facing the reporters' questions, Lu Xiaoshan smiled slightly. Over the past year or so, I have also accumulated some attribute points. I'm lucky, but I haven't used them. Now at this critical moment, it feels good to use them. Lu Xiaoshan is famous for being a handsome guy in the Alliance. His super high level and super high popularity have made him the #1 in the Alliance, recognized by more people. However, he has always been a cold style. At this moment, his smile melted the hearts of many girls. Wen Xiang, who looks a bit ordinary, is still sitting next to Lu Xiaoshan, looking unusually low-key. How many attribute points? A reporter asked. When they heard that it was the attribute points accumulated over the past year, everyone was relieved. After all, in the myth zone, although the probability of dropping attribute points is lower than that of the ordinary zone, it is not impossible to drop attribute points. It is possible to drop attribute points when you hit the boss and deliver the last blow, or when you kill the boss with the most health. Those who participate in such a situation are basically professional players. Therefore, it is not uncommon for professional players to have a certain increase in attribute points after entering the professional arena. It is not uncommon for Lu Xiaoshan to get extra attribute points before. Although he was also that first powerful account when he entered the league, his attribute points were not as exaggerated as 897 points at the time, and they were similar to Li Qing's attribute points. However, he continued to gain attribute points later, and he would use them immediately every time he gained attribute points, revealing a sense of indifference. And now, he has also begun to conceal his strength. Is he using it at the critical moment? However, considering that he was aiming for the unprecedented 5-time champion, people would not criticize his behavior. It would only make people feel that Lu Xiaoshan and Cheng Feng were really determined to win the 5-time champion. Now the reporters were concerned about another question. How many attribute points have you accumulated? A reporter asked cautiously. However, no matter how many attribute points, Lu Xiaoshan was only 3 points away from 900, and now he must have exceeded it. Chapter 198 The difficulty of starting from scratch. Lu Xiaoshan seemed very generous. This was normal. Since he had used all his attribute points in the game, others could analyze it just from this one game. In order to conceal his strength, he did not fill up his attribute points in every game, so he could hide it from the world. Not much, 21 points. Lu Xiaoshan replied. In other words, Lu Xiaoshan's current attribute points have reached 918 points. Although there is still a certain gap compared to Meng Fifen's peak account of 965 points, and Meng Fifen was only 25 or 26 years old at the time, about the same age as Lu Xiaoshan, but now it is already a height that others can hardly reach. With 21 attribute points, Lu Xiaoshan can completely add them all to strength to form a certain degree of suppression. Moreover, with his characteristics of more than 900 total attribute points, he can completely maintain the other attributes at 100 points and push a certain attribute point to a height of 200 points. Yu Gang's loss was not unfair. In this game, Qin He played at a very high level. Li Qing's performance was infinitely close to the perfect performance. However, because of such an unexpected change, they lost this crucial game. Cheng Feng won the 3rd championship. Only 1 week later, will Qin He still be able to stop Cheng Feng? You know, the Cup Champions Cup is considered Qin He's only chance to stop Cheng Feng. After all, they can drag the game to a draw, drag it to overtime, and even drag it to a penalty shootout. In the league, they don't even have this advantage. In the last round, they must win in order to surpass Cheng Feng by 1 point and win the league championship. A draw means Cheng Feng's championship. Cheng Feng could have played more steadily in the last round. The triple crown is in hand, is the quadruple crown far behind? Cheng Feng only has 2 championships left to win the unprecedented 5 crowns. Everyone was amazed by Cheng Feng's outstanding performance and Lu Xiaoshan's dominant performance, but there was one person who did not show enough respect for it. A mere 918 points, what's that? The person who said this was Zheng Qi, but he seemed to be qualified to say this. After reaching the maximum level of 100, his attribute points reached 967 points, which was 2 points higher than Meng Fifen's previous record. Although Zheng Qi's gains in scattered attribute points were a few less than the average, resulting in him not being able to reach the theoretical 973 attribute points, this attribute point alone was enough to break many records in professional competitions. The attribute points of Yix and Fei were 954 points. Compared with the attribute points of the two abnormalities, Lucian's 918 points account did not seem to be a big deal. However, everyone knew that even if Lucian's attribute points were dozens less than theirs, if they really met in the professional arena, Zheng Qi and his team would still be in a very bad situation. After all, Zheng Qi and his team was still a little short of legendary equipment, and their hero levels had not been upgraded. More importantly, they still lacked a lot of experience in professional competitions. Okay, let's brush the dungeon for another week. After the league is over, we will participate in the fight for the boss. When the league is over, many professional players will come to the game to fight for the boss. The training at the time will be truly valuable, Zheng Qi said. But Cheng will not be there at the time. Yuan Ziquan sighed. If you and Brother Fei don't show Cheng a little, how can they take you too seriously? Well, don't worry, take your time. Yixing Xibang Fei is very open-minded. What's more, even if Cheng's players have to reduce the time they appear in a game because of the preparation for the World Cup, they will be guaranteed to appear 3 days a week. Other professional players can still show their strength if they have more. As long as they really have that kind of strength. In other words, if they don't show enough competitiveness in the competition with professional players, why would a super club like Cheng'an take a fancy to them? Without such performance, they are not qualified to enter the Cheng'an club. Yixing Xibang Fei sees this very clearly. In the next week, the myth area was once again in flames. Cheng'an fans and Teen He fans fought each other again. Although the core guilds did not go out in large numbers because there was still a decisive battle, many members of the core guilds fought against their opponents in their own names. Once the two guilds confronted each other, other guilds were happy. It was a good opportunity for them to fish in troubled waters. During this period, Zheng Qi and his team spent half a day on dungeons and half a day picking up bargains everywhere. They also adapted to the atmosphere of the World War in advance. It's really exciting, too exciting. This is what Yuan Ziquan said the most throughout the day. Today they participated in the fight for a boss. Zheng Qi and his team did not bring people from the guild to participate. Instead, they formed a team of 9 people and wanted to take advantage everywhere. As a result, as soon as they entered the battlefield, they found themselves in a place that was dazzling. Xinzailan and others entered, and before they had time to react, they were taken away by a wave of concentrated fire from nowhere. The rest of Zheng Qi and his group ran around the battlefield in a hurry, and in the end they could only barely save their lives. It's really a training exercise, Zheng Qi said. Keep bragging, you didn't get anything in the whole afternoon, and you're being chased like a dog, and you're still happy. Dynamic Lightwave said unhappily. In this situation, not being dead is a victory. Don't forget that there are only 9 of us, Zheng Qi said. What's wrong with 9 people? Chaos Matt Blade was a little curious. In the big scene of fighting for the boss, of course you need to bring 7 or 8 groups, at least 4 or 5 groups, to ensure that you are not surrounded and beaten by too many people on the other side. If we go there in a scattered manner, the competing guilds will first have to clear us out, otherwise if we, the guerrillas, take the bonus of the last hit and take away some of the materials, then they will lose a lot, Zheng Qi said. In the football era, there is a very complicated way to distribute the outdoor boss, which is basically based on the output contribution. Of course, the premise is that you have to stay on the scene, so this also provides opportunities for scattered grassroots players to take advantage of the battlefield when people are not paying attention, output a few key points, and then grab the materials that burst out and run away. There are quite a few ordinary players who do this kind of thing. In the past, there were often ordinary players who made the top guilds look humiliated because it was too difficult to prevent. So basically, now when professional guilds are fighting for boss, they see other players who do not have guild titles, and they will kill them first without any hesitation. In such an environment, Zheng Qi and his team can still persist for an afternoon without dying. It is really surprising to say it out. I just feel that there seems to be no point in doing this. Dynamic Lightwave said. Exercise is the best meaning. Yixing Xibang said. Dying and dropping equipment materials. Dynamic Lightwave said. Why do you think those big clubs have so many materials in their warehouses? These are necessary consumables. Zheng Qi laughed. Fortunately, we have all the legendary equipment materials saved, otherwise it would be really painful if a few of them dropped. Dynamic Lightwave understood a little. So, now we should act more. Before we really want to fight the boss, we should upgrade our equipment first, add attribute points, adapt a little, and then rush out to fight. Our current foundation is not as strong as those big clubs. It's okay to drop a few red equipment materials, but we can't afford to drop legendary materials, Zheng Qi said. In the battle zone, players don't drop equipment when they die, but they drop materials, and they don't drop levels, but experience. And the dropped materials can't be used by others. This is a very insidious setting. Many materials are wasted in such situations, and the clubs can't help but let the players participate in such training, so many of the reserved materials are reserved for such situations. Professional players, especially those with more than 800 attribute points, can be saved if they're a little bit, so why do clubs have to store so many materials? It's because the loss rate of materials in ordinary online games is really too high. Thinking about it this way, it's really a costly thing to have a professional team. Dynamic Lightwave side. It's not just a cost of money, it's a cost of manpower. Even if you have money, you have nowhere to sell legendary materials, unless other clubs are short of money. But as long as it's a super club, it's hard to be short of money. The income from professional competitions alone is enough for them to live comfortably. Su Jing smiled. Zheng Qi nodded. He was not sure about it now. Su Jing actually said this to him. The foundation of the Extraordinary Guild is not bad now, but compared with those professional clubs, it's not a little bit worse. Starting from scratch seems to be a good feeling, but it is quite difficult to do it. The Football Era Professional League is not a new league that has only been established for a few years. In fact, in the first 10 years since its establishment, many new forces have relied on guilds to start from scratch and eventually become important forces in the professional league. There are many such examples. After all, of the 18 clubs that founded the Chinese Professional League, those clubs known as the 18 Nohads, only 7 are still in the Professional League, and 4 of them have been in the first-class league for a long time, which is enough to prove the cruelty of the elimination rate during that period. And after the development to the present, the space for new forces is indeed getting smaller and smaller, so even if some consortiums want to enter the Professional League, they will try to acquire a team instead of building a team themselves. No matter how powerful the consortium is, it cannot compare with the Professional League in terms of financial resources. Let's watch the game first. I'm very interested in this final, Zheng Qi said with a smile. If you want to make money, you can actually bet on the outcome of the game. Although the odds are very low, it's not bad. 1-1. Bet on Chengfen to win or draw, that is, Chengfen to win the championship, Su Jing said with a smile. That's all. What are the odds of Tinhe winning this time? Zheng Qi asked. 1-100. Su Jing said expressionlessly. Chapter 199. If you lose, work for me. Zheng Qi had not expected that the odds of betting on Tinhe to win the championship would be so high. For a strong team of this level, the victory or defeat is often just a matter of millimeters, not to mention the battle between the first and the second place. It is not uncommon for the first place to be overthrown by the last place. However, if you think about the recent situation carefully, it is normal to have such high odds. The odds of winning the championship. At the beginning of the season, Tinhe's odds of winning the championship were higher than Chengfen's, but they were not high enough. In the middle of the season, it was even lower than Chengfen's. This shows that many bookmakers are optimistic about Tinhe winning the championship. However, with the recent games, especially after the end of the China Cup final, the number of players betting on Chengfen to win the championship has increased sharply. Bookmakers have to quickly adjust the odds of Tinhe winning the championship, but most players still bet on Chengfen. The odds of bookmakers are often not adjusted according to strength, but according to bets. Such a huge difference in odds does not mean that they're really not optimistic about Tinhe, but because there are too many players betting on Chengfen, so they have to offer such high odds to neutralize it. 1-100, it seems to be very profitable, Zheng Qi said to Bartolomeng. Master, do you want to bet? Bartolomeng asked. Yes, if you win, it will become 100. How can you not participate in such a good thing? Zheng Qi laughed. You don't have much savings now, only more than 3 million, and the rent for the next 2 months is 2 million. Bartolomeng reminded him. Well, it's okay, anyway, you should have money after this year, 2 million for rent, right? Uncle Meng, I remember that your salary has been advanced to the end of the year, that means I still have more than 1 million to use, so I'll bet 1 million on Tinhe. Zheng Qi said indifferently. You are too willful to do this. Bartolomeng couldn't help but smile bigly. If you win, you'll have 100 million. Zheng Qi said. If you lose, you won't even be able to pay the rent for next year, said Bartolomeng. I will definitely get a salary next year, don't worry. Zheng Qi patted his chest and said, with my recent performance, can't I get a professional contract? At most, I can ask the club to advance some salary to me. Butler Meng smiled bigly. He didn't want to persuade Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's temper was unpredictable. Moreover, 1 million was not a small amount. However, in Zheng Qi's opinion, it was really nothing. Even if he had no income in the past year, he had earned several million every month in the past 1 or 2 years. It was just 1 month's rent. Seeing Zheng Qi's persistence, Butler Meng didn't quite agree, but he did what he was told. Now gambling is very quick and can be done at home. After going online the next day, Zheng Qi began to encourage others to place bets, but was met with a lot of cold eyes. Su Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and Yixin Xiangfei looked at Zheng Qi coldly. Only Liuan Shiquangdu was very excited to place bets, and decided to save up this month's pocket money to place bets, with the amount reaching more than 1,000 yuan. I'll treat you to a meal if I win, Zheng Qi said generously. You're very loyal. Xin Zhaoyuan praised. If you lose, you'll have to treat me to a meal, and this is all my property, Zheng Qi added. No matter how stupid Zheng Qi's behavior was, the bets were placed after all, and fans all over China were looking forward to the last game. Will Tianhe seize the last chance to snipe Changfeng, or will Changfeng win the 4th championship of the season and move towards the 5-time champion? It is worth mentioning that the last team to win the 4-time champion was created by Nan Yuo in the Meng FIFA era. They eventually lost the game they should not have lost in the World Cup final, and no one has mentioned this point so far. Maybe everyone thinks it's too unlucky to mention such a thing. Time passed day by day. On the day before the game, the war that lasted for a week in the Myth Zone stopped temporarily. Whether it was the fans of Changfeng and Tianhe, or other neutral fans, they all began to focus on the game on the second day. The pre-match hype of both sides was in full swing. Luo Qishuan, the head coach of Changfeng, said that we must strive for victory in the last game, while Zhou Meng, the head coach of Tianhe, was as low-key as usual. Zhou Meng was originally a head coach who was too low-key to match his status, probably because there was a person like Li Qing's in the team who was not a head coach but was better than a head coach. We will try our best to win this game, not to snipe Changfeng, but to hit the championship. Tianhe will pursue all championships, it's that simple. Zhou Meng said so in an interview, while Luo Qishuan's words were much sharper. Of course everyone wants the championship, but we don't expect anyone to give it to us. This is an insult to our opponents and to us. The championship that Changfeng wants will be won by us ourselves, and if Tianhe wants to win the championship, he must show his ability. After such an interview spread, Changfeng's fans were naturally very encouraged. They liked to see that the team was so tough, while Tianhe's fans said that Changfeng was too rude and was simply a group of barbarians. Tianhe's current forbearance does not mean that they will be at a disadvantage in the game. It is normal to keep a low profile when the situation is unfavorable. However, as long as Li Qing's is there, Tianhe will not lose hope. Others will give up, but Li Qing's will not. If he was a player who would give up, he would not have reached the heights he is today. A guest from the largest broadcasting platform said, in the last China Cup final, Tianhe was not without a chance to win, but they did not expect Lu Xiaoshan to have such a trick up his sleeve. Changfeng no longer has the advantage in this game, and Tianhe will not suffer such a loss again. What's more, this game is Tianhe's home court. With the right to choose the map, Li Qing's tactical thinking will be more utilized. However, Changfeng's advantages cannot be ignored. They only need to get a draw to win the championship. Although this is not a particularly remarkable advantage, in terms of the characteristics of both sides, Changfeng is more aggressive and Tianhe is more stable. If Tianhe wants to win, it can only look for opportunities by slowly consuming and wasting time. However, in the case of Changfeng winning the championship with a draw, how good can their patience be? In the last game, they have already done their best in this regard, and still let Changfeng win the game. In this game, it is too difficult for Tianhe to win. Another guest retorted. In fact, the words of this guest represent the voice of most football-era fans. From any aspect, Tianhe does not have too many chances, otherwise there would not be countless people betting on Changfeng to win the championship, but there are very few people betting on Tianhe to win the championship. I really think you are going to throw your 1 million into the water. Yasheng Xiangfei said to Zheng Qi very seriously. I don't believe it, the ball is round. Zheng Qi said confidently. The ball was round in the past, but in the current football era, although the outcome is still unpredictable, the general trend can still be judged. If you really have too much money to burn, you might as well give it to us, and we can still remember you well. Xinyi said. Sister Su, do you believe me? Zheng Qi suddenly turned around and asked Su Jing. Of course I believe you. Su Jing hesitated for a moment, then said. This is the last chance today. If you don't bet, there will be no play. Just betting tens of thousands of yuan will do. Su Jing said. If I want to support you, tens of thousands of dollars won't be enough. Su Jing suddenly laughed. You bet 1 million, right? I'll bet that much too. No way, Sister Su, I'm just talking casually, don't take it seriously. Zheng Qi was seriously surprised this time. He was just talking nonsense, but Su Jing took it so seriously that he was caught off guard. No kidding, I bet 1 million too, and if I win, I'll get 100 million. Where can I find such a good thing? Su Jing laughed. I don't have any inside information. Don't blame me if you lose. I'm used to spending money anyway. Zheng Qi shouted. Of course I'll blame you if I lose. Su Jing smiled. So what do you want? Your eyes are scary now. Zheng Qi shouted exaggeratedly. If you lose, just work for me for a year. Su Jing's smile gradually expanded. No matter what you do, it's just 1 year. This proposal makes me feel very embarrassed, Zheng Qi sighed. If I lose, I will have no food to eat next year. I still hope to find a professional club to sign a contract to make money. You'll still get paid if you work for me. Su Jing's smile did not change. Since it has come to this, Sister Su, whatever you say is what you say. Zheng Qi sighed and said. It's a pity that I want to fly freely, but my legs are always tied up. Why do I feel that you are mocking my ID? Yuxin Shiang Fei frowned. You think too much. Zheng Qi said. Su Jing really immediately bet 1 million on Tin Head to win the championship, and then showed the receipt to Zheng Qi, and then put it away. Sister, Zheng Qi is crazy, why are you crazy too? After logging off, Lu Li asked Su Jing in a strange way. She knew that Su Jing had no gambling habit, and she didn't even bet on betting. Although she was rich now, she never lived a luxurious life. This was completely different from Zheng Qi. Of course, Su Jing would never let go of the things that women were obsessed with, it's just a preparation. At least, Zheng Qi works for me, and I won't harm him. Su Jing replied. Are you still worried about Butler Meng? Lu Li reacted immediately. I'm a little worried, but we can't figure out how Butler Meng would harm Zheng Qi if he was an undercover agent, so I would rather Zheng Qi work for me. At least I can control many things. Su Jing sighed. This 1 million, just treat it as an investment. In this case, there is nothing we can do. If Zheng Qi is favored by Cheng and wants to go, Lu Li asked. Then of course let him go. Going to a top club like Cheng, what's wrong with that? Su Jing laughed. Chapter 200 The Last Round October 28th, the last round of the Chinese Super League. This is generally the day when the leagues of various countries end. Although professional games can be held at any time because there is no weather interference, the time of the games in various countries has basically been fixed over the years. The leagues are held on weekends in 7 months, with 2 games a week, and cup games are interspersed during this period. Summer and winter are the days when the Intercontinental Cup and the World Cup start respectively, and during the interleague interval, there are a large number of invitational games and friendly games. Now, not only in China, but also in the world, there are quite a lot of fans who are paying attention to the last round of the Chinese Super League. In other leagues, there are almost no teams that are qualified to compete for the 5 crowns. The other 7 teams that can participate in the World Cup have not won the League or Cup Championship, which has once again attracted a lot of attention to this game. Not only are many foreign fans paying attention, but those professional teams are also paying attention, especially the other 7 top teams participating in the World Cup. Information is shared these days, but watching Chengfeng's game up close is also a good opportunity to observe their status. In order to win the domestic quadruple championship, Lu Xiaoshan even took out the extra attribute points that he had hidden for more than a year. It can be said that he had exhausted all his strength. The ratings of this league on the 28th hit a new high. If the league organizing committee had not been so cunning as to arrange the other games of this round to be held 1 day in advance, perhaps this round of games would have been in a terrible state, that is, the other 18 teams would have lost a round of income. Although theoretically the last round should start at the same time, considering the special nature of this game and the fact that the only teams that still have a chance to win the championship are Chengfeng and Tin Head, everyone can understand such an arrangement. Rules are rules, but sometimes it is not a big deal to master them flexibly. So, when this day came, the attention of this game had exceeded that of last year's World Cup final. When the ratings of this game came out, the members of the Chinese League Organizing Committee were very proud. The ratings of a league exceeded the World Cup final. Even if the importance of this league was not less than that of the World Cup final, it was enough to surprise people. The last round of this season, and also the last game of this year's Chinese Super League, is about to begin. I think everyone is familiar with the two opponents, so I won't waste words. This game is Tin He's home game. What map Li Qing's will choose is something that many people are paying attention to. If Tin He wants to win this game, the only chance is to make a fuss on the map. Zheng Qi is quite outstanding in terms of the attribute strength of the players themselves. Lu Xiaoshan has the most powerful character in the Chinese league in the current football era. His attribute growth in the last game has made him the only player in the league with more than 900 attribute points. In addition to him, there are 8 god-level players with more than 800 attribute points in Zheng Qi's starting lineup, which is what everyone often calls the Aid era. Zheng Qi's strength in recent years is not just based on Lu Xiaoshan. They have a very top-level overall lineup, which is the key to their outstanding performance in recent years. Tin He is much inferior in this regard. Li Qing's tactical ability is a great contribution to being able to catch up with Zheng Qi. He is a tactical master who can make the team play 120% of its strength. What map will he choose in this game? Let's wait and see. China's top commentator Yuan Fei began to comment on the game. He had a reason to be the top commentator. Yuan Fei was a veteran player of the football era and one of the great players in the professional league in his early years. After retiring, he could have found a suitable position in the club, but his interest was in commenting and analyzing the game, so he declined the club's contract and chose to be a commentator. When he retired, China's commentators were still at a low level. After all, many commentators had no problem with their eloquence, but their grasp of the situation and their understanding of the operating level of some top players were quite average. The invited former professional players may not have excellent commentary skills, which make many fans prefer to mute the sound rather than listen to the commentary when watching the game. This situation has gradually improved after Yuan Fei retired. When he was a professional player, Yuan Fei was a well-known trash talker. Just a few words could make his opponents furious. After hearing him for a long time, even his opponents had to admire his ability to talk. In addition, he himself was a god-level player and had studied various tactics. When he first explained, it shocked many people. It is not easy for some professional players to be commentators, that is, to distinguish between comments and spoilers. Some retired professional players have good vision and directly say what the players are going to do next. After letting fans judge the next result in advance, the excitement of the game is naturally greatly reduced. In this regard, Yuan Fei did a very good job. He just analyzed the current movements of the players and reminded the fans to pay attention to some details that are difficult to notice. When comparing them afterwards, they can more clearly feel the players' psychological activities at the time and the reasons for choosing to do so. In this way, the fans can feel his professional level without destroying the suspense of the game. After that, Yuan Fei's commentary style began to expand gradually, allowing fans to enjoy all round when watching the game. So although Yuan Fei's career was somewhat lackluster, even if he was a god-level player, he never won any honors, but for his contribution to the commentary industry, he deservedly left a stronger mark in the history of the football-era professional league than many players who were more famous than him. Now Yuan Fei is over 60 years old and has been a professional commentator for more than 30 years, but there is still no sign of decline in his status. Whenever there is a major game, only he can make all the fans feel reliable. Teacher Yuan, what map do you think Tin He will use in this game? The partner beside him immediately asked. It's hard to say, but it is obvious that choosing a more complex map will be in the interests of Tin He. Among the 20 special maps this season, the Battle of Red Cliffs map, the Wind-Roaring Formation map of the 10 Absolute Formations, the Huxian Formation map, and the Yinping Trail map all have very complex environments. However, these complex maps have great uncertainty, which is actually not suitable for Li Qing's, because unexpected situations are what a tactical master like Li Qing's can't tolerate the most. So, on the contrary, it is unlikely that Li Qing's will choose these maps. Yuan Fei said confidently. In the pre-match assessment, he was not afraid to make judgments or predictions. Most of the time he would guess right. Even if he guessed wrong, he would not feel burdened by it, but would just laugh at himself. Well, Mr. Yuan is right. 20 maps to choose from actually aren't a lot of options. Although not every professional team is familiar with all the maps, they generally have some understanding of them. Playing with maps can only be considered a certain advantage, not a decisive advantage. Otherwise, the home court of every professional club will be an insurmountable peak for the opponents. The partner sighed. There were still more than 10 minutes before the game started, and the starting lineups of both sides had been determined.
In fact, at this point in the season, there would be no problem with the starting lineup, and players could be constantly replaced during the game. There was actually no point in changing the starting lineup. Zheng is still led by Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan's condition has been getting better and better recently. In the last game, he set a record of being on the court for the entire game. Generally speaking, this situation rarely occurs, because no matter how strong a player is, he needs to go off the court to recover his energy in some unimportant situations. Although Lu Xiaoshan is very energetic, he rarely played the entire game in the past games. It's just that the rhythm of the last game was too tight, and many main players on both sides did not rest for the entire game. In addition to Lu Xiaoshan, including the two left and right hands Wen Xiang and Fen Tu who started this game, and the cold-blooded killer Zheng Qi, all played the entire game. The same is true for Teen Head. Li Qing's played the entire game, and his 5 Tiger Generals also played the entire game. They only rested for 10 seconds off the court when they were killed. Such a game intensity is a test for every player, but for these top players who have experienced hundreds of battles, such a test may not last for the entire season. However, it is no problem to persist in a few more games at critical moments. The famous players who played the entire game in the last game all started in this game, which is a proof. Hearing his partner say this, Yuan Fei nodded. That's right. In fact, even in my time, there were many players who played the whole game from beginning to end. There may be some ups and downs, but once they really enter the game state, they will not be particularly tired. Of course, the real test in this game is Li Qing's and Wen Xiang, not others. Why? As the commanders on the field, they consume much more energy than ordinary players. This is why I am more optimistic about Zheng. Wen Xiang's state is affected, and Zheng still has Lu Xiaoshan to rely on. If Li Qing's state is affected, who else does Teen Head have? Of course, Li Qing's perseverance is well known. In this game, he will definitely show his best state. Yuan Fei sighed. You're right, let's focus on the game that is about to begin. As this sentence fell, all the fans watching the game focused their attention, because the map of this game was about to be revealed. Fin DS capture no much as great as Pelaga has to L final. No SE indeed all like Busgasms contended to exclusive YXO in Mediato. Siaskrabata news Teropatrian. Rakurada, card alike, Siaskripsino Donaking knows anima continued. Great as a Todos nos vemos on Alpsmovdo.